Chapter 771. They're quite far away. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and followed the sound. Soon, he saw 3 figures fighting. Then, he realized that one of the figures was familiar. It seemed to be Qiao Bao, the mad swordsman. The mad swordsman Qiao Bao had 80% Emperor's Will sealed. Like Yi Xian, he was a subordinate of the 6th prince. Yi Xian naturally had to help his teammate when he was in trouble. Yi Xian immediately charged over. Of the 2 attacking Qiao Bao, one was 80% Emperor's Will sealed, while the other was 75%. If it was only one person, Qiao Bao could handle it. However, there were 2 of them, which was a little difficult. I have no choice. Draconic Fortune. Qiao Bao, who was holding a broadsword, directly used his trump card. The Draconic Luck in the Prince token in his arms was immediately activated. In an instant, Qiao Bao's strength skyrocketed, and his attacks were very fierce. "We'll use it too," the warrior with 80% Emperor's Will sealed shouted. Just now, they were evenly matched with Qiao Bao without the Draconic Luck. Now that they used the Draconic Luck, they were still in a stalemate. Now, it was time to see who had more Draconic Luck. However, what they did not expect was that a figure suddenly appeared from the side. Wolf Fong Charge. Yi Xian used his trump card. The giant wolf head directly bit the warrior with 75% Emperor's Will sealed. Then, he used an extremely powerful firmament splitter. In order to make his opponent unable to block it, Yi Xian also added Draconic Luck, which increased his attack power to another level. Swish! The warrior's arm was instantly chopped off. In this situation, it was difficult to get the Prince token, so Yi Xian did not care too much and directly threw a punch. Gotcha! The punch landed on the opponent's Prince token. The token shattered, and the opponent was instantly eliminated. Although the Prince token shattered, the Draconic Luck inside would not be deducted. After the Draconic Luck battle, they could still get a new Prince token, but there was no Draconic Luck inside. Yi Xian did not care about this bit of Dragon Luck. After sending the other party out of the Mystic Realm, Yi Xian obtained the other party's Yin and Yang ring. The other party had also obtained a low-grade legacy, so Yi Xian had benefited from it. "It's you." When Qiao Bao saw Yi Xian, his eyes couldn't help but emit a bright light. Yi Xian was on the same side as him. This person seems to be a subordinate of the 4th prince. Yi Xian recognized him, as did the person he had just sent out. They were both subordinates of the 4th prince. However, none of this mattered anymore. "Brat, let's send him out together." Qiao Bao the Wild Blade shouted. "All right." Yi Xian immediately agreed. However, his opponent reacted very quickly. When Yi Xian rushed towards him, he actually punched himself in the chest, shattering the prince's token. The next moment, he was sent out of the Mystic Realm. He had only lost the qualification to enter the first round by shattering the prince's token, but his Dragon Luck was still there. If he was captured by Yi Xian, his Dragon Luck would be taken away. You ran fast enough." Yi Xian snorted. "Brat, thank you so much." Qiao Bao cupped his fists and thanked him. "What about the legacy's Yin and Yang ring?" Yi Xian asked. "When I came here, the legacy was already gone. Those 2 thought I was the one who took it, so they surrounded me." Qiao Bao shook his head. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He scanned Qiao Bao with his eye of revelation. Indeed, Qiao Bao only had 1 Yin and Yang ring. "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first." Yi Xian cupped his fist at Qiao Bao and left immediately. Qiao Bao originally wanted to team up with Yi Xian, but he decided against it. After all, there were many legacies here. Although it would be safer to travel together, they would have to share half of the meat with each other. It was better to travel alone. The size of the Mystic Realm also exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. He had been moving in one direction, but after running for a few hours, he still could not see the end. It was still a forest. Yi Xian was a little helpless. However, he had only been in the Mystic Realm for less than half a day. Even if he was helpless, he could only continue. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened. The forest at night was filled with the constant chirping of insects. Those dangerous quasi-supreme sacred beasts had also come out to look for food. However, with his eye of revelation, Yi Xian could instantly spot these dangers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a few slashes suddenly rose into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned. This seemed to be a signal. Of course, it could also be deliberately sent by someone to lure people over so that they could snatch the draconic luck and universe rings. With my current strength, I can squeeze into the front line. With the eye of revelation, I can find whoever is hiding. Yi Xian decided to take a look. Night was more suitable for him, who had the shadow leopard bloodline, to conceal himself. His advantage was much greater than during the day. However, when he approached, he realized that it was not what he expected. There were more than 10 people gathered beside a draconic luck pillar. They were not fighting and seemed to be waiting for someone. Could it be that they encountered a middle-grade inheritance and felt that they did not have enough manpower? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Otherwise, how could there be so many people gathered here? One had to know that when they entered, they were scattered by the teleportation array. Therefore, there must be many people from different camps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They were still sending signals upwards, trying to attract people over. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked and found a familiar figure among these people. Before entering, Yi Xian had memorized the internal environment of the 9 people on his side. Therefore, he could recognize her. It seems to be the Poison Witch. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. The Poison Witch was an expert recruited by the 6th prince. She was skilled in using poison and had already sealed 80% of her body. However, if not for the 6th prince's reminder, the others would have thought that she was an ordinary martial artist. It seems that they have indeed encountered a middle-grade inheritance. Now, Yi Xian could be sure that they were gathering because they could not find a middle-grade inheritance. At that moment, he walked out of the room. Oh, another person is here, a martial artist said. Yi Xian walked out of the forest and glanced over. Young man, come here. The Poison Witch's eyes lit up as she shouted at Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian did not trust the others, he could only trust the Poison Witch in this mystic realm. After all, they belonged to the same camp. Yi Xian quickly walked over and asked, "Is this a middle-grade inheritance?" "I'm not very sure." Previously, a martial artist with 75% of his body sealed entered, but he died. The Poison Witch shook her head. He died? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He died. He was struck to death by the strange black shadow in this poison cave. Although the wound was not fatal, he was poisoned to death, the Poison Witch said. Poison Cave. Chapter 772. Compared to the others, Yi Xian was more resistant to poison, so he had a higher chance of survival. He looked around and found that the people around him were around 70% and 75% physique sealing realm. Besides the Poison Matriarch, there were 2 other 80% physique sealing realm experts. Including Yi Xian, there were a total of 13 people. The people around saw that Yi Xian was only at 65% physique sealing realm, so they did not pay much attention to him. However, the mystic realm was so big that it was not bad to be able to gather 10 people. Everyone, should we continue to wait or go in together? A middle-aged man with long hair asked. He was also at 80% physique sealing realm, the same realm as the Poison Matriarch. Forget it. Let's go in together. It's not easy to gather so many people. Let's go in. Everyone, prepare your prince tokens. If there's any danger, just crush them. There are experts outside who can heal you. I think I should back out. I'll look for other inheritances. Someone decided to give up. After all, there was still more than 2 days left. There was no need to stay in this middle-grade land of inheritance. However, the moment he turned around, someone near him suddenly attacked, severely injured him, and took away his interspatial ring. The severely injured person pointed at the other person in shock. However, in the next moment, his prince token was crushed, and he was teleported out. This scene was witnessed by everyone else, but no one made a sound. Kid, remember to be careful when you enter, the Poison Matriarch reminded him softly. Yi Xian nodded silently. The Poison Matriarch looked dangerous, but she was in the same camp as him. Moreover, the scene in the land of inheritance would be projected, so the poison matriarch would definitely not attack him. Otherwise, the sixth prince would definitely not let him off. There are only 12 people left. I don't think they want to stay together. Let's draw lots to enter. The middle-aged man with long hair suggested. Okay, let's draw lots according to camp. There were a total of 10 camps here. Besides Yi Xian and the poison matriarch, there were also 2 people in a group. The other 8 people were acting alone. After the drawing of lots, Yi Xian and the poison matriarch were the 5th batch to enter. Each batch was separated by half a minute. Damn it, the warrior who got first place cursed in his heart. He knew that if he did not enter, he would be eliminated instantly. He gathered his courage and walked in. The second batch would enter 30 seconds after him. Yi Xian and the poison, which were the 5th batch. That was pretty good. At this moment, the 2 of them walked to the side and whispered to each other. Kid, I heard that when you were at 55% body seal, you defeated a 70% body seal. Now that you are at 65% body seal, can you deal with an 80% body seal? Poison matriarch whispered. Senior, you're thinking of... Yi Xian suddenly raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. Apart from me, there are 2 other 8th grade physique sealers. One is 3rd and the other is 8th. When the time comes, the 2 of us can work together and clear out everyone behind us, Poison Witch said. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. They were the 5th batch to enter, and there were still quite a few people behind them. They could very well give up on this middle-grade land of inheritance and plunder the dragon luck and treasures of others. Rumble. There was quite a commotion coming from the poison cave. It seemed like someone was fighting. That black shadow should be a poison wind mantis. It is extremely fast. When the time comes, I will set up a poison array. You be careful. Poison Witch said softly. Yi Xian nodded to show that he understood. Soon, it was their turn. Because the others did not know that Poison Witch was proficient in using poison, they only treated her as an ordinary warrior and did not pay much attention to her. Yi Xian and Poison Witch entered the poison cave. Their resistance to poison was the strongest among everyone present, so they were the safest. They carefully entered the cave for more than 10 seconds, then chose a spot to set up a poison array. You be careful. I will set up a poison array. Everyone who enters will be poisoned. Poison Witch said as she took out a large pile of items and began to set up the array. Yi Xian was on guard and used his Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. In 10 seconds, Poison Witch could easily set up several poison arrays. It was not a problem to deal with the people behind them. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind entered Yi Xian's ears, causing his body to tremble. It's coming, Yi Xian reminded. His eyes widened as he saw a black shadow rushing towards him. Wolf Fang charge. He immediately stabbed with his sword. A giant wolf head rushed out and bit the black shadow. As expected, it was a black mantis about 5 meters tall. Its entire body contained a large amount of poison. Unfortunately, this poison had no effect on Yi Xian's true qi. Firmament Splitter. Yi Xian directly slashed with his sword and killed the poison wind mantis. This poison cave was very dark, and the poison wind mantis liked to hide in dark corners and wait for its prey to enter. When the time came, it could directly launch a sneak attack and poison its prey. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation and was not weak. Thus, this poison wind mantis was not a threat to him. The quasi-supreme sacred beasts in the secret realm also had dragon luck. Yi Xian collected the poison wind mantis's corpse and dragon luck after it died, and continued to protect Poison Witch. Kid, you're not bad. If the 2 of us work together, we might be able to obtain the inheritance of this poison cave. Poison Witch said as she set up the array. She was originally a poison user, and this middle-tier land of inheritance was related to poison. Thus, it had a huge appeal to her. Yi Xian actually had the same idea. However, it was better to eliminate the remaining people first. The 3 poison arrays have been set up. All of them are non-lethal poison arrays. Except for that person with 80% body seal. No one can last more than 3 seconds in here. Poison Witch said. Yi Xian scanned the area with his Eye of Revelation. Although he could not see anything on the surface, there were dangers on the ground, walls, ceiling, and even the air was the same. Kid, this bottle of pills is specially made by me. Put one in your mouth in case you need it. Poison Witch threw a bottle of antidote pills to Yi Xian. Although they were on the same side, Yi Xian still took out a pill to test it. After confirming that it was indeed an antidote pill, he followed her instructions and put one in his mouth. If he was accidentally poisoned, he would immediately swallow it. 30 seconds had passed. That meant that the sixth batch of people should be coming in now. Drip! Poison Witch and Yi Xian held their breaths and listened attentively. Some water droplets fell from the ceiling, but the sound could not cover the sixth person's footsteps. He's entered the array. Poison Witch said softly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. If it's the sixth person, he shouldn't be able to withstand my poison array. Kid, go and take his things. Poison Witch said again after 3 seconds. In fact, Yi Xian did not hear any footsteps. Although he had the eye of revelation, he could not see through the stone wall. All right, Yi Xian nodded and quietly went over. As expected, there was a person lying in the middle of the poison array. He could not move, and his eyes were fixed on him. Chapter 773. Tisk TSK. Get out. Yi Xian took the man's interspatial ring and prince's medallion. After putting them away, he crushed the medallion. The unlucky man turned into a ray of white light and disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. Before they entered, Yi Xian had discussed with Poison Witch. They would each take the interspatial ring and draconic luck. This time it was Yi Xian, and next time it would be Poison Witch. After another 30 seconds, the seventh batch of people came in. Just like the previous batch, he was paralyzed on the ground by the 3 great poison arrays. He was like a corpse. This time, Poison Witch dashed over and took his interspatial ring and prince's medallion. They were the 6th batch to enter. 5 people had entered before them, including an 8th degree physique seal expert. In other words, there were 5 more people behind them. One of them was a 2-man team, and the other was an 8th degree physique seal expert. The 7th and 8th batches have been dealt with by them. Next up would be the 2 people from the 9th batch. 2 75% physique seal experts still can't resist my poison arrays. Poison Witch thought to herself. 30 seconds later, they heard footsteps again. This time, there were 2 people. It's poisonous. Suddenly, a low shout came from the cave, but in the next moment, the 2 of them fell down. Yi Xian and Poison Witch weren't nervous. It didn't matter if the people outside heard them. Of course, the poison cave was poisonous. Now that the 2 teams had been eliminated, the last person would be the 8th degree physique seal expert. The last person is the 4th prince's subordinate. I can't tell how strong he is, but he might be hiding his strength. He's an 85% physique seal expert. If he doesn't get hit, we'll attack immediately. Poison Witch said, 85% physique seal expert. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt that the other party was an 85% physique seal expert. Otherwise, they could have finished off the remaining 4 people after he and Poison Witch had entered. Why would they let them in? Of course, it was possible that the other party wanted them to scout the way. After all, middle-grade inheritances were more attractive. They're here. A series of cautious footsteps entered Yi Xian and Poison Witch's ears. They held their breaths and prepared to attack at any time. The last 8th degree physique seal expert was very careful. He was afraid that the people in front of him would hide and attack him. Soon, he entered the poison array. Poison? That person immediately reacted and quickly retreated. There were many poisonous creatures in this poison cave, so he took an antidote pill in advance. However, this poison array was set up by the poison matriarch, so ordinary antidote pills were useless. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and quickly left the poison array. Attack! Poison Witch and charged. And rushed. She charged. Yi Xian followed. The 2 of them had already discussed that if the other party did not enter the poison array, they would defeat the other party with lightning speed. They have the dragon and dragon's heaven's dragon used. Wolf's charge. 10,000 poison palm. The dragon's dragon of it dragon of them. Yes, the 8th degree physique seal expert's eyes flashed. Since they could use martial arts, they must be human. His aura surged, and the prince's token in his arms glowed with a dazzling white light. 3 rays of white light illuminated the entire poison cave. "It's you." The 8th degree physique seal expert noticed Yi Xian. No, he was an 8th degree physique seal expert. Like Poison Witch had guessed, he was hiding his strength. His true strength was 85%. But so what if he was 85%? Roar! The wolf's head bit the long-haired, middle-aged man's thigh. In an instant, the wolf's fangs pierced through his thigh, causing him to bleed. Bang! Poison Witch's palm hit the long-haired, middle-aged man's chest. She was a master of poison. Even her vital energy was poisonous. Her palm hit poisoned the middle-aged man. The long-haired, middle-aged man cursed inwardly. He quickly shattered the wolf's head with a punch and prepared to retreat. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and the poison matriarch had already charged over from the left and right. Firmament Fisher, 10,000 poisons palm. The long-haired young man was outnumbered. Although he blocked Yi Xian's attack, he was hit by another palm. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His chest was starting to turn black. The poison in Poison Witch's vital energy had already entered his body. "Hand over the prince's token, or you will die in 3 breaths." Poison Witch shouted. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He reached into his pocket, but he didn't choose to compromise. As long as he crushed the prince's token, the experts outside the secret realm would quickly heal his injuries. This way, the 4th prince's dragon luck wouldn't go to the 6th prince. Oh no! Yi Xian, who saw through his intentions, quickly slashed out with his sword and chopped off his left arm. At the same time, the middle-aged man crushed the prince's token in his hand. Whoosh! In a flash of white light, the long-haired, middle-aged man disappeared, leaving behind a severed arm. Poison Witch was stunned. She didn't expect her opponent to choose not to compromise. He was playing with his life. At this moment, a breath had passed since the middle-aged man was teleported out. Poison Witch's poison was very powerful. It could kill someone in 3 breaths. If the middle-aged man couldn't detoxify the poison in 2 breaths, he would be dead. However, Poison Witch's 3 breaths was a little exaggerated. After all, her opponent was at 85% physique ceiling, while Poison Witch was at 85% physique ceiling. 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Yi Xian and Poison Witch stayed in place. 3 breaths had passed, but nothing happened. Phew! Poison Witch heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, she heard a voice. The opponent is dead. You have been judged as intentional homicide. You will be eliminated immediately, and your dragon luck will be removed. Whoosh! A white light flashed in front of Yi Xian, and Poison Witch disappeared instantly. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked. Poison Witch's prince's token was not crushed, but she was suddenly teleported out. This meant that the long-haired middle-aged man didn't survive, and Poison Witch was judged as intentional homicide, so she was teleported out as well. Intentional homicide would be eliminated immediately, and their dragon luck would be removed. This punishment was considered good. After all, he didn't have to pay with his life. In fact, Yi Xian was afraid that he and Poison Witch would be teleported out of the secret realm together. Fortunately, it was only Poison Witch. What a pity. The 6th prince also lost a capable person, and his dragon luck was removed. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Fortunately, it was only Poison Witch's dragon luck that was removed. Moreover, the long-haired middle-aged man was the 4th prince's man. With his death, the 4th prince would only have 9 people in the next round. Chapter 774. Now, Yi Xian was the last person to enter the poison cave. The Poison Witch had been teleported out, so he could only explore the poison cave alone. Let me see how many good things you have in this middle-grade inheritance. Yi Xian turned around and continued to explore. There were many poisonous creatures in the poison cave, but Yi Xian had the eye of revelation, so he could easily avoid these dangers. Not long after, he encountered a fork in the road. He randomly chose a path and encountered a second poisonous wind mantis. This poisonous wind mantis was stronger than the previous one, but it was still no match for Yi Xian. It was easily killed, and its corpse was devoured, and its dragon luck was absorbed. I should have a lot of dragon luck. Yi Xian was pleased. He had received 2 people's dragon luck, and those 2 people had also received 1 or 2 low-grade inheritances, so they had all gathered on him. However, not long after Yi Xian entered, a loud sound entered everyone's ears. Someone found a high-grade inheritance. What? This sentence shocked Yi Xian. High-grade inheritance. The amount of dragon luck on the dragon luck pillars outside each land of inheritance varied. Low-grade inheritance lands had the least, followed by middle-grade inheritance lands, and high-grade inheritance lands naturally had the most. Not to mention the inheritances, just the dragon luck pillar alone probably contained a large amount of dragon luck. At this moment, outside the secret realm. Oh, which prince is this black-robed person working for? What a fortune. This person is skinny. Could it be a woman? She seems very powerful. She's at least an expert with 85% physique ceiling realm, maybe even 90%. I remember that she's working for the 7th prince, right? A group of ministers discussed softly, and many of them focused their attention on the 7th prince. The 7th prince glanced at the dragon luck ranking nearby and found that he had already reached the top. He immediately smiled and said, "That's right. She's working for me." After hearing his answer, the ministers focused their attention on the image of the secret realm again. At this moment, the black-robed woman had already entered the land of inheritance. Following that, her strength shocked everyone. This is the inheritance of the Celestial Fist sect from the ancient Sage dynasty. So, it is the Heavenly Fist sect. That pair of Heavenly Fist puppets is terrifyingly strong. I did not expect that this black-robed woman could easily avoid them and obtain the Cosmos Ring. Oh, she obtained the method to control the Heavenly Fist puppet. What a windfall. I actually obtained a high-grade inheritance. Oh, that's a martial arts seed. Could it be the Heavenly Fist sect's secret skill, the Heaven-Shaking Fist? The ministers were all shocked, and so were the princes. The 7th prince did not expect that the black-robed woman could be so agile as to avoid the 2 powerful Heavenly Fist puppets and obtain the Qiankuan ring. The saintess of the Nether Soul cult is indeed extraordinary. Not only is her physical prowess impressive, but she is also very powerful. The 7th prince licked his lips as he thought to himself. He had to get first place in this trial by fire. Only the champion could become the crowned prince, the future emperor of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. When the black-robed woman obtained the Heavenly Fist sect's inheritance, Yi Xian had already entered deep into the poison cave. A corpse? Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he saw a corpse in front of him. It was the 5th batch of people who had entered earlier. This person's prince token and Qiankuan ring were still there, but he had died a horrible death. His entire stomach was empty, as if he had been eaten by some kind of poison. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately scanned the surroundings with his eye of revelation. Although he did not find anything, he found a few small holes in the wall. Just in case, he decided not to go over. "Come here." Yi Xian used the dual space and pushed the corpse over. Then he put away the prince token and Qiankuan ring. Gotcha! He absorbed the draconic luck in the prince token. In the next moment, the corpse turned into a ray of white light and disappeared. Then, he released another puppet and ordered it to move forward. Poof! Suddenly, a black shadow flew out of a small hole and instantly pierced through the puppet. This is Yi Xian, who had activated his eye of revelation, captured the petite voice. He felt like he had seen this scene before. Devouring Beast. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He did not expect to encounter another devouring beast. Previously, he had found a devouring beast in one of the Qiankuan rings. This time, he had found one again. Advancement point, here I come. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He released another puppet and ordered it to move forward. Pooh! The little devourer snake came out again, but this time, Yi Xian slashed out with his sword. Firmament Fissure. The circular slash cut open the devourer's head, and the entire corpse crashed into the stone wall. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed forward and collected the devourer beast's corpse. Ding! Host has devoured a devouring beast's corpse. Obtained 1 advancement point. The system prompted. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that he would encounter a devouring beast in the secret grounds? This was much more valuable than an intermediate legacy. I'll keep this advancement point for now, Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he had the Gemini bloodline, he could spend 5 advancement points to create another doppelganger. However, Yi Xian had already sealed 65% of his body with the Great Emperor's will. When he reached 100%, he would have to undergo the Supremacy Tribulation. The Supremacy Tribulation was extremely powerful. Not even 1 out of 10 half-supremacies would be able to successfully pass it. Hence, Yi Xian guessed that when he reached 100% of his body seal, the chance of a breakthrough would appear again. When he reached the breakthrough, he would merge with his clone and gain a 10% boost in strength. Then, when he advanced to the Gemini bloodline, his strength boost would be increased to 20%. This was Yi Xian's plan. Of course, whether he could survive until he reached 100% of his body seal was still a question. Hence, he would keep this as a backup for when the time came. Then, Yi Xian continued to go deeper. However, there was a dead end in front of him. He had no choice but to go back and enter from another path. However, when he was halfway through, the Poison King's inheritance, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the depths of the poison cave. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and cursed inwardly. This voice seemed to belong to the 80% physique seal expert who had entered first. It seemed that the other party had obtained the intermediate legacy. The Poison King's inheritance? Yi Xian heard the voice but did not know who the Poison King was. However, to be able to obtain the intermediate legacy, he must have a lot of wealth. At this time, a strong aura suddenly came from the depths of the poison cave. Someone had broken through. Dual poison heart pill, awesome. An excited voice came from the depths of the poison cave. Dual poison heart pill? Chapter 775. The dual poison heart attack pill was an elixir made from 2 deadly poisons. It could help a person break through quickly. However, the ingredients for this elixir were very difficult to collect, and the refinement process was very strict. If the refinement failed and the dosage was wrong, the person who took it would immediately die. What a pity that it was eaten. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. At this moment, he suddenly heard footsteps. It was that person walking out from the depths. At once, he hurriedly hid himself. His opponent was only at 80% physique seal. After taking the dual poison heart attack pill, he broke through to 85% physique seal. Yi Xian could still defeat him with a sneak attack. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yi Xian held his breath, waiting for his opponent to appear before him. He would immediately attack. He's here. Yi Xian heard the commotion. He gripped the telepathic sword in his hand tightly and stabbed it in a certain direction. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A giant wolf head pounced at his opponent. However, his opponent reacted quickly and dodged the wolf fangs. How dare you sneak attack me? You don't know what's good for you. The person shouted angrily and swung his sword at Yi Xian. Yi Xian saw that his sneak attack had failed, so he could only use force. There was a difference of 4 realms, but with his bloodline, it was not a problem to deal with him. Bam! 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 The sound of their true qi colliding echoed throughout the poison cave. However, Yi Xian did not notice that a black scorpion the size of an index finger was rapidly approaching him. Kid, I have the Poison King's inheritance. His opponent snorted coldly. So what? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He did not understand why his opponent would suddenly tell him the truth. But in the next moment, he understood. Suddenly, something sharp pierced Yi Xian's foot. He looked down and saw that it was a black scorpion the size of an index finger. Yi Xian had never heard of the Poison King, but he had the ability to control poisonous creatures. This martial artist had the Poison King's inheritance, so he naturally had this ability as well. Not good. Yi Xian's expression darkened. He felt his entire foot being paralyzed. Ding. Host has been poisoned. Detoxification beginning. He quickly swallowed the detoxification pill in his mouth. The poison which had set up a non-lethal formation, so the detoxification pill in his mouth was the one to remove the paralysis. However, what was even worse was still to come. Yi Xian's eye of insight swept over and discovered that a large amount of poison had suddenly surged out from the stone wall. Poisonous scorpions, snakes, centipedes, and all kinds of poisonous creatures. And the expert who had obtained the Poison King's inheritance said coldly. Yi Xian's face darkened. He actually wanted to run, but his path of retreat was already covered by those poisonous insects. Furthermore, he couldn't fly or shrink the ground into an inch. So how could he escape? At that moment, the poison in his body had actually been neutralized. However, he was pretending to be paralyzed. Oomph. You don't know what's good for you. Bite him. The Poison King's inheritor snorted. He immediately had one of the poisonous creatures near Yi Xian's feet crawl up Yi Xian's body and bite him. The bite was not painful, but this poisonous creature was a 100-pain centipede. Being bitten by it would cause heart-wrenching pain. After Yi Xian was bitten, he immediately felt immense pain. However, not long after, the pain disappeared without a trace and was removed by the bloodline of the divine tree of life. Sir, give me something more powerful. Yi Xian grinned, holding the prince's token in his hand. How can he be fine? The Poison King's inheritor was shocked. At this moment, there were more than a dozen different poisonous creatures around Yi Xian. There were more than 1,000 of them. In addition, the only way out had already been sealed off by his poison. It was a slow passage, so Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. The Poison King's inheritor was slightly surprised. Then, he smiled playfully and said, "Since you want to play, I'll play with you." He immediately controlled a more poisonous creature to bite Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt dizzy after being bitten. However, the effect only lasted for a second before it was relieved by the divine tree of life bloodline. Why is this kid so weird? The Poison King's inheritor was a little helpless. He controlled another poisonous creature to bite Yi Xian. However, the effect only lasted for a second or two. Yi Xian was alive and kicking again as if nothing had happened. My resistance to poison is getting stronger. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had a way to escape the poison cave. That was to use the dragon-patterned golden armor. The dragon-patterned golden armor could cover him completely. These poisonous creatures would not be able to enter. At the same time, as long as he used the dragon-patterned golden armor, this person would definitely be killed by his sword. The dragon-patterned golden armor has too many implications. If I'm recognized, I might be killed. If not, I might lose my qualification. It's better not to use it. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had killed the city lord of Tianfeng City. The latter had both an official position and a noble title. If he was recognized, he would be accused of killing an official of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. Although he had evidence in his devouring space, the seventh prince was the backer of the ghost cult. If the evidence was not recognized, he would be in trouble. After all, the evidence was obtained from the Vice City Lord of Tianfeng City. Moreover, the Vice City Lord was already dead. There was no evidence. The evidence might be said to be fabricated. Kid, how did you become immune to these poisons? At this moment, the Poison King's inheritor could not help but ask. He had obtained the Poison King's inheritance. Those who used poison were most afraid of poison experts. Yi Xian was right in front of him. He did not move at all, but he could detoxify himself. He was very curious about this body constitution. I'll tell you after I'm bitten by all the poisonous creatures. Yi Xian grinned. As you wish. The Poison King's inheritor snorted. However, how would he know that Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life and could detoxify himself quickly? A few seconds later, all the poisonous creatures left a mark on Yi Xian's body. At the same time, Yi Xian was immune to all the poisonous creatures present. To be on the safe side, he scanned with the eye of revelation. He did not miss anything and was immune to all the poisonous creatures. Kid, how did you do it? The Poison King's inheritor asked. Yi Xian held the spiritual rhino sword tightly and smiled. It's simple, because I am immune to all poisons. Whoosh. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already made his move. The Poison King's inheritor had been on guard. Naturally, he would not be hit. At the same time, he controlled the poisonous creatures to attack Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian was already immune to the poison of these poisonous insects. These poisonous insects no longer posed any threat to him. Chapter 776. Yi Xian's expression was cold. He had taken advantage of the fact that his opponent did not know about his Tree of Life bloodline to increase his poison resistance. The disadvantage had turned into a tie in an instant. Damn it, this brat is not afraid of poison anymore. The Poison King's inheritor cursed. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Xian endured the bites of the poisonous insects while fighting with the Poison King's inheritor. The two of them weren't too far apart in strength, and the entire poison cave was filled with activity as they fought fiercely. Brat, take this. The Poison King's inheritor suddenly took out a bag of poisonous powder and was about to throw it at Yi Xian. You dare to show off your poisonous powder? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity for him. Gravity space, wind space. Before the Poison King's inheritor could throw the poisonous powder, two forces pressed down on the bag of poisonous powder. Bam! With a muffled sound, the bag of poisonous powder exploded, and the poisonous powder filled the air. Hiss! The poisonous powder landed on the Poison King's inheritor's body and melted his arm along with his clothes. Ah! The Poison King's inheritor did not expect Yi Xian to have such a trick up his sleeve. After all, profound meaning was useless against people who had sealed more than 50% of their physique, let alone someone like him who had sealed more than 85% of his physique. However, profound meaning was useless against people, but it was still useful against things. Yi Xian immediately used the dual space to control the bag of poisonous powder and wrapped it around the Poison King's inheritor. The Poison King's inheritor's heart-wrenching scream echoed in the cave. He had already thrown away the long sword in his hand and was trembling in pain. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Xian quickly slashed twice. One cut off the interspatial ring on his opponent's arm, while the other cut off his opponent's prince token. Whoosh! The Poison King's inheritor turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. Immediately, experts came forward to help heal him. Even Yi Xian did not expect the battle to end so quickly. There was nothing he could do about it. Who asked his opponent to seek death? I hope he doesn't die. Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. Even if he dies, it shouldn't have anything to do with me. Yi Xian's heart trembled. After all, he had saved Yi Xian's life by sending him out of the mystic realm. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have been reduced to a pool of blood. Immediately, he hurried over to pick up the two interspatial rings in case they died. Then, he was suddenly teleported out of the mystic realm. Although he didn't obtain the other party's dragon luck, he still obtained a middle-grade inheritance. This was already a good harvest. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the Great Emperor's will is at 70%. Yi Xian directly swallowed the good stuff inside and broke through to the next realm. Then, he waited quietly for a while, but he didn't find anything happening. It seemed that the other party had either survived or died, but was thought to have reaped what he had sown. Huff huff! Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. His dragon luck was not low, and it would be a pity if it was reset to 0. More importantly, if he was eliminated, then the remaining 2 days would be wasted. Since he wasn't eliminated, he quickly found a corner and sat down. Then, he learned the skill of controlling poisonous insects in the Poison King inheritance. At this time, he had already gathered the poisonous insects in the only path. If anyone came in, the poisonous insects would instantly surge out and poison them to death. Although I wasn't in danger just now, I have to thank the Poison Witch for the antidote pill. This Poison King inheritance is not useful to me, so I'll give it to her after the Battle of Dragon Luck. Yi Xian thought to himself. When he was stung by the poisonous scorpion, he could have directly used the dragon-patterned golden armor. However, the Poison Witch's antidote pill resolved the crisis of his secret being exposed, so he had to thank her. Anyway, most of the content in the Poison King inheritance was about refining poison and poison arrays. Yi Xian had already copied it into the devouring system. He had already devoured all the good stuff, so it didn't matter to him. What a pity. If that dual poison heart attack pill was used for a special devouring system, I might be able to break through to the next realm once or twice. Yi Xian sighed helplessly. The other party's physique seal was at 80%, but after obtaining the dual poison heart attack pill, she broke through to 85% physique seal. If that pill was given to Yi Xian, he would have profited greatly. Then, Yi Xian directly left the poison cave. Although he had gained the most from this trip, someone had already found a high-grade inheritance. Hence, he had to hurry up. Immediately, he found a ranking stone tablet nearby and took a look. The 7th prince is first, the 6th prince is second, the 4th prince is third, and the 1st prince is fourth. Yi Xian understood the rankings. It seemed that the person who obtained the high-grade inheritance was an expert under the 7th prince's command. At the same time, the expert who was killed by the poison, which was also under the 7th prince's command. In other words, the 7th prince would only have 9 people participating in the second round. Forget it. This is only the first round anyway. Let's continue looking for the inheritance. Yi Xian's figure flashed and left the place. The value of a mid-grade inheritance was very high. If the dual poison heart attack pill had appeared, then the other mid-grade inheritances would probably be even more valuable. Even mid-grade inheritances were so valuable, let alone high-grade inheritances. Yi Xian estimated that by the end of the Battle of Draconic Luck, there would be many experts with 90% physique seal, or even 95% physique seal. Hence, he could not fall behind too much. A day passed quickly. In this day, Yi Xian found more than 10 low-grade inheritances, but he did not find a single mid-grade inheritance. At this time, more than half of the Battle of Draconic Luck had passed, and there was only 1 day left. It's been almost 2 days. I estimate that there are at most 50 people left, and they are all experts. Yi Xian was still wandering in the forest, and he was still at 70% physique seal. He had no choice, as it was too difficult for him to break through. At this moment, the second high-grade inheritance has been found. Suddenly, a voice entered Yi Xian's ears, and his body trembled. The second high-grade inheritance. 2 high-grade inheritances in 2 days. The probability is not low. I estimate that there are no more than 5 high-grade inheritances in the entire secret realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He remembered that he was very close to the ranking stone tablet, so he immediately went over to take a look. Today, the 4th prince's dragon luck was at the top. The 2nd was the 7th prince, the 3rd was the 6th prince, and the 4th was the eldest prince. Damn it, the 6th prince is 3rd. Yi Xian was a little helpless. He represented the 6th prince, but he did not expect to be ranked 3rd. However, he felt that the eldest prince was a little strange because the eldest prince's team was very strong. All 10 of them were at 80% physique seal and above. When they entered the secret realm, they were already at 90% physique seal, but they were ranked last. This could only mean that the eldest prince's team was very unlucky. Except for these 4 people, the rest of the princes did not catch Yi Xian's attention. Chapter 777. I have to hurry. If I can find a high-grade inheritance, the dragon luck might be able to help the 6th prince return to first place. Yi Xian hurriedly made his move. However, he had only taken a few steps when a figure entered his sight. This person, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He felt that this figure was somewhat familiar. He thought about it carefully. Is that Xia Yuni? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Xia Yuni was the old man who had beaten him up like a dog. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. Previously, he was not strong enough and could only be chased around by Xia Yuni like a dog. Today, however, he had the strength to fight back. Xia Yuni sprinted through the forest. Yi Xian saw that his speed wasn't fast and wasn't much faster than the Poison King's inheritor from back then. It seemed that his luck wasn't good either, and he didn't obtain any good inheritances. If I kill you, my dragon luck will be erased, and I will be eliminated. This time, I will collect some interest. Yi Xian was ready to make his move. However, in the next moment, he felt a little strange because Xia Yuni was sprinting in a certain direction without stopping. He seemed to be in a hurry. This confused Yi Xian, so he decided to follow Xia Yuni for a while to see what he was up to. Xia Yuni was very fast. Yi Xian followed him. He had to follow him and make sure that he was not discovered by Xia Yuni. About half an hour later, Xia Yuni emerged from the forest. There was a long canyon in front of him. There were already several figures at the entrance of the canyon. There are 6 people? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Xia Yuni had a special method. Among the 6 people, Yi Xian recognized one of them. It was the 6th prince's personal guard, Yang Qi. The other 5 were experts under the command of the 1st prince, the 4th prince, and the 7th prince. If Yi Xian was included, there were 2 experts under the 4th prince. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. There were so many experts. Could this be the upper-tier inheritance that had just been discovered? Chief Steward Xia, so it's you. A blue-clothed middle-aged man shouted. He had used a special method to bring Xia Yuni over. Xia Yuni ran over and glanced at the scattered people in the surroundings. Is this a high-grade inheritance? The blue-robed middle-aged man nodded and said in a low voice, That's right, I discovered this inheritance first. However, I tried to obtain it once, and I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to obtain it by myself. Thus, I attracted some people over after obtaining the Dragonluck Pillar. The reason why he was not surrounded was because he had obtained a middle-grade inheritance and broken through to 90% physique ceiling realm. With a large amount of draconic luck, even if the people present worked together, they would not be able to eliminate him. After the others saw Xia Yun, their faces turned gloomy. This blue-clothed, middle-aged man's strength was exceptional. Now that Xia Yun was added, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Suddenly, another person walked out of the forest. Oh, there's another one. The blue-clothed middle-aged man saw Yi Xian slowly walking out of the forest through Xia Yun's figure. Xia Yun turned around and did not pay much attention when he saw that it was just a brat at 70% physique ceiling realm. He would not associate Yi Xian with the person who killed his grandson. After all, that person was only at 45% physique ceiling realm. The difference was too great. Yang Qi, who was leaning against the stone wall, saw Yi Xian and his eyes flashed. However, when he thought of Yi Xian's strength, he felt slightly helpless. Brat, this is a high-grade inheritance. You won't be able to help, Yang Qi said to Yi Xian. That's not necessarily true, Yi Xian said. At this moment, Yang Qi suddenly flew over and whispered, Brat, I obtained a lot of draconic luck in the past 2 days. I'll give you all of it. Crush the prince's medallion and leave to secure the draconic luck. This, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, You don't plan to fight for this inheritance. The inheritance is indeed important, but the draconic luck is even more important. If the 6th prince can become the crown prince, these things are nothing, Yang Qi continued. He was thinking for the 6th prince. After all, he was the 6th prince's personal guard. Then why don't we explore this high-grade inheritance first? If it doesn't work, just crush the prince's medallion and leave, Yi Xian suggested. As you can see, there are a few people with 90% physique ceiling realm here. The weakest one is at 85% physique ceiling realm. You're only at 70% physique ceiling realm. Can you help? Yang Qi was very doubtful. Although he had heard that Yi Xian had successfully challenged someone 3 levels above him, he had only succeeded in defeating someone with 70% physique ceiling realm. Yi Xian smiled and turned to look at Xia Yuni. He whispered, If the opponent is that old man, I'm confident I can kill him. What? Yang Qi suspected that he had misheard. Yi Xian was confident that he could kill Xia Yun, who was at 85% physique ceiling realm. All right. Since that's the case, you'll come with me. Yang Qi immediately nodded. If anything happened along the way, he would crush Yi Xian's prince's medallion and eliminate Yi Xian. This would prevent the medallion from being taken away and draconic luck from being absorbed. Then, Yang Qi walked over with Yi Xian. The other 2 forces also gathered. Captain Yang, are you going to bring him along? The middle-aged man in blue asked in shock. You don't have to worry about that. Yang Qi didn't waste time. Yi Xian was his trump card. When everyone heard this, they snorted inwardly. It was already a miracle that Yi Xian, who was at 70% physique ceiling realm, could survive until now. However, he still wanted to explore this high-grade inheritance. He was courting death. No one present dared to underestimate Yang Qi's strength, but bringing along a burden was a waste of time. This brat probably has a lot of draconic luck. Yang Qi has already given it to him. If necessary, he can send it out of the secret realm. Everyone came to a realization. In their eyes, Yi Xian was equivalent to a transporter. We have 2 people from each of the 4 forces. Since that's the case, tell us about this high-grade inheritance. A black-clad old man under the first prince looked at the middle-aged man in blue. The middle-aged man in blue was the first to arrive. He had also absorbed the draconic luck pillar at the entrance of the canyon. At the same time, he had also gone in to explore. Now that everyone was present, the middle-aged man in blue didn't hide anything and explained, "When I went in to explore just now, I was surrounded by many armored cavalrymen. These armored cavalrymen would regroup after being defeated, so I suspect that this is the inheritance of the Wolf Fong general from 1,000 years ago." When a middle-aged man in blue finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. The Wolf Fong general? It can't be, right? Xia Yun Yi said subconsciously. After all, he had seen the Wolf Fong general's dragon-patterned golden armor with his own eyes. After all, his grandson had died at the hands of the man wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. Chapter 778. It's just a suspicion. If you don't believe me, you can follow me in and take a look, the middle-aged man in blue said. Let's call him the Wolf Fong general then. How strong is the Wolf Fong cavalry? The old man in black asked. A single Wolf Fong cavalry is comparable to an 8th-level physique sealing realm martial artist, the middle-aged man in blue answered. The next moment, everyone was shocked. It said that the Wolf Fong general has 3,000 Wolf Fong cavalry. If a single Wolf Fong cavalry is that strong, we'll definitely die if we go in. That's right. Even if we're strong, we won't be able to survive against 3,000 8th-level physique sealing realm martial artists unless we're supremes. There's no way to get the inheritance. Can we just go over the cliff? Everyone looked solemn. At this moment, the middle-aged man in blue said, "No, there's a formation at the top of the canyon. Even I can't break it, but it's not as difficult as you think. I estimate that there are only 300 Wolf Fong cavalry here. If there's only 300 Wolf Fong cavalry, it's possible. But is there a saber general under the Wolf Fong general in this canyon?" A young man asked. "Yes, but there are only 5 of them. I estimate that they're 9th-level physique sealing realm martial artists. Also, I saw the Wolf Fong general's dragon-patterned golden armor in the depths." The middle-aged man in blue nodded. Dragon-patterned golden armor? Everyone was shocked. This item was enough to make them risk their lives. After all, they all had hopes of breaking through to the physique sealing realm in their lifetime. If they had the dragon-patterned golden armor, their chances of breaking through to the Supremes would be higher. Xia Yuni was the same, but he was shocked that there was a second dragon-patterned golden armor in this world. Could it be that the dragon-patterned golden armor I saw earlier was a copy, and only its defensive power was stronger? Xia Yuni thought to himself. At the same time, Yi Xian was also guessing. There's a blueprint for the dragon-patterned golden armor in the treasure pavilion. As long as I have the materials, I can make a dragon-patterned golden armor. It seems that the dragon-patterned golden armor in the upper inheritance is the real one. Yi Xian thought. He was determined to get the dragon-patterned golden armor, because as long as he could get it, he would be able to wear it legitimately. Since that's the case, there's no need to say anything more. Let's each choose a breakthrough point, said the black-clothed old man. The blue-robed middle-aged man was unable to break through 300 Wolf Fong cavalrymen, who were equivalent to 80% of the body-sealing realm. However, there were 4 factions, and if they all broke through at the same time, each faction would have less than 100 Wolf Fong cavalrymen. That's right. After breaking through, the inheritance of the Wolf Fong general will depend on one's ability. Xia Yuni nodded. To be honest, he was also very interested in the dragon-patterned golden armor. However, it all depended on who reached the end and obtained the inheritance. As long as someone obtained the inheritance, they could crush the prince's token and fly out of the secret realm. As for the others, they had gained nothing. The people from the four powers each chose a breakthrough point. Yi Xian and Yang Qi were on the far right. Coincidentally, Xia Yuni was on his left, right next to him. The 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 5 deputy generals should be controlled by the experts of the royal family. It seems that the last dragon-patterned golden armor will also move. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound came from the left. Someone had attacked the Wolf Fang cavalrymen in front of them. Let's go! Yang Qi, who was next to Yi Xian, shouted and rushed over. The Wolf Fang cavalrymen were equivalent to 80% of the body-sealing realm, and there were 300 of them. If Yi Xian was alone, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through, unless he wore the dragon-patterned golden armor. However, if he joined forces with Yang Qi, there would be no problem. Yi Xian held the spiritual rhino sword and followed closely behind Yang Qi. Yang Qi was a 90% of the body-sealing realm expert, and he was very strong. He also had the prince's token in his hand, and occasionally used the dragon luck to support him. Every time he swung his sword, he could send 2 or 3 Wolf Fang cavalrymen flying. Although Yi Xian was slightly weaker, it was not a problem for him to send 1 Wolf Fang cavalryman flying. At that moment, he used the Eye of Revelation to copy the martial arts of Yang Qi and the others into the devouring system. Captain Yang, go to the right. There are fewer of them there. Yi Xian suddenly reminded him. He had discovered this with the Eye of Revelation. Just now, someone had broken through first, but it was not much of an advantage. If they had broken through first, more Wolf Fang cavalrymen would have rushed over. In this way, Yi Xian and Yang Qi had benefited. Okay, Yang Qi trusted Yi Xian for the time being and rushed to the right. Countless Wolf Fang cavalrymen followed, but they were all sent flying by the 2 of them. The Wolf Fang cavalrymen's defense was very strong. Even if they were forcefully separated, under the control of the imperial family experts, they would quickly regroup and continue to fight. If one were to compare the progress of the 4 forces, the 7th prince and Xia Yuni were the fastest, because they did not hesitate to use the draconic fortune of the universe. Yang Qi and Yi Xian were second, followed by the 1st prince's black-robed old man and young man, and finally the 4th prince's pair of middle-aged twins. Because there was a large number of Wolf Fang cavalrymen in between, no one knew the progress of the others. However, Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation to discover this. The 7th prince's 2 subordinates are recklessly using the draconic fortune. They are about to break through. Yi Xian reminded. What? Yang Qi was shocked. In the next moment, his aura also surged. This time, he was going all out. If Xia Yuni and Xia Yuni were to break through, then the blue-robed middle-aged man with 90% body seal would use a large amount of draconic fortune to resist the 5 deputy generals, and Xia Yuni would be able to obtain the inheritance. Just as Yang Qi began to use a large amount of draconic fortune, Xia Yuni and the blue-robed middle-aged man had already broken through the encirclement. In front of them were 5 deputy generals with 90% body seal. Behind the 5 deputy generals was the coveted dragon-patterned golden armor. At the same time, on a table beside the dragon-patterned golden armor was an interspatial ring. Come! The middle-aged man in blue roared. His aura instantly doubled. He wanted to fight against the deputy Long Dao general, who had his body sealed by the wills of 5 great emperors. At the same time, Xia Yuni also used a large amount of draconic fortune and followed closely behind the blue-robed middle-aged man. When the blue-robed middle-aged man stepped into the range of the deputy generals, the 5 deputy generals also charged over. As for Xia Yuni, no one stopped him. At the same time, Yang Qi had already charged out, and Yi Xian was right behind him. Don't even think about getting past me. Yang Qi used a large amount of draconic fortune to intercept Xia Yuni before he could. Scram! Xia Yuni didn't care so much and turned around to attack. Although he was 1 level lower than Yang Qi, he had come out first, so Yang Qi couldn't intercept him. Chapter 779. The dragon-patterned golden armor is also being controlled. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He had discovered a strange energy within the dragon-patterned golden armor with his insightful eye. Hence, he decided to help deal with Xia Yuni first. Damn it, Xia Yuni cursed. He struggled to block the attack while charging toward the dragon-patterned golden armor. At the same time, the other two forces broke through the encirclement of the Wolf Fang cavalry. Stop! The black-clothed old man under the first prince shouted. Xia Yuni had already reached the dragon-patterned golden armor. Just as he was about to take the interspatial ring, the statue-like dragon-patterned golden armor suddenly moved. Punk! The dragon-patterned golden armor punched Xia Yuni's shoulder and sent him flying. The punch was so powerful that it penetrated Xia Yuni's bones. If it had hit his chest, Xia Yuni would have died instantly. Fortunately, the dragon-patterned golden armor was controlled by a royal family expert, so it would not kill him. What? Xia Yuni himself was dumbfounded. Just as he was about to obtain the item, he discovered such a thing. It was really too tragic. He was not the only one who was shocked. So were the others. None of the people present were able to block that punch just now. Body seal 100%. The dragon-patterned golden armor was comparable to a body seal 100% expert. Damn it, what a loss. The middle-aged man in blue cursed the person who set up this checkpoint thousands of times. He had used up his draconic luck to block the 5 saber deputies, but he did not expect to be a guinea pig. Ha, you're finished. The black-robed old man laughed and suddenly rushed towards the blue-robed middle-aged man. The young man who was with him did the same. The middle-aged man in blue was already under a lot of pressure when facing the 5 saber deputies who had reached 90% body seal. With the addition of these two people, he had no way to block them. Crack! The middle-aged man in blue smashed his prince token and turned into a stream of light to leave the mystery realm. Finished. The elder in black's expression darkened. Since the middle-aged man had left, the two of them were the closest to the saber deputies. Sure enough, the moment the blue-clothed middle-aged man disappeared, the deputy generals with long sabers instantly turned to look at him. Then, they attacked together. The black-robed old man was reluctant to part with this superior inheritance, so he immediately turned around and shouted, "Let's get rid of them together, then we'll discuss the distribution method." When the twins heard this, they looked over at Yang Qi. "All right," Yang Qi replied when he saw that the dragon-patterned golden armor was only protecting the platform and not attacking anyone else. But before that, he had to deal with Xia Yuni first. Xia Yuni was sent flying by the dragon-patterned golden armor. Just as he stabilized himself, a figure appeared beside him. "Old man, collect some interest first." While Xia Yuni was defenseless, Yi Xian slashed out with his sword and cut off his arm. This! Yi Xian raised an arm and quickly took off the Cosmos ring. Although Xia Yuni didn't manage to break through to the 90% physique seal stage, he still managed to find quite a few inheritances. There were quite a few things in this ring that allowed Yi Xian's strength to soar. "Old man, have a taste of this move." At this time, Yi Xian suddenly struck out with his palm. This was the Great Compassion Palm that Xia Yuni had just used, and it was also the move that had injured Yi Xian severely. What? Xia Yuni was shocked. This move was his ultimate move, so how could Yi Xian know it too? Boom! Xia Yuni's body flew out again. This time, he flew directly into the range of the Wolf Fang cavalry. The Wolf Fang cavalry's range of movement was leisurely. This was the range of the 5 saber lieutenants, so they couldn't enter. But now they could attack. Kacha! Before Xia Yuni could land, one of the Wolf Fang cavalry stabbed out with his saber, piercing the prince's medallion on his chest. He immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace. All right, let's quickly deal with these 5 saber lieutenants. The black-robed old man shouted. All right, the elder brother of the middle-aged twins also agreed. 1 saber lieutenant each wouldn't be a problem. At this moment, the 5 of them all used their draconic luck to quickly deal with the 5 saber lieutenants. Normally, the twins wouldn't be able to deal with them, but they had obtained a lot of draconic luck, so it was enough to kill the 5 saber lieutenants. I can't reveal too much of my strength. Later, when we fight for the inheritance ring, I'll use my full strength. Yi Xian thought as he attacked the saber lieutenants. In terms of draconic luck, he had the highest draconic luck among the 6 of them. But don't forget, the others were all using draconic luck. So who would care about him? Who had 70% physique seal? Yang Qi, who was the strongest among them, was the first to defeat a saber lieutenant, but he had no intention of helping. Kid, I'll use all my strength to block the dragon-patterned golden armor. You quickly get the interspatial ring. Yang Qi whispered to Yixian. Yixian was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded. Xia Yuni, who had gone to get the interspatial ring, was only at 85% physique seal. Yang Qi was much stronger than him, and with the support of his draconic luck, it shouldn't be a problem for him to block a punch. In an instant, Yang Qi rushed toward the dragon-patterned golden armor with Yixian. You didn't keep your promise. The black-robed elder immediately panicked when he saw this. They had agreed to deal with the 5 dragon-patterned golden armor first, but Yang Qi and Xia Yuni suddenly changed their mind. It could only be said that they were too naive. In the face of such an inheritance, they could throw away their integrity. Bam! Yang Qi had already stepped into the range of the dragon-patterned golden armor. In an instant, the dragon-patterned golden armor rushed toward him and threw a punch at him. Boom! Yang Qi directly used all his draconic luck to block the punch. The dragon-patterned golden armor's strength was comparable to a human at 100% physique seal, but Yang Qi was only 2 levels lower. With the support of his draconic luck, blocking the punch was not a problem. By the time Yang Qi blocked the punch, Yixian had already passed by them and was going straight for the interspatial ring. There was an array on the platform where the interspatial ring was placed. Yixian's profound meaning was useless against it, so he could only grab it with his hands. Damn it! The others cursed in their hearts when they saw Yixian grab the interspatial ring. Yixian didn't expect to get the inheritance of the interspatial ring so easily. He originally wanted to go all out, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. The moment he got the interspatial ring, he quickly checked it and found that there weren't many things inside. He had the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He also had the forging methods for the Wolf Fang cavalry, the deputy saber general, and the dragon-patterned golden armor. This interspatial ring was completely useless to him. Chapter 780. While Yang Qi was putting away the dragon-patterned golden armor, he was also dealing with the 2 saber lieutenants. Yang Qi had no choice but to shout, "Let's go. Let's get out of the secret realm." With that, he smashed his prince medallion. Yixian hesitated for a moment before smashing his as well. The 2 of them turned into streams of light and flew out of the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, they appeared at the place where they had entered the secret realm. There were already many people gathered there. Great, this is great. The 6th prince applauded as he quickly walked out of the hall. The cooperation between Yixian and Yang Qi just now was simply perfect. After that, they even obtained the inheritance of the Wolf Fang general and the dragon-marked golden armor. Your Highness! Yang Qi immediately bowed after he left. You're welcome, the 6th prince said with a smile. Although Yang Qi and Yixian had used a lot of dragon luck to obtain the inheritance, the 7th prince, 4th prince, and eldest prince had also used a lot of dragon luck. Among them, the 7th prince's loss was the greatest. At this time, he was already gnashing his teeth in anger in a corner. Your Highness, this is the dragon-patterned golden armor. Yang Qi hurriedly took out the dragon-patterned golden armor. In the next moment, the crowd was in an uproar. The dragon-patterned golden armor's defensive power was amazing. It could even withstand 20% of the power of the lightning tribulation. It was a huge temptation to them. Some of the ministers had already reached 100% of the physique ceiling realm. However, they could only suppress their cultivation and did not dare to break through. If they failed, they would be destroyed by the lightning tribulation. Yixian was a little helpless. He also took out the interspatial ring and handed it over. Your Highness, this is the inheritance of the Wolf Fang general. Unexpectedly, the 6th prince ignored the dragon-patterned golden armor and took Yixian's interspatial ring. The blueprints for the Wolf Fang cavalry, the saber lieutenants, and the dragon-patterned golden armor. Good, with them, I can build a powerful army. The sixth prince was overjoyed. He knew that the most valuable thing in the secret realm was the inheritance of the Wolf Fang general. Sigh, what a pity. Not only did I not get anything, but I also wasted the last day. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He did know the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, but the 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 5 long blade deputy generals were all under the control of the imperial family. He couldn't take control of them. Furthermore, Deputy General Saber had been on the verge of being defeated, and if he had stayed behind, he would have been surrounded. Therefore, he had no choice but to follow Yang Qi. However, right at that moment, Yi Xian, you've done a great service this time. This dragon-patterned golden armor is yours, the sixth prince suddenly said. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian could not believe his ears. He thought that the sixth prince would definitely accept the dragon-patterned golden armor. Who would have thought that the sixth prince would directly give it to him? Your Highness, this is... Yi Xian asked in astonishment. In the next moment, he understood why the sixth prince did not want it. It was because the sixth prince already had the dragon-patterned golden armor. When they saw the sixth prince wrapped in the dragon-patterned golden armor, everyone was shocked. He has it. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The sixth prince was the son of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor. Moreover, he had a good character and was favored by the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor. It was normal for him to receive the dragon-patterned golden armor. At that moment, in a corner. What? He has the dragon-patterned golden armor? The seventh prince's eyes widened. He had only just found out that the sixth prince had the dragon-patterned golden armor. If the sixth prince did not show it to him, he would still be in the dark. Damn that old man. How can he be so biased? The seventh prince cursed in his heart. Not only that, but the fourth prince and the others also did the same. Instantly, all eyes were on the sixth prince. There was envy, jealousy, and hatred. Haha, Yi Xian, take it. The sixth prince kept the dragon-patterned golden armor and laughed. As long as he had the materials, he could make the dragon-patterned golden armor himself. When the time came, Yang Qi would have it too. Most importantly, the sixth prince saw that Yi Xian was not ordinary and wanted to use the dragon-patterned golden armor to keep Yi Xian. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Xian quickly put the dragon-patterned golden armor away. Now, he could finally wear the dragon-patterned golden armor. As for the extra set of dragon-patterned golden armor, he could leave it to others. You two go back and rest, the sixth prince said. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Xian and Yang Qi cupped their fists respectfully and left the imperial city under the lead of a eunuch. When Yi Xian returned to the sixth prince's residence, he went to find the poison matriarch and pass the Poison King legacy to her. There were 2 more stages, and they had to work together. There was still 1 day before the Battle of Draconic Luck. Yi Xian returned to his residence. When he entered the secret realm, he was only at 60% body sealing. When he left, he was at 70% body sealing. He felt that no one could stop him in the Crown Prince's trial. After the Battle of Draconic Luck, there will be a few days of rest. At that time, the sixth prince might give me some rewards. That way, I will be able to break through to 75% body sealing. Yi Xian pondered in his room. In fact, he had another option, which was to devour the dragon-patterned golden armor. However, while the dragon-patterned golden armor was precious to others, it was just a material for the devouring system. If he devoured it directly, it would not give him much experience, and it would be difficult for him to break through once. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to keep the dragon-patterned golden armor for now. If necessary, he would devour it directly in the next stage. After all, he had the blueprint for the dragon-patterned golden armor. As long as he had the materials, he could make it himself. His priority was to improve his strength and help the sixth prince win the Crown Prince's trial. Soon, a day had passed. The Battle of Draconic Luck was finally over. When the sixth prince returned to his residence, he immediately summoned Yi Xian and the others. For this Battle of Draconic Luck, we are temporarily ranked 3rd. The 7th prince is ranked 1st, the eldest prince is ranked 2nd, and the 4th prince is ranked 4th. The 6th prince reported the rankings and said, "Not bad. We did not lose any members. In fact, we improved a lot." After he finished speaking, he turned his attention to Yi Xian. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, Yi Xian was probably the strongest among them. After all, he had obtained the most draconic luck, more than Yang Qi at his peak. The others might not know and only looked at him with envious gazes, but the Sixth Prince had witnessed Yi Xian defeat the Poison King's inheritor under the Sixth Prince's command. That was an expert with 85% of his body sealed. In this battle of draconic luck, Gu Jian, Chief Steward Zhua, and Yang Qi had all successfully broken through to 90% body sealing. Although the Venomous, which was slightly weaker, she had also obtained the Poison King's inheritor. Moreover, the Sixth Prince had promised to help her break through to 85% body sealing. As for the other four, only Qiao Bao had broken through to 85% body sealing. The other three did not gain much. Chapter 781. These are the information of the other three princes' subordinates. Take a look. The Sixth Prince threw 10 sets of information to Yi Xian's team and continued. Among the teams in this battle of dragon luck, our team is probably ranked third. I'm afraid that the First Prince and the Seventh Prince's teams have 90% physique sealing completion. After this battle of dragon luck, some of them have reached 95% physique sealing completion, and some of them are suspected to have reached 100% physique sealing completion. After hearing this, Yi Xian's team was shocked. Suspected to have reached 100% physique sealing completion? Who is it? Chief Steward Zhua asked. A woman in a black robe. I've never heard of her before. I don't know where he got her from. She was also the one who got the high-grade inheritance from the Heavenly Fist sect. The Sixth Prince shook his head and said, not only that, but the First Prince also got a high-grade inheritance. Hearing this, everyone felt a huge pressure. If the Seventh Prince and the First Prince both had such powerful experts, they would be in trouble. Then, who are our opponents in the second round of the Crown Prince trial? Chief Steward Zhua asked again. Our first round is against the Ninth Prince, the Sixth Prince replied. The second round of the Crown Prince trial was a 2-on-1 battle. In the first round, there were 17 teams in total. After the Battle of Dragon Luck, the last 5 teams were eliminated, so there were only 12 teams left. Then, these 12 teams would fight in pairs, and the winner would take the opponent's Dragon Luck. Phew! After hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Ninth Prince's team wasn't strong, so it wouldn't be a problem to deal with them. You've all worked hard in the Battle of Dragon Luck, so I won't mistreat you. These 10 interspatial rings are distributed according to your Dragon Luck. After the Sixth Prince finished speaking, he threw out the interspatial rings one by one. However, to everyone's surprise, the first one to take the interspatial ring wasn't Yang Qi's team, but Yi Xian's. Then it was Gu Jian's and Yang Qi's. The poison which killed someone by mistake, so her dragon luck was reset to 0. However, the Sixth Prince also gave her a lot of things. The moment Yi Xian received the interspatial ring, he trembled. Not only were there a lot of treasures, but there was also something he desperately wanted. The illusory spirit fruit. The illusory spirit fruit can activate my Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian widened his eyes. The Eye of Illusion was equivalent to an illusion array that could be activated in an instant. It could cause the opponent to fall into an illusion array. Ding! Host has activated the Eye of Illusion. The system notification sounded. Currently, Yi Xian had already activated 2 heavenly eyes, the Eye of Insight and the Eye of Illusion. Although his cultivation level had not increased, his strength had increased. Moreover, as long as he wanted to, he could break through at any time. All right, the second round of the Crown Prince trial will be held in 3 days. Go and rest. After the Sixth Prince finished speaking, he left. Yi Xian did not waste any more words and left immediately. However, this time, he did not return to his own room. Instead, he went to the kitchen of the Sixth Emperor's mansion to borrow a wild bird. Then, he used the Eye of Illusion on the pheasant. Coo, coo, coo. Everything in front of the pheasant's eyes changed. It directly crashed into the wall and kept flapping its wings, as if it had seen something terrifying. The Eye of Illusion is really good. Those who are not strong enough will be easily confused. When the time comes, it will be easy for me to kill the enemy. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He was very much looking forward to the battle in 3 days. Ding! Host has broken through. The current great emperors will seal 75% of the body. 3 days pass by quickly. After 3 days, the sixth prince led Yi Xian and his team back into the imperial palace. This time, the venue of the battle was still in the secret realm. When Yi Xian entered the secret realm, he saw a huge arena. Beside the arena, there were already many officials of the Sunflame dynasty in the audience. Before Yi Xian arrived, many of the other princes had also arrived. The sixth prince led Yi Xian to the audience and waited quietly. Not long after, 10 figures appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. They were the seventh prince's team. The seventh prince's team was only left with 9 people because one of them was accidentally killed by the poison witch. However, there were few people who were all wearing black robes, looking very mysterious. They must be from the Nether Spirit sect, Yi Xian guessed inwardly. If Yi Xian had the eye of perception, he would be able to clearly sense the other party's cultivation level. Unfortunately, the eye of perception had not been activated yet. Not long after, the first prince's team arrived. There were a few powerful auras in their team, but because they were mixed together, it was impossible to determine who they were. Yi Xian waited for a while more. In the end, all 17 princes arrived. However, many of them were killed. Only a little more than 150 of the original 170 princes were left. At the same time, only 12 princes advanced to the second round. At this time, Eunuch Wu suddenly flew into the arena. Now, let's welcome the 12 princes to the arena. Eunuch Wu's voice rang out. Then, the sixth prince flew over. In the second round of the Crown Prince trial, each prince would choose 5 people to fight. The order of battle was up to each prince. The winner would receive half of the loser's dragon luck. There was a ranking stone tablet beside the arena. The ranking on the tablet would be updated in real time. Because the sixth prince did not know the order of battle, he had the 10 princes of Yi Xian draw lots before he arrived. Yi Xian drew the number 6, so it was the 6th round. Eunuch Wu called the 12 princes over to distribute the number plates. Not long after, the 6th prince returned and secretly distributed the number plates to the 10 princes of Yi Xian. All right, next up is the first round. The 6th prince versus the 9th prince. Both sides will have 1 number plate. Eunuch Wu shouted. Once Eunuch Wu called out the number plate, the order of battle could not be changed. The 6th prince's number plate was the Poison Matriarch. Because she had accidentally killed a person, she did not have any dragon luck. Her opponent was a martial artist at 70% of the Physique Seal realm. A martial artist at 85% of the Physique Seal realm versus a martial artist at 70% of the Physique Seal realm. There was a difference of 3 levels, so there was no suspense in this round. The Poison Matriarch did not have any dragon luck, but her opponent did. Therefore, the Poison Matriarch had won this round. If she won, she would receive half of her opponent's dragon luck. If she lost, she would not lose anything. However, it was impossible for her opponent to win. The Poison Matriarch threw the prince tokens to Eunuch Wu after she went into the arena. Intentional murderer, your dragon luck will be reset to 0. Begin. Eunuch Wu received the 2 prince tokens and announced loudly. There was no suspense in this round. The Poison Matriarch slapped her opponent out of the arena. Unfortunately, her opponent did not have much dragon luck, but it was better than nothing. Chapter 782. If Yang Qi encountered someone with a lot of dragon luck, then he would have profited. If he encountered someone with little dragon luck, then it would be a waste of talent. Thus, the 6th and 9th princes were observing the expressions of their opponents. The 9th prince had never intended to compete for the position of crown prince. All he wanted was dragon luck. They cultivated a special technique from a young age that allowed them to store dragon luck in their bodies and use it when necessary. Most importantly, dragon luck could be used to withstand the Paragon Tribulation. In the second battle, the 6th prince sent out an expert with 75% body seal. His opponent was only at 70% body seal. Furthermore, he suppressed his opponent in terms of cultivation level and won again. The 9th prince was ranked below the top 10 of the 17 princes. It was already very difficult for him to gather 10 people with 70% body seal. Now that he had lost 2 battles in a row, his morale plummeted. In the third battle, the sixth prince won. In the fourth battle, the sixth prince won. In the fifth battle, the sixth prince won. The experts on the ninth prince's side had half of their dragon luck taken away. It was very tragic. In the sixth battle, it was Yi Xian. When Yi Xian joined, he was only at 60% body seal. Now he was at 75% body seal. It was not bad. His opponent was only at 70% body seal. Oh, it's this kid. The sixth prince gave him the dragon-patterned golden armor. I remember. I thought the Sixth Highness would give the dragon-patterned golden armor to Yang Qi. Don't underestimate this kid's strength. He defeated an expert with 85% body seal at the Poison King's legacy. He seems to be immune to poisons. He's a good seedling. Who knows? He might become a paragon in the future. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he might be able to. The ministers discussed in low voices. At this time, Yi Xian was the center of attention. He slowly landed on the arena and looked at his opponent. It was rare for Yi Xian to have a higher cultivation level than his opponent. I admit defeat. The martial artist with 70% body seal said directly. He couldn't beat Yi Xian anyway, so he might as well admit defeat early. Hearing this, Eunuch Wu immediately channeled half of his dragon power into Yi Xian's prince medallion. In the sixth battle, the ninth prince won. The ninth prince's heart turned cold because in the next 4 battles, his people were all defeated. If the dragon luck of all his subordinates was reduced by half, then the total dragon luck of his prince seal would be reduced by half as well. A 10-win streak was a very good start, and it also boosted the morale of Yi Xian's 10 players. Next, it was the third prince against the 11th prince. Both sides won 5 battles, but the third prince still earned some dragon fate. Then, it was the fourth prince against the 8th prince. The fourth prince's team had lost 1 person in the Battle of Draconic Luck, so they only had 9 people left. However, the 8th prince wasn't a match for him at all, and he was defeated 9 times in a row. Now, there were already 6 princes fighting, so there were only 6 left. Under normal circumstances, the older prince would have an advantage, so the first prince defeated the 5th prince with a score of 9 wins and 1 loss. The second prince and the 7th prince had both won 10 matches in a row. Just like that, the first round was over. It was the crown prince, the second prince, the third prince, the 4th prince, the 6th prince, and the 7th prince. Only the 5th prince was unlucky enough to meet the first prince. The rankings were updated. After 1 round, the first prince actually overtook the 7th prince and is now ranked 2nd. The 6th prince and the 4th prince are ranked 3rd and 4th respectively. The officials were also not satisfied. Although some of the battles were forfeited, some of the people with similar strength still fought very well. Now, it was time to decide the order of the second round. Eunuch Wu would pick the order of the battles. In the second round, the first prince will fight the 4th prince, the second prince will fight the 6th prince, and the third prince will fight the 7th prince. Eunuch Wu announced the order of the battles. After hearing the order of the battles, many people's expressions changed, and the 4th prince looked the worst. The 4th prince's team was the weakest of the 4 princes. The first prince's team was very strong, and there was a person who was suspected to be a 100% physique sealing expert. Although he could admit defeat, he would still have to give half of his dragon luck to the other side. In the first battle of the second round, the first prince would fight the 4th prince. The 4th prince was obviously at a disadvantage, so it depended on the order of the battle. Forfeit, 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 forfeit. The 4th prince looked at the first prince, who had a calm expression on his face. Every time the first prince yelled out, "Admit defeat," his heart would tremble violently. He was originally a strong contender for the position of crown prince, but now it seemed that there was no suspense. He only wanted to obtain some dragon fate to resist the supreme tribulation. After this round, the first prince overtook the 7th prince and took first place. Next, it was the second prince's turn to face the 6th prince. Second brother has 2 people with 85% physique sealing realm. The 6th prince hoped that his team would encounter the 2 people with 85% physique sealing realm so that he could plunder a large amount of their dragon fate. The first battle he sent was Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already jumped onto the arena. His opponent was one of the two people with 85% physique ceiling realm. The second prince wanted to get a good start and raise morale so that he would not lose too badly. Damn it, I can't believe I met him. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's face was gloomy because he had heard that Yi Xian had obtained a set of dragon-patterned golden armor. Since he practiced swordsmanship, it would be extremely difficult for him to break the defense of the dragon-patterned golden armor without using his dragon fate. The prince token had been given to Eunuch Wu. If he wanted to win, he had to knock Yi Xian out of the arena. If he lost, he would have to give Yi Xian half of his dragon fate. Not going to forfeit, Yi Xian thought to himself when he saw his opponent's expression. "Let's begin," Eunuch Wu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed, middle-aged man attacked Yi Xian first. At the same time, Yi Xian gripped his spiritual rhino sword tightly. 4 directions, annihilation. A slash pierced through the air and collided with his opponent's attack. Boom! A shockwave swept across the arena. Smoke and dust filled the arena and instantly enveloped both of them. However, Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, could accurately locate his opponent's position. 4 directions, annihilation. Eye of Illusion. This time, Yi Xian directly used a trump card. When the gray-robed middle-aged man found out that his opponent was Yi Xian, he was actually very nervous. His willpower was not strong enough, so Yi Xian immediately found a flaw in his state of mind. The next moment, he saw a huge figure rising from the smoke and dust. What? The gray-robed middle-aged man was shocked. Yi Xian was clearly a human. How could he turn into a giant dragon? He could not help but raise his head and look at the huge head that popped out of the smoke and dust. His heart trembled violently. Chapter 783. However, just as the gray-robed middle-aged man was in shock, a slash tore through the air and directly struck his chest. Crack! Amidst a clear sound, the gray-clothed middle-aged man was blasted flying, and he fell outside the arena. There was an anti-flight array on the arena. Due to his absent-mindedness, the middle-aged man was sent flying by Yi Xian's joint attack and ultimately defeated. Seeing this, Eunuch Wu raised his eyebrows. He felt that something was wrong with the middle-aged man, but he did not ask. Instead, he announced, "The 6th prince wins." He directly channeled half of the middle-aged man's qi to Yi Xian, then threw the prince token back to Yi Xian. What's going on? Why didn't he block or dodge? This is strange. Even if his eyes are blocked by the smoke, he should be able to block it with his perception. That brat is strange. I don't know what method he used to make his opponent absent-minded for a moment. The ministers began to discuss among themselves. It was not only them. No one present could understand what was going on. Puffed. The middle-aged man in gray who was sent flying out of the arena had already returned to normal. He looked at Yi Xian in the arena and asked in shock, "An illusion array. When did you set up that illusion array?" "It's a secret." Yi Xian smiled and walked down the arena. The Eye of Illusion was his trump card. However, it was a trump card that he could show to others. After all, as long as he matched it with the Eye of Revelation, he could use it silently when he saw his opponent's eyes. The middle-aged man in gray's words shocked the surrounding people. They had the same doubts as the middle-aged man in gray. When did Yi Xian set up the illusion array? Could it be when the smoke was rising? Good. Although the 6th prince did not see it, he did not pay much attention to it and applauded. Now, Yi Xian's strength was enough to intimidate others. He had the strength to kill an 85% physique ceiling expert. This meant that he could fight an 85% physique ceiling expert. The 6th prince thought to himself that he had not misjudged. He was thinking that if Yi Xian was nurtured, he would definitely become an invincible half-step supreme being. His chances of becoming a supreme being in the future were very high. Next round, Eunuch Wu did not waste any time and immediately shouted. Yi Xian was the first match, and Yang Qi was the next. Yang Qi was a 90% body sealing expert, and he also had the ability to challenge people above his level. Therefore, his opponent directly admitted defeat, and Yang Qi took half of his opponent's dragon luck. There weren't many experts under the 2nd prince's command. Soon, this round was over. The 6th prince finished with 8 wins, and 2 losses. He didn't lose a lot of dragon luck in those 2 losses, so he also made a lot of money. The third round was between the third prince and the seventh prince. The seventh prince's current team was comparable to the first prince's, so the third prince was also not a match for the seventh prince. He lost 9 battles in a row. In the end, the seventh prince was still ranked first, the first prince was ranked second, and the third prince was ranked third. Where did the experts in the first prince and the seventh prince's teams come from? The sixth prince could not figure out. The strongest expert he found was only 85% body sealing expert, while the first prince and the seventh prince's teams had experts who were suspected to be at 100% body sealing expert. Even if they each found a high-grade inheritance, the gap was too big. Now, my trump card is Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's realm is too low. Even with the dragon pattern golden armor, I'm afraid he can only fight against a 95% body sealing expert. Moreover, my dragon luck is the lowest. The seventh prince's strength is not superior to mine, and the first prince is even more unfathomable. I'm afraid I'll be squeezed out this time. Although the sixth prince was unwilling to accept it, it was the truth. However, he could still give it a try. The top 3 have been decided. The third round of the Crown Prince trial will be held in 7 days. Eunuch Wu announced loudly. Then, the princes led their own teams and left. Yi Xian was led back to the sixth prince's residence by the sixth prince. Everyone, what do you think of the current situation? The sixth prince asked after they returned to the residence. Yi Xian and the others looked at each other. Then, Chief Steward said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid that in this Crown Prince trial, you are." "It's hopeless," the sixth prince frowned. Yi Xian also felt that it would be difficult for the sixth prince to produce. Previously, he'd understood the third stage of the Crown Prince's trial and discovered that the third stage of the Crown Prince's trial was both a test of strength and strategy. Of course, luck was also important. In the second round of the Crown Prince trial, only the top 3 would advance to the third round. The third round of the Crown Prince trial was actually a sandbox game. In the beginning, it was a tripartite situation. Each side had 2 checkpoints and a main city, and each side's prince had to guard the main city. This was because once the main city was conquered, their side would immediately lose. The top 3 in terms of dragon luck were the seventh prince, the first prince, and the sixth prince. Each side had 2 checkpoints. For example, the sixth prince's 2 checkpoints were adjacent to each other. At the same time, these 2 checkpoints were adjacent to the seventh prince's and the first prince's checkpoints. To put simply, the sixth prince had 2 checkpoints. One of them had to fight the seventh prince's checkpoint, while the other had to fight the first prince's checkpoint. The sixth prince had to give orders to both checkpoints at the same time. As for the 3 princes, they could only leave the main city and join the battle when one of their checkpoints was conquered or when the enemy's checkpoint was conquered. Every main city started with 1,500 soldiers. At the same time, there were some resource points in the sandbox game. As long as one occupied these resource points, they would instantly gain 500 soldiers. The last remaining prince would become the crown prince. As for the dragon luck in the first 2 rounds, there were many ways to use it in the third round. For example, they could directly use dragon luck to exchange for soldiers. When the checkpoints were under attack, they could also use dragon luck to control the arrow towers to kill the enemy. The 6 princes' 10 subordinates all had dragon luck. In the third round, the 6th prince would obtain the total dragon luck of all 10 of them. At the same time, Yi Xian's 10 subordinates' dragon luck would not decrease and could still be used. This was the final round of the Crown Prince trial. Strength was indeed important, but luck and strategy were also very important. Even a 100% physique sealing expert might not necessarily be able to lead a battle. However, the 6th prince's team was already weaker than the 1st prince and the 7th prince. He could only rely on the dragon luck that he had accumulated in his early years. Forget it, I will succeed or die trying. If we are comparing dragon luck, I will definitely be the one with the most. The 6th prince thought to himself. Chapter 784. Go back and rest, the 6th prince said after a moment of thought. Yes, your highness. Yi Xian and the others nodded respectfully. However, the 6th prince called out again, Yi Xian, you stay. Hearing this, Xian's footsteps paused. After Chief Steward Zhua and the others left, the sixth prince asked, Xian, if I give you more cultivation resources, will you be able to break through in 7 days? As long as I have enough, I can definitely break through. Xian's eyes lit up as he said solemnly. He was currently at 75% body seal. If he broke through again, he would be at 80% body seal. At that time, he would not be afraid even if he faced an expert at 100% body seal. All right, this interspatial ring is for you. You must break through. The sixth prince threw an interspatial ring to Xian without saying anything else. This time, he decided to bet on Xian. Of course, he had already ordered the dragon-patterned golden armor to be made for Yangqi as well. Xian caught the interspatial ring and looked inside. His heart trembled. These things were enough for him to break through to 80% body seal. Thank you, Your Highness. Xian hurriedly thanked him. In fact, he wanted to say something to the sixth prince. As long as the sixth prince was willing to give him all his wealth, he would definitely help the sixth prince become the crown prince. You should go and rest too, the sixth prince said. Yes, Your Highness. Xian answered and left. After he left, the sixth prince also paused for a moment before leaving the sixth prince's residence. This time, he would either succeed or die trying, so he wanted to borrow some draconic luck from the other princes. In fact, he had another plan in mind, which was to use the draconic luck to pass the supremacy tribulation. He was already at 100% body seal. With the dragon-patterned golden armor and draconic luck, his chances of passing the tribulation were not low. However, if he failed to pass the tribulation, then he would be struck and his soul would scatter. With his talent, he would definitely be able to break through to the supremacy realm in the future, so he did not dare to take the risk. Of course, if he succeeded and became a supremacy, the position of crown prince would definitely be his. After being rewarded by the sixth prince, Xian hurriedly returned to his room. Ding! The host has broken through. The current seal of the Great Emperor's will is at 80%. The moment he closed the door, Xian's aura suddenly surged. He had broken through. The reward from the sixth prince was enough for a person to reach 90% of the body sealing realm. It was very precious. But to Xian, these things could only go from 75% to 80%. I've broken through. Now, I don't have to be afraid of those experts who seem to have reached 100%. If I were to comprehend sword intent, I would be invincible among half-supremes. Xian sat cross-legged on the bed and immersed his mind into the devouring space. Currently, he was still unable to specifically devour the sword will, so he would refine the sword will on his own, but every time, he would fail. One had to admit that Sword God Bahuang was really lucky to actually be able to comprehend sword intent. He stayed in his room for 7 days, but he still couldn't refine the sword will. He gave up. When the 7 days were up, he hurriedly left the residence and went to the training field. The sixth prince and the others were already there. When the sixth prince saw Xian, his eyes lit up. Good, you didn't disappoint me. Xian smiled and walked over. Today was the last part of the crown prince's trial by fire. The three princes were staking everything on this one throw. They were determined to win the position of crown prince. During the 7 days, Yangqi and Poison, which had both made breakthroughs. Yangqi broke through to 95% of the body sealing realm. At the same time, the sixth prince rewarded him with a set of dragon-patterned golden armor. Poison, which had obtained the legacy of the Poison King, and with the help of the sixth prince, she smoothly broke through to 90% of the body sealing realm. As for the others, they had also improved their strength. Let's go. The sixth prince led the 10 people into the palace. The ministers had already gathered, and the other princes had also arrived. TSK, TSK, TSK. First prince, sixth prince, seventh prince. Who will become crown prince? I think the mysterious first prince will win. I think the seventh prince will win. The ministers were still discussing in private. Xian looked at the hundreds of ministers and imperial experts of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty and couldn't help but feel nervous. As long as he helped the sixth prince become crown prince, He wouldn't have to worry about the resources he needed to break through to the supremacy level. However, the other two princes weren't weak either. It wouldn't be easy to have the last laugh. After the sixth prince arrived, he stood at the side with Yi Xian and the others. He began to size up the first prince and seventh prince's teams. As expected, the auras of the two teams were much stronger than before. It seemed that they had also received a lot of rewards. After a while, Eunuch Wu appeared. Not only that, but there was also a middle-aged man in golden clothes behind him. He wore a golden crown. This man was the current emperor, the sixth prince's father. When he appeared, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look solemn. At the same time, they felt a huge pressure descend. A supremacy expert. The emperor of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty is a supremacy expert. Yi Xian was shocked in his heart. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Even the sixth prince had achieved 100% of the physique ceiling realm. The emperor was a supremacy expert. Yi Xian estimated that if all the experts in the hall besieged the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty Emperor, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. He was an expert with a supremacy golden body. In a battle between supremacy experts, unless one had a powerful supremacy martial technique or comprehended the sword intent, it was very difficult to die. Yi Xian looked at the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty Emperor with flickering eyes. If he had refined the sword intent, his attack would be able to hurt a real supremacy with a supremacy golden body. Unfortunately, he hadn't. Are the three of you ready? The Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty Emperor looked at the three princes. We are ready, the sixth prince and the other two princes said in unison. The rules of the siege phase are the same as the first phase. Intentional killing is not allowed. If the prince token is broken, you will be teleported out of the secret realm. At the same time, the three princes can use the prince token to command their subordinates at any time. Eunuch Wu said. Then, the first prince, sixth prince, and seventh prince's teams followed Eunuch Wu into the secret realm. The location where Yi Xian and the others landed was different from before. This time, they appeared outside a city wall. This is your main city. There is a soaring dragon pillar in the main hall behind this main city. If the soaring dragon pillar is destroyed, Your Highness, you will be eliminated. Similarly, there is a soaring dragon pillar in each of the two checkpoints. If these two soaring dragon pillars are destroyed, the gate of the checkpoint cannot be closed. At the same time, Your Highness can leave the main city. Eunuch Wu said and handed over 11 maps. This is the map of the siege phase. Your Highness, you have 1 day to adapt to the environment. Tomorrow, you will wait for the order to start the battle. Only then can you send your troops and leave the territory to explore the resource points. Chapter 785. After hearing Eunuch Wu's words, the sixth prince took over the siege map. On the map were 9 cities, 3 main cities, 6 checkpoints, and other locations. The checkpoint on the left is for the first prince, and the one on the right is for the seventh prince. The sixth prince glanced at the map. Rumble. At this moment, the gates of the main cities suddenly opened, and an orderly army walked out. When the crowd saw this orderly army, they trembled all over. Wolf Fang Cavalry? The sixth prince exclaimed in surprise. Eunuch Wu nodded and said, That's right. The Wolf Fang Cavalry is involved in this siege. Each side has 1,500 Wolf Fang Cavalry with 80% physique ceiling, 15 deputy generals with 90% physique ceiling, and 3 golden armor generals with 100% physique ceiling. The sixth prince was astonished. He remembered that the Sun Yin Emperor had only used a few giant stone golems to attack the city. Yi Xian also looked on in astonishment. The Sun Flame Emperor dynasty was indeed powerful. These puppets can be controlled by the prince's seal and prince's token. Your Highness, please distribute them as you wish. These are the rules. Good luck, Your Highness. After Eunuch Wu finished speaking, he directly entered the secret realm entrance. In the next moment, the secret realm entrance disappeared without a trace. In the secret realm, one's senses were greatly reduced. At the same time, one couldn't fly or shrink the ground. So this was Yi Xian's home ground. All right, I'll mark some locations here. You guys check them. The sixth prince didn't delay. He marked over 100 locations on the map because he could use the prince's seal to control Yi Xian and the others. When the time came, he would have to command. After Yi Xian and the others marked their locations, the sixth prince said, "Poison Matriarch, lead Chao Bao's group and 500 Wolf Fawn cavalry to the checkpoint on the left. Set up a poison array at the city gate." Yes. Poison Matriarch nodded. She immediately used the prince's token to control a golden-armored general, 5 deputy generals, and 500 Wolf Fawn cavalry to leave. Chao Bao was only at 85% physique ceiling, and the other 3 weren't strong, so they were assigned together. When necessary, they had to use their draconic luck to control the defense tower and counterattack. Fortunately, after the poison which obtained the Poison King's inheritance, her influence was not lower than that of Chief Zhua and the others who had 90% of their bodies sealed. Yang Qi, Yi Xian, the 2 of you will lead the remaining people and a squad to the right checkpoint. Wait for further instructions, the sixth prince ordered. When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately asked, "Your Highness, are you going to side with the seventh prince?" The first prince is mysterious, and his influence is not any weaker than the seventh prince's. I don't think he will take the initiative to attack. He should first look for those resource points, replenish his forces, and then attack a city in one fell swoop. The sixth prince replied, "So, when the time comes, who's going to go explore the resource sites?" Resource points were extremely important for this siege. As long as they occupied a resource point, they would immediately gain 500 Wolf Fawn cavalrymen. If they occupied a few more, they would be able to expand their advantage. There are a total of 10 resource points on the map. If we can obtain all of them, we will instantly gain an additional 5,000 soldiers. The sixth prince understood the importance of resource points, but he couldn't choose anyone to explore them. Hence, he asked, "Resource points can be reclaimed every day after midnight. There will be a huge battle in the middle tomorrow. How do you guys think we should distribute the resources?" The 5 of them exchanged glances. Then, Yi Xian took the initiative to step forward and said, "The perception in the secret realm is greatly reduced, but I have a special method to find these resource points quickly. When the battle starts tomorrow, I will go." "That's right. At the beginning, we usually occupy the resource points first." "I will go too," Yang Qi said. Then, the skinny old man added, "My movement technique is not bad either. Count me in." "All right, tomorrow, the 3 of you will go explore the resource points. Chief Zhua and Gu Jian, you guys will guard the right checkpoint." The sixth prince nodded. Unfortunately, his original body couldn't leave the main city after the battle started. Now that the battle had not started, he couldn't leave his territory. He could only move between the main city and the checkpoints. Thus, Yi Xian and the rest led a squad and left. It was only an hour's journey from the main city to the right checkpoint. Very soon, Yi Xian and the rest arrived at the right checkpoint. The right checkpoint was the same as the six princes' main city. It only had 1 wall and 1 palace. Those are the defensive arrow towers. As long as you use your dragon luck, you can control them to attack the enemy. However, it will consume a large amount of dragon luck, Yang Qi said as he looked at the 2 arrow towers on the left and right sides of the 1,000-meter-long wall. "I wonder how powerful these 2 arrow towers are. They should be able to kill ordinary wolf fawn cavalry." Chief Zhua couldn't help but say. Everyone led the army into the right checkpoint and looked around to get used to the environment. As the battle had not started yet, there was a special formation on the right checkpoint that prevented people from jumping down. At the same time, the gate couldn't be opened. Thus, Yi Xian and the rest couldn't leave the city to investigate. It wasn't easy to attack a city. They had to attack from the city gate. Thus, everyone estimated that the 3rd stage of the trial would take a few days. In any case, it wouldn't end so easily. Yi Xian also got used to the environment and waited patiently. The left checkpoint had Poison Matriarch's poison formation. It wouldn't be easy to break it. After all, Poison King was once an expert with 100% body seal. He was known as the Invincible Half-Supreme. His poison formation was very difficult to break unless one was a Supreme. This was why the sixth prince was so confident. A day's time passed very quickly. Yi Xian stood guard in front of the city gate with Yang Qi by his side. In a while, the battle would begin. When the time came, he would have to take the lead and occupy the resource points first. Captain Yang, the two of you should occupy the 3 resource points nearby first, Yi Xian said. What about you? Yang Qi frowned. I'm going to take a look at the 7th prince's side. Although the perception in the secret realm is greatly reduced, I have a special method. If I can reduce the 7th prince's men, then the threat will be greatly reduced. Yi Xian said, the 7th prince only has 9 men, but they might send experts directly. Can you handle it? Yang Qi asked. Even with 100% body seal, I'm confident. Every resource point we occupy means an additional 500 soldiers. It's a huge advantage, Yi Xian replied. The cities were allocated according to order. There were a total of 10 resource points in this central territory. Each side had 3, but the 7th prince had the first, so he had 4. Yi Xian's target was the 4th resource point. Be careful, Yang Qi reminded him. Chapter 786. Yes, although we want to snatch the resource points after the battle, we have to be careful of the enemy gathering their forces to break through the checkpoint, Yi Xian reminded. Yang Qi said solemnly, don't worry. The 6th prince is worried, so he used his dragon luck to exchange for 2 more platoons. They're on their way. 2 platoons? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. 1 platoon consisted of 500 Wolf Fang cavalry, 5 deputy generals, and 1 golden armored general. The golden armored general had dragon-patterned golden armor, and his strength had reached 100% of the physique seal realm. Each checkpoint was guarded by 2 platoons, so they would not be defeated directly. Now, the 6th prince had 2,500 Wolf Fang cavalry, but he did not know how many Wolf Fang cavalry the crown prince and 7th prince had exchanged their dragon luck for. Yi Xian, Yang Qi, the battle is about to begin. Get ready. At this moment, the 6th prince's voice came from Yi Xian's prince token. Yes, Yi Xian and the other 2 replied. They could use the prince token to obtain the resources from the 6th prince. At the same time, the prince token was very important in this checkpoint, as it could also snatch the dragon luck of others. Once the prince token was broken, the person would be directly sent out of the secret realm. With fewer people, there would be fewer people controlling the arrow towers, which would weaken the enemy's strength. Therefore, the 6th prince ordered that except for Poison Witch, no one was allowed to leave the left side of the city. After all, Chao Bao and the others were not strong, and were not even as strong as the deputy general. They could just obediently control the arrow towers and the Wolf Fang cavalry. The time has come. Let the siege begin. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly opened the city gates. Captain Yang, I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Yi Xian directly dashed in a certain direction. Now it was a race against time. Whoever occupied the resource points first would have the advantage. Yang Qi looked in the direction Yi Xian left and praised Yi Xian in his heart. That was because Yi Xian's speed was not slower than his 95% of the physique seal realm. TSK, TSK, TSK. This kid is indeed extraordinary. The skinny old man laughed. After leaving the right checkpoint, Yi Xian headed straight for the 7th prince's territory. He traveled at full speed, hoping to find a resource point first. If they occupied the resource points first, the main city would immediately receive 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. Therefore, they would take as much as they could. My perception will be greatly reduced in the secret realm, but I have the eye of revelation. I have the greatest advantage. Yi Xian sprinted over. The 3 main cities were actually not far from each other. It would only take a few hours to reach the neighboring checkpoint. However, the map that Eunuch Wu gave him only indicated the approximate location of the resource points, not the specific ones. But for Yi Xian, this was not a difficult task. If Yang Qi takes the 3 closest resource points, and I take 1 more, then we'll have 500 more soldiers. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian summoned his dragon-marked golden armor. This was the first time he had used the dragon-patterned golden armor since he entered the imperial capital. Although he had the Eye of Revelation, it was better to wear it just in case. He ran for more than an hour. Along the way, he constantly used the Eye of Revelation to scan the surroundings. He discovered that there were still quasi-supreme sacred beasts around. This made him secretly wish that it would be great if he had the Eye of Control. He could directly control these quasi-supreme sacred beasts. At this moment, Yi suddenly saw a place. He immediately stopped in his tracks and rushed in that direction. It was a cave. It looked ordinary, but Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation saw the flow of spiritual energy. He looked at the map copied by the devouring system and realized that this was the area where the 7th Prince's additional resource point was. Is my luck that good? Yi Xian was a little suspicious and immediately rushed over. He cautiously entered the cave and saw a dragon luck pillar. It's indeed a resource point. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and hurriedly absorbed the dragon luck on the dragon luck pillar. Then, a platform beside the dragon luck pillar lit up with a blue light. The 7th Prince's light was red, the 1st Prince's light was white, and the blue light represented the 6th Prince. Successfully occupied. 6th Prince, I have occupied a resource point, number 4. Yi Xian immediately used the Prince token to obtain the resource point from the 6th Prince. Good. The 6th Prince immediately replied. However, in the next moment, he realized that the 3 resource points closest to him were marked as number 8, number 9, and number 10. Yi Xian, you went to the 7th Prince's side? The 6th Prince asked in shock. Yes, I occupied it. Yi Xian nodded. Now that he had occupied this resource point, it would not be occupied again today. At this moment, 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen had respawned in the 6th Prince's main city. The resource point would respawn at midnight, and he could continue to occupy it. Then, another 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen would appear. Originally, the 6th Prince's main city only had 500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen, but now another 500 had appeared, making it a total of 1,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. Well done. Be careful when you come back. The 6th Prince reminded him. Understood. Yi Xian nodded. Although that was his answer, he did not want to leave just like that. Since number 4 was near the 4th Prince's side, the 4th Prince would definitely send someone over first. Yi Xian guessed that someone was already searching for resource point number 4. It was not easy to find things in the secret territory. Yi Xian was lucky that he had the Eye of Revelation. Otherwise, he would not have found it so easily. TSK. Let me use the Poison King's myriad poisons, God-killing formation. Yi Xian grinned. Although he had given the Poison King's legacy to the Poison Witch, he had already copied it into the devouring system, so he knew how to use it too. A few seconds later, the cave was filled with danger. If he was not careful, even a 90% body seal expert would die. After leaving the cave, Yi Xian hid around the cave. Instead of going to the next resource point, he might as well wait for the 7th Prince to lose some people first. The 7th Prince already had one less person. If he lost another person, there would only be 8 people left. With so few people, even if they had a large army, they would not be able to control it. Yi Xian squatted on the ground. 10 minutes later, a figure entered his line of sight. He's here. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fang sword, his eyes gleaming. This figure was very fast. He was at least 90% body seal expert. He rushed into the cave. At that moment, Yi Xian directly went into hiding. What? A cry of surprise came from the depths of the cave. It was unknown whether the other party had discovered that the resource point had been occupied or that they had discovered the poison formation. Kill. After hearing this, Yi Xian charged in without hesitation. He was the one who had set up the poison formation. Fighting in it would increase his strength in disguise. Not good. When the people inside heard the commotion, they immediately shouted in a low voice. At this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed in wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. Boom! Chapter 787. Dressed in black, you must be from the ghost cult, right? Yi Xian asked subconsciously. He remembered that the 7th Prince had 3 black-robed subordinates. One was a woman suspected to be at 100% physique ceiling, while the other 2 were at 95% physique ceiling. Hearing Yi Xian's question, The man's body uncontrollably moved. Although he didn't answer directly, his body answered Yi Xian's question. "You're courting death." The black-robed man roared as he charged toward Yi Xian. He recognized the dragon-patterned golden armor, but Yi Xian's prince's medallion was inside the armor. It would be difficult to defeat Yi Xian. Therefore, he had no choice but to force his way through. "Ha! If you want to pass through, you have to pay the toll." Yi Xian laughed as he charged forward. The cave was filled with colorless and odorless poisonous fog. His opponent was already poisoned, but even if he wasn't, Yi Xian still had a way to deal with him. Wolf Fang Charge. Yi Xian stabbed out with his Wolf Fang sword, and a giant wolf head pounced forward. Netherworld Stab. The black-robed man's expression darkened. He extended an arm from under his robes and stabbed at the giant wolf head. Poof! The giant wolf head was pierced, and it instantly dissipated. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Like Yang Qi, this person was only at 95% physique ceiling, but he was much stronger than Yang Qi. However, this was still not enough to deal with Yi Xian. As the giant wolf head dissipated, a sharp circular slash tore through the air and sliced open the black-robed man's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. The black-robed man's expression turned grave. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or this attack would have sliced off his entire arm. However, the worst was yet to come. The black-robed man sensed that something was wrong. He glanced at his shoulder and saw that the blood had already coagulated. Not only that, but the muscles in his shoulder were completely paralyzed. Poison. The black-robed man finally reacted, but it was too late. The slow-acting poison had already been activated the moment he was injured, paralyzing his entire body. It's too late. Wolf Fang Charge. Yi Xian used his draconic fortune to stab forward once more. The giant wolf head bit down on the black-robed man, and in the next instant, he appeared beside the black-robed man, flicking and sweeping his sword. The prince medallion in front of the black-robed man's chest was taken out. At the same time, his left arm, which was wearing an interspatial ring, was cut off. Thank you for your dragon luck. Yi Xian absorbed a large amount of draconic luck from the prince token and crushed it. No! The black-robed man's eyes widened. How could he have imagined that in less than 2 hours after the start of the battle, he would be eliminated by crushing the prince's order? Unfortunately, that was the truth. Wah! The black-robed man transformed into a beam of white light and flew out of the secret realm. The seventh prince had lost one more person, leaving him with only 8 people. Moreover, this black-robed man was at 95% body ceiling. The seventh prince had suffered a great loss this time. Yi Xian hurried over and put away his universe ring. Sure enough, there were a lot of natural treasures inside. However, there was no information about the ghost cult inside. Yi Xian was sure that the black-robed man was from the ghost cult. No matter how strong the ghost cult is, they probably can't produce a supreme being expert. That's why the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor might know about it, but he didn't reveal it. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Then, he activated the prince medallion and said, "Sixth prince, I sent a 95% body sealing expert out of the secret realm." What? Really? The sixth prince exclaimed. "Okay, I'll go to resource point number 3 now," Yi Xian said. "Okay, be careful." The sixth prince was a little agitated. A 95% body sealing expert was actually sent out of the secret realm by Yi Xian. Not only that, Yi Xian even occupied resource point number 4. This was beyond the sixth prince's expectations. After leaving the cave, Yi Xian looked at the map and then rushed to resource point number 3, which was the closest to him. Resource point number 4, which was the furthest away, had sent a 95% body sealing expert. This meant that resource point number 3 was probably not the black-robed woman who was suspected to have completed her physique sealing. Yi Xian rushed for more than 10 minutes. With the help of the Eye of Revelation, he quickly found resource point number 3. Unfortunately, resource point number 3 had already been occupied. The other party had already left. However, this did not matter because Yi Xian was only there to scout. He would memorize the way to resource point number 3 and come back to occupy it after midnight. Following that, he headed towards resource point number 2. As expected, resource point number 2 was already occupied. Then, Yi Xian went to resource point number 1. Resource points number 1, number 2, and number 3 were all occupied. However, this was within Yi Xian's expectations. This time, he was here to scout. He would memorize the location of the resource points so that it would be easier to find them next time. Just as Yi Xian was about to go back, the prince medallion in his arms suddenly lit up. The sixth prince's anxious voice came from it. Yi Xian, this is bad. You've been eliminated. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Didn't he go with Yang Qi to occupy the 3 resource points nearby? How did he suddenly get eliminated? It's the first prince's men. He invaded our territory, but he was eliminated after occupying the resource points, the sixth prince said. Yi Xian frowned. He thought to himself, it's 90% physique ceiling, and his movement technique is amazing. To be able to eliminate him, it's at least 95% physique ceiling, or even 100% physique ceiling. If the first prince sent out 100% physique ceiling right from the start, the tempo would be too fast. Then what should I do now? Yi Xian asked. You go back first and help Poison Witch. I'm afraid the first prince will attack directly, the sixth prince said. All right. At that moment, Yi Xian directly left and charged towards his own territory. 3 hours had already passed, and all 10 resource points were probably occupied. Although it was unknown how many resource points the first prince and the seventh prince had, they ended up with 4. 4 resource points could instantly increase the sixth prince's army by 2,000. At this time, the sixth prince had already divided the 2,000 soldiers into 2 groups to guard the 2 front teeth on the left and right sides. There are now 2,000 Wolf Fang cavalry, 10 deputy generals, and 2 generals in golden armor on each side. Yi Xian couldn't help but admire the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If so many Wolf Fang cavalry were to be deployed on the battlefield, it would be a terrifying battle force. After all, the Wolf Fang cavalry could be reorganized. More than an hour later, Yi Xian returned to the left side of the checkpoint to help Poison Witch. In this situation, it was best to observe the situation first. It was best not to act rashly. The black-robed man that Yi Xian sent out of the secret realm didn't have time to inform the seventh prince. The seventh prince only knew that he had been eliminated, but not by whom. However, Yi Xian guessed that the seventh prince would assume that it was the first prince. After all, there weren't many experts on the sixth prince's side, unless the seventh prince sent someone to the 4th resource point because of the blue light. Yi Xian guarded the left side of the checkpoint and waited for a few hours. Chapter 788. In another 2 hours, the resource points would respawn. By then, whoever obtained a resource point would instantly gain a large number of troops. However, the neutral zone was too dangerous right now. The sixth prince did not know if someone was lurking around his 3 resource points. Sixth prince, this time, Captain Yang and I will go. We both have the dragon pattern golden armor, so it won't be easy for us to be eliminated. Yi Xian replied. All right, then you go to number 8 and Yang Qi go to number 10. Once you've occupied number 9, we'll regroup immediately. The sixth prince replied. This time, he chose to be more conservative. He only wanted to occupy 3 resource points. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly left the left checkpoint, while Yang Qi left the right checkpoint. In fact, Yi Xian hoped that someone was lurking around number 8 resource point. That way, he would be able to find them first and send them out of the secret realm. Soon, he arrived at resource point number 8. Just as he expected, there was a person waiting for him here. There's still half an hour before the resource points respawn. Let me deal with you first. Yi Xian did not say anything and quietly sneaked over. Just now, he was eliminated at number 8 resource point, so this person was very likely to be the one who was eliminated. Yi Xian used the darkness to slowly approach. When he was only a kilometer away, he suddenly attacked. Draconic Fortune, Wolf Tooth Rush. To be safe, Yi Xian blessed his opponent with Draconic Luck. With this attack and a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to catch his opponent off guard. Boom, boom, boom. The giant wolf head smashed through a large number of trees and bit at his opponent. That person was shocked, but before he could react, he was bitten by the giant wolf head. Yi Xian instantly rushed out and slashed with his wolf-tooth sword. Swish! The black-clothed person's arm was directly chopped off. His expression darkened as he forcibly dispersed the wolf-tooth rush with draconic luck. Retreat! The black-clothed person did not care about his severed arm and immediately turned to leave. Yi Xian quickly rushed over, took the black-clothed person's ring of cosmos and devoured it, then quickly chased after him. You want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Yi Xian roared as he madly attacked. Each of his attacks was blessed with draconic luck. Damn it! The black-clothed man cursed angrily because he couldn't even see Yi Xian's shadow. However, he could sense that Yi Xian was only 80% body seal. Even he did not expect that someone with an 80% body seal would be able to defeat someone with a 95% body seal. He's so fast, but it doesn't sound like Yang Qi. Who could it be? The black-garbed man had no idea what was going on. However, he realized that Yi Xian was actually faster than him. Most importantly, Yi Xian's attacks were extremely ferocious, and he had no choice but to use his draconic luck to block them. Boom! 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 Their true qi collided, and countless trees were broken. However, just as Yi Xian was about to catch up to him, he suddenly heard a series of noises. This was the Wolf Fang cavalry. What a guy! He actually brought out quite a few Wolf Fang cavalry. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He didn't know if the other party had brought out a saber deputy or a golden armor general. If there was a golden armor general, then it would be troublesome. So what if there's a golden armor general? I also have the dragon pattern golden armor. Even if I can't beat him, I can still escape. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and continued to chase. Rumble! Hundreds of Wolf Fang cavalry appeared, and at the same time, 2 saber deputies with 90% body seal appeared. The black-clothed man joined forces with these puppets to counterattack Yi Xian. What a joke! In front of absolute strength, these are all decorations. Yi Xian roared in his heart and attacked crazily. Draconic luck! Firmament splitter. The firmament splitter supported by draconic luck was extremely powerful. One strike could split the armor of the Wolf Fang cavalry in half. Even the saber deputies couldn't withstand it and could only be sent flying. This time, the black-clothed man had brought 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 saber deputies. He originally thought that he could take down a resource point, but unexpectedly, he encountered Yi Xian. It's him. At this moment, the black-clothed man finally realized who was chasing him. It was Yi Xian who was rewarded with the dragon-patterned golden armor by the 6th prince. What a joke! With the dragon-patterned golden armor. Even if Yi Xian just stood there and let the Wolf Fang cavalry attack him, they probably wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Go! The black-clothed man didn't care too much. He directly activated the prince's order and controlled the Wolf Fang cavalry and the saber deputies to surround Yi Xian while he himself escaped. You want to leave? Stay here. Yi Xian was like a sharp knife that directly split the Wolf Fang cavalry apart and went straight for the black-clothed man. Damn it! Seeing that so many Wolf Fang cavalry couldn't stop Yi Xian, the black-clothed man's face sank to the bottom. He suddenly smelled a dangerous aura. Xiao! 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 Yi Xian moved extremely quickly. He slashed out more than 10 times in a second and blocked the black-clothed man's escape route. The black-clothed man had no choice but to turn around and allow Yi Xian to close the distance. The black-clothed man's speed was still considered fast. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have caught up to him. He treated his wounds, gripped his sword tightly, and suddenly turned back. He knew that he probably couldn't escape, so he wanted to cooperate with the Wolf Fang cavalry and the saber deputies to chase Yi Xian away. However, he underestimated Yi Xian's dragon luck. You want to fight to the death? Wolf Fang charge. Yi Xian sneered and directly stabbed with his sword. Break for me, the black-clothed man shouted and also slashed with his sword. Boom! The 2 true qis collided and a shockwave swept out. However, Yi Xian was still a level higher. The giant wolf head with a large amount of dragon luck bit into the black-clothed man's body. I have illusion. Firmament fissure. Xiao. A cold light flashed, and the black-clothed man's other arm flew up. Now, he didn't have the ability to break free from the giant wolf head, let alone escape. Looking at the black-clothed man who was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and picked up the prince token. When the prince token fell into Yi Xian's hands, the black-clothed man was already in despair. He knew that he was about to be eliminated. Thank you for your dragon luck. After absorbing the dragon luck in the prince token, Yi Xian directly crushed it. Hua! The black-clothed man turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. At the same time, Yi Xian also recognized him. This person was an expert under the first prince, but he was dressed in black. Because it was night, it was easier to ambush the enemy in black. Although it consumed a lot of dragon luck, the opponent's dragon luck was twice as much. It was a huge gain. Rumble. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly heard the commotion behind him. The Wolf Fang cavalry and the Long Saber deputy general were still charging over. Is it automatically attacking the nearest enemy? Yi Xian didn't care about anything else and directly charged into the enemy. In less than 10 seconds, the 200 over Wolf Fang cavalry and the 2 deputy generals with 90% of their bodies sealed were all destroyed by him. Not only that, he also discovers secret. The Wolf Fang cavalry can't be reorganized? Chapter 789. The Wolf Fang cavalry can't be reorganized? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, it made sense. If they could be reorganized, there would be too many soldiers. However, Yi Xian also knew the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. He tried to control the Wolf Fang cavalry, but he couldn't do so. He couldn't absorb them into the devouring space, so he had no choice but to return. This time, the first prince also lost. Not only did he lose 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 deputy generals, but he also lost a 95% physique sealing expert. Soon, Yi Xian returned to Resource Point 8 and waited patiently. Resource Point 8 was located in a cave in a canyon. The cave flashed with a blue light. When it was midnight, the blue light disappeared. At the same time, the Dragon Luck pillar appeared again. Yi Xian didn't say anything and absorbed the dragon luck. Then, the platform shone with a blue light again. Occupation successful. Yi Xian, did you manage to occupy Resource Point 8? The sixth prince asked. Yes, Yi Xian replied. Also, I eliminated a 95% physique sealing expert under the first prince. There are also 300 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 deputy generals. There was a pause on the other end. Then, the sixth prince said in shock, That's great. Yi Xian, well done. From the start of the battle, Yi Xian had given the sixth prince many surprises. First, he occupied the seventh prince's 4th resource point and eliminated a 95% inscribed physique expert under the 7th prince. Now, he eliminated another 95% inscribed physique expert under the 1st prince. This was unbelievable. Your Highness, I'm going to Resource Point 9 to meet up with Captain Yang. Yi Xian said and immediately left. Okay, be careful, reminded the 6th prince again. Although resource points were important, Yi Xian was much more important than them in the current situation. Not long after, Yi Xian rushed from Resource Point 8 to Resource Point 9. Resource Point 9 was empty, so he quickly went to occupy it. Yang Qi hurried over, and the two of them met up. Yi Xian, Yang Qi said after seeing Yi Xian. I can't believe you single-handedly took care of 295% body sealing experts. Haha, let's hurry back. Yi Xian smiled. The two of them rushed toward their own city. Now, the 6th prince had conquered a total of 7 resource points and obtained 3,500 Wolf Fang cavalrymen. In addition to the initial 1,500 Wolf Fang cavalry and the 1,000 Wolf Fang cavalry that the 6th prince had exchanged for, they now had a total of 6,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. When Yi Xian and Yang Qi returned to the right checkpoint, they immediately called for a meeting. Now that all 10 resource points have been occupied, it was possible that someone would attack the city today. However, the 6th prince was still uncertain, so he decided to wait for a day. Guarding for a day did not mean that they would not go out. The 6th prince directly ordered Gu Jian to lead 1,000 Wolf Fang cavalry, 10 long blade deputy generals, and 1 golden armored general out of the city to hide. As for the left checkpoint, there was even less of a need to worry because there was a poisonous array there. There were also 3,000 soldiers there, so it would not be easy to break through. This checkpoint was very peaceful. Yixian stayed on the city walls and did not notice anything strange. The sixth prince did not send any news, which meant that the left checkpoint was also safe. However, just as dawn was about to break, Yixian suddenly scanned the area with his eye of revelation and found something strange. Someone's there, Yixian immediately said. Yang Qi was shocked. He did not know how Yixian found out. He looked in the direction Yixian was looking, but did not see anything. Captain Yang, I'll go out alone to take a look, Yixian said. Be careful. Although Yang Qi was worried, Yixian also had the dragon-pattern golden armor and was probably stronger than him. Boom! The right checkpoint's gate suddenly cracked open. Yixian walked out and scanned the area with his eye of revelation. There was a person squatting 10,000 meters away from his 11 o'clock. It seemed to be someone from the seventh prince's side. TSK. Is it a spy? Watch me clear you out of the secret realm. Yixian sneered and quickly sneaked over. In the secret realm, one's perception was greatly reduced. Although the other party hid his aura, Yixian could use his eye of revelation to locate him. When Yixian got closer, he realized that it was not him, but her. It's a woman? Yixian was surprised. His eye of revelation could see the internal environment of a person's body, so he could tell that the other party was a woman. Among the three factions, besides the poison matriarch, the seventh prince had a black-robed woman. Moreover, this black-robed woman was the expert suspected to have reached 100% body seal. At this moment, the black-robed woman suddenly moved. You want to go back after spying? Yixian's eyes lit up, and he quickly chased after her. At the same time, he took out the prince's order and informed the sixth prince, asking him to tell Yang Qi to send a golden-armored general over. If the black-robed woman could be sent out of the secret realm, the seventh prince's side would not be a threat. After all, there were only 7 people left. Yixian immediately chased after her. The black-robed woman was very fast, so Yixian had to use his full strength. As a result, the other party discovered him. The black-robed woman was surprised. She guessed that Yixian was the same as her. He wanted to investigate and bumped into her. In that case, I'll deal with you first. The black-robed woman's eyes flashed. She suddenly took out a black long sword and turned it back. Firmament Fissure, Netherworld Spike. The two attacks enhanced by draconic luck collided, causing a huge shockwave. Now, even if Yixian did not inform the sixth prince, Yang Qi would have brought people out. You are indeed from the ghost sect. Again, Yixian shouted and attacked madly. He had a lot of luck, which was enough for him to use. If he could obtain the luck of the black-robed woman, he would have profited greatly. Boom, boom, boom. The two people's true energy collided, causing a huge commotion. Gu Jian, who was guarding outside the city, had received the sixth prince's orders. Now that he heard the commotion, he immediately brought a golden-armored general over. Boy, you're very strong. Now, I will let you have a taste of this move. The black-robed woman snorted coldly. After thrusting out her sword, she threw out a punch. A purple fist shadow flew towards Yixian. Such power. Is this the heaven-shaking fist from the Heavenly Fist sect's high-grade legacy? Yixian's eyes widened. Fortunately, he had already memorized the trajectory of his opponent's true energy with the Eye of Revelation. Ding! Copy of Heaven-Shaking Fist successfully. Learn? Yes. Yixian did not hesitate and directly answered in his mind. Ding. Host has learned Heaven-Shaking Fist. The system notified. Quasi-Supreme Martial Arts with a transition between Void God Martial Arts and Supreme Martial Arts. Therefore, there was no proficiency level to speak of. Yixian directly learned Heaven-Shaking Fist and threw out a punch. Heaven-Shaking Fist. Chapter 790. The two purple fist shadows collided. Although there was a huge gap between their realms, Yixian still had the King of Fighters' bloodline and strength, so he was not much weaker than his opponent. When the two fist shadows dissipated, the black-robed woman was shocked. This was a martial art technique that she had obtained from a high-grade inheritance during the Battle of Draconic Luck. Why did Yi Xian know it too? However, she could not care less. Heavenly Fist puppets appear. The black-robed woman revealed another trump card. These were two puppets that she had obtained from the inheritance of the Heavenly Fist sect. Yi Xian suddenly became a 1 versus 3. If I expected this. Yi Xian snorted in his heart. He had thought of this when he saw that his opponent was a woman. After all, the Sixth Prince had given him a piece of information. However, the Heavenly Fist sect restrained him because it was a fist technique that could injure him through the dragon-patterned golden armor. It was not a big deal to injure him, but he was afraid that the Prince token would be accidentally broken and he would be eliminated. Therefore, it was better to retreat for the time being. Kid, you must be the Sixth Prince's trump card. In that case, I'll send you out first, the black-robed woman said with a smile. Then she and the two Heavenly Fist puppets attacked Yi Xian crazily. Yi Xian was beaten back bit by bit. However, from the corner of his eye, he discovered that his reinforcements had arrived. I'll help you, Gu Jian shouted, bringing a golden-armored general with him as he charged over. The black-robed woman's expression changed when she heard that. Yi Xian alone was difficult enough to deal with. Now that he had a golden-armored general and a 95% body seal expert, she was not a match for them. She immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. The black-robed woman trembled as she was hit by the illusion. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the black-robed woman dispelled the Forbidden Eye of Illusion in an instant. How is this possible? How is her mental state so strong? Yi Xian was shocked. He wondered if the gap between their realms was too big. Since the Forbidden Eye of Illusion did not work, he would force her to stay. Firmament Fissure. Yi Xian frantically swung his sword, blocking the black-robed woman's path of retreat. Gu Jian had also arrived and attacked the black-robed woman. At the same time, under his control, he attacked the black-robed woman as well. The black-robed woman's face darkened. She knew that things weren't looking good. After thinking for a moment, she decided to use her trump card, Netherworld Escape. Immediately, the black-robed woman's speed skyrocketed. She immediately abandoned the two Heavenly Fist puppets and fled. Her speed was even faster than that of the golden-armored general and Yi Xian. We can't catch up. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and shouted at Gu Jian, restrain the two Heavenly Fist puppets. Lone Sword was stunned for a moment. He immediately controlled the golden-armored general to block one of the Celestial Fist puppets, while he personally blocked the other one. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and slapped the Heavenly Fist puppet on the top of its head. 10,000 Divine Thoughts Technique. Yi Xian's consciousness turned into thousands of clones and seeped into the Heavenly Fist puppet, forcibly erasing the black-robed woman's remnant consciousness. Now, the Heavenly Fist puppet was under his control. The Heavenly Fist puppet originally emitted the black-robed woman's aura, but now it was Yi Xian's. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Yi Xian rush to the other Heavenly Fist puppet and forcibly take control of it again. Sensing that the two Heavenly Fist puppets were no longer under her control, the black-robed woman's face turned ashen as she shouted, Brat, I will make you pay for this. This time, she really suffered a double loss. Not only did she consume some draconic luck, but she also lost two Heavenly Fist puppets that were at 95% sealed. What a blunder. You're lucky to have left quickly. Otherwise, I would have eliminated you. Yi Xian coldly snorted. He just happened to see the black-robed woman leave his line of sight. It was impossible to catch up with her. At this moment, Lone Sword asked in shock, You subdued the two Heavenly Fist puppets. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Fortunately, the black-robed woman had just received the Heavenly Fist sex inheritance, so she couldn't control the two Heavenly Fist puppets very well. Thus, he forcibly used the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique to erase the remnant consciousness. Amazing, Lone Sword said in admiration. At this moment, Yang Qi also came over with a golden-armored general and asked, Yi Xian, are you all right? I'm fine. That person is the black-robed woman under the Seventh Prince. I've checked her strength. She's indeed a body seal, 100%. Yi Xian shook his head and said, as expected, she's a body seal 100%. Fortunately, they don't have the dragon pattern golden armor. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. Yang Qi heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at the two dumbstruck heavenly fist puppets and sighed inwardly that Yi Xian was really not an ordinary person. Yi Xian's strength was already very strong. Now that he had two heavenly fist puppets that he could store in his interspatial ring, he could do whatever he wanted here. Then, Yi Xian and Yang Qi returned to the city, while Lone Sword continued to wait outside the city with a golden armored general. After finding out about Yi Xian's gains, the sixth prince was overjoyed. However, he was in the middle of a great battle, so he couldn't leave the main city. Otherwise, he would definitely come over and give Yi Xian a big hug. Originally, he didn't have much confidence, but after this day, his confidence was bursting. The reason for this was because Yi Xian had made several great contributions. This time, he might be able to suppress the two princes and become the crown prince. At this moment, outside the secret realm, a group of ministers watched the battle and were in an uproar. The sixth prince really has good foresight. This kid is only a body seal 80%, but he can actually fight against a body seal 100% expert. His future is limitless. Not only that, he even took in the two heavenly fist puppets. Did he cultivate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique? Previously, he obtained the Wolf Fong General's inheritance, so it's not surprising that he has the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. It's amazing that he learned it in such a short time. The ministers were full of praise for Yi Xian. Sitting on the dragon throne, the flaming sun emperor narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be very optimistic about Yi Xian. However, the ministers outside could see that there were already two large armies gathering and advancing towards the sixth prince. The sky was starting to brighten. Today was the second day after the war started. No one knew if the seventh prince and the eldest prince would make a big move. Yi Xian, be careful. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen today. The sixth prince's voice came from the prince's command medallion. Yi Xian, who was standing on the city wall, used the eye of revelation to scan the area. When he heard this, he replied, yes. The sixth prince's main purpose was to guard against the seventh prince. That was why he was assigned to guard the checkpoint on the right. At midnight yesterday, they had taken over 3 resource points. After the war started, they took over 4 more. That was why they had an extra 500 soldiers. Don't underestimate these 500 soldiers. If there was no one guarding the checkpoint, these 500 soldiers would be enough to charge in. Chapter 791. Yi Xian, this is bad. The left checkpoint is under attack. There are at least 5,000 soldiers. Go and help them. The sixth prince exclaimed. What? Yi Xian was shocked. There were 5,000 soldiers? When the battle started, each side had a starting force of 1,500. Even if the first prince had taken over 6 resource points, he would only have 4,500 soldiers in total. However, there were now 5,000 soldiers. This meant that the first prince had used his dragon luck to exchange for a large number of soldiers. After all, they still had to defend their base. I'll go now, Yi Xian immediately replied. However, the next moment, his eye of revelation saw something. He immediately opened his eyes wide and shouted to the sixth prince, Sixth prince, there are also a large number of Wolf Fong cavalry at the right checkpoint. What? How many? The sixth prince asked in shock. Yi Xian paused for a few seconds and then reported, at least 4,000. Damn it, the first prince and the seventh prince are working together to eliminate me first. The sixth prince immediately reacted. The left checkpoint was under attack by 5,000 soldiers, while the right checkpoint was under attack by 4,000 soldiers. Although both checkpoints had 3,000 soldiers, they were under attack at the same time. Sixth prince, should we all retreat to the main city? Yang Qi took out the sixth prince's token and asked. The sixth prince thought for a moment and said, no, if we lose the 2 checkpoints, the first prince and the seventh prince can attack at the same time. At that time, all the resource points will be taken. We won't have any chance of winning. Yang Qi, immediately lead a team to the left checkpoint. I will immediately exchange for some wolf fawn cavalry to support them. Yes. Yang Qi did not say anything else and left. Sixth Prince, there are also 4,000 soldiers here. Should we go out and fight? Yi Xian asked. I'll give you command of the right checkpoint. You take over. The Sixth Prince's voice came from the Sixth Prince's token. Now, Yi Xian was the overall commander of the right checkpoint. It was up to Yi Xian to decide whether to fight or defend. Now that Yang Qi had left, Gu Jian was still waiting outside the city. Only he and Chief Zhuo were left on the city walls. They were just enough to control the 2 arrow towers. Attacking the city was not that easy. The reason why the 7th Prince's team had not attacked yet was because they were afraid of the 2 arrow towers. Yi Xian, what do we do now? Chief Zhuo asked with a frown. Chief Steward Zhuo, you guard the arrow tower. If they attack, use the arrow tower to attack. I'll go out of the city and meet up with Lone Sword. Then, we'll go and spy on the enemy. Yi Xian replied. There were 4,000 soldiers here, representing the 7th Prince. Because each prince could only control 2 divisions, there were only 1,000 or so soldiers. Then be careful, Chief Steward Zhuo reminded. Yi Xian nodded silently. He went down the city wall and left through a secret passage. He first obtained it with Gu Jian, then went alone to spy on the military situation. I wonder how many golden-armored generals the 7th Prince has sent over, Yi Xian guessed as he carefully sneaked over. The golden-armored general was comparable to a physique sealing realm master. Moreover, it was indestructible. It was almost invincible in the hidden territory. At first, the 6th Prince had 3 golden-armored generals. Then, he used his draconic luck to exchange for 2 more. Unfortunately, Yang Qi left with 2 divisions and 1 golden-armored general. The other golden-armored general was with Lone Sword, so there were no more golden-armored generals on the right side of the checkpoint. There are too many soldiers. It's an advantage for me. Why don't I go and harass them first? Yi Xian planned. Of course, this was assuming that the enemy did not have a large number of experts. He snuck over and scanned with his eye of revelation. Sure enough, there were 4 living people. That black-robe woman is here too. The other 3 don't look strong. They're most 90% physique sealing realm masters. However, they brought 3 golden-armored generals. Are they here for revenge? Yi Xian's heart trembled. The black-robe woman was at physique sealing realm. The 3 golden-armored generals were also at physique sealing realm. There's no other way. I can only try. Yi Xian was also helpless. Even if the 6th Prince exchanged for a large number of soldiers, it would still take some time for them to arrive. It would be difficult to defend for more than an hour. If the 4,000 soldiers launched an all-out attack, it would take more than half an hour. Therefore, Yi Xian could only set an example and try to harass the enemy. Kill! Yi Xian immediately drew his wolf fang sword. Draconic Fortune of the Universe. Firmament Fissure. His attack, enhanced by draconic luck, pierced through the air and instantly cut the 80% physique sealing realm masters in half. In just a second, Yi Xian destroyed more than 10 wolf fang cavalry soldiers. What? The black-robed woman, who was waiting for the order to attack, was shocked. She immediately understood that the enemy had sent someone to harass them. Find them, the black-robed woman shouted. At the same time, she flew out and controlled a golden-armored general to rush in the direction of the commotion. Perception was greatly reduced in the secret realm. Therefore, the black-robed woman could not accurately pinpoint Yi Xian's location. She could only rely on the direction of her attack. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was harassing them without any rules. His plan was to kill as many people as he could. That black-robed woman is here. Good, Heavenly Fist puppets. Yi Xian released 2 Heavenly Fist puppets that he had just subdued. In fact, he was very reluctant to do so, but this time he had no choice but to sacrifice them. The 2 Heavenly Fist puppets directly charged into the Wolf Fang cavalry army. Meanwhile, Yi Xian quietly left. His target was not the black-robed woman, but the other 3 controllers. As long as one of them was sent out of the secret realm, the army of 4,000 would be reduced to 3,000. The other 1,000 could only watch as no one controlled them. As Yi Xian ran, he used his insightful eye to observe. As expected, the black-robed woman was attracted. A physique-sealing realm master has left. The other three don't look strong. One of them is my old friend, Xia Yuni. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the first round of the Battle of Draconic Luck, Xia Yuni was crippled by him and then kicked out of the secret realm. After that, Xia Yuni received treatment and recovered from his injuries. At the same time, he also broke through to 90% physique sealing realm. However, he was still vulnerable in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian quietly sneaked over. He glanced at the black-robed woman in the distance and then suddenly attacked. Draconic Luck. Firmament Splitter. Several powerful attacks pierced through the air. Xia Yuni was startled. By the time he reacted, the attacks were already in front of him. Now that Yi Xian was at 80% physique sealing realm and had a large amount of Draconic Luck, even if Xia Yuni broke through to 90% physique sealing realm, he was still not his match. Fortunately, there were two long saber generals in front of Xia Yuni who were at 90% physique sealing realm. After Yi Xian's attack split the two long saber generals in half, its power was less than half when it reached Xia Yuni. Chapter 792. Bam! Although the attack was less than half done, it still caused a lot of trouble for Xia Yuni. His hands were numb from the impact. At the same time, he recognized the attack. However, he did not associate the person who killed his grandson with the person who attacked him. After all, the person who killed his grandson was only at 45% physique sealing level. He was as weak as an ant. Whoosh whoosh, Xia Yuni was sent flying, but he quickly controlled one of the golden-armored generals to rush towards Yi Xian. What a pity that I didn't eliminate him directly. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. He quickly moved away from the spot. This time, the 7th Prince's team brought 4 golden-armored generals. If he was surrounded, he would be in danger. Hence, he had to resort to guerrilla warfare. At the same time, the moment Xia Yuni stabilized himself, a voice came from his prince token. Attack! The voice belonged to the 7th Prince. He gave the order to attack the city at the same time to the black-robed woman and the others. Coincidentally, Yi Xian also heard it. They're attacking? He raised an eyebrow and quickly launched an attack. Even if he could not stop the entire army, he had to reduce some of them. The black-robed woman, who was about to cause trouble for the 2 heavenly fist puppets, stopped in her tracks when she heard the order. She immediately controlled the army to advance. However, even if she did not receive the order, she knew that she had been lured away. More than 3,000 Wolfang cavalry charged madly towards the right checkpoint. 6th Prince, the right checkpoint, is attacking. Yi Xian quickly took out his prince token and reported. All right, the 6th Prince replied. Yi Xian's prince token could not be used by others. It had to go through the 6th Prince. The 6th Prince received the news and immediately notified Gu Jian and Chief Steward Zhua. A huge battle broke out. At this moment, Yi Xian had already avoided the army. He circled around and attacked from the back. His attacks were very fierce. Every time he attacked, he would cut several Wolfang cavalry in half. The Wolfang cavalry in the secret realm could not be reassembled. 1 killed meant 1 less. Chief Steward Xia, find that kid. I'll attack the city. The black-robed woman shouted. All right, Xia Yuni replied. He also understood that the people who came to disturb them this time were very powerful, so he deliberately left behind a golden-armored general and 2 long blade deputy generals. However, in order to be safe, Yi Xian had already made a detour to the 2 heavenly fist puppets. He immediately put them away and then quickly concealed himself. Damn it, that brat ran away. This was Xia Yuni's first thought, but he didn't care so much. He directly led the golden-armored general and the Wolfang cavalry to charge forward. Yi Xian was only here to harass them. There was no need for him to be so calculative. Attacking the city was more important. As long as they broke through a checkpoint, the 7th Prince would be able to move freely. Ignoring me and going to attack the city, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The defensive power of the formation on the city gate was not bad. With the addition of Chief Zhua's arrow tower, they should be able to hold on for a while. What he needed to do now was to clear the people out. At that moment, he stealthily approached Xia Yuni, who was lagging behind, and summoned the two heavenly fist puppets again. Kill! Yi Xian and the two puppets attacked from the rear. Ka! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These were the sounds of the Wolf Fang cavalry being cut in half by Yi Xian. Behind, Xia Yuni had also guessed that Yi Xian would attack from the rear, so he had the golden armored general follow behind him while he hid behind the Wolf Fang cavalry. The black-robed woman and the other 3 golden armored generals were already charging towards the right checkpoint. If they worked together, who knew how long the city gate would last? Thus, Yi Xian had to be dealt with quickly. Old man, you gave me a good beating that day. Now, I'm going to collect some interest. Yi Xian controlled the 2 heavenly fist puppets and quickly broke through. His speed was so fast that Xia Yuni was stunned. Stop them. Xia Yuni controlled the golden armored general to meet them. However, Yi Xian immediately controlled the 2 heavenly fist puppets to block them, while he himself attacked Xia Yuni. A mere 90% sealed physique. Get out of here, Yi Xian shouted. A sword beam and a purple fist shadow blasted towards Xia Yuni at almost the same time. Xia Yuni's expression was gloomy. He did not have the ability to block these 2 attacks. Boom! The sword beam sent him flying, while the purple fist shadow smashed right in front of him. The prince's token shattered, and he was sent flying out of the mystic realm. At this moment, he also saw the Wolf Fang sword in Yi Xian's hand and confirmed Yi Xian's identity. There were still hundreds of Wolf Fang cavalry around Xia Yuni, but without the prince's token's control, they would only attack the nearest person. Go! Yi Xian did not care too much. He directly sent the defenseless golden armored general flying, then recalled the heavenly fist puppets and quickly disappeared into the forest. The army of 4,000 was now down to 3,000. At the same time, the black-robed woman and 2 others had already rushed to the city gate, but Gu Jian swept out before them and intercepted them, preventing them from attacking the city gate. On the city wall, Chief Steward looked at the densely packed figures under his command and controlled the arrow tower to attack crazily. Pooh! 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 The arrow tower swept wildly, shooting out dozens of arrows with extremely strong penetrative power in 1 second. These arrows could easily pierce through the armor of the Wolf Fang cavalry. Seeing the Wolf Fang cavalry crumble one by one, the black-robed woman was shocked. She did not expect the arrow tower to be so powerful. It could probably take out at least 10 Wolf Fang cavalry in 1 second. You guys, give me control of the golden armored general. I will go and blast open the city gate. The black-robed woman shouted. At this moment, there were still 3 golden armored generals. Including the black-robed woman, there were 400% sealed physique masters. Although the city gate's array was powerful, under the joint attack of 400% sealed physique masters, it would probably be broken in less than 5 seconds. Not good. Hearing this, Yi Xian's face fell. He immediately informed the 6th prince to let Gu Jian enter through the secret passage and take control of the arrow tower. There were a total of 2 city gates, so they had about 10 to 15 seconds to open the gates. Before that, Yi Xian had to clear out the Wolf Fang cavalry as quickly as possible. Found him, he's over there. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately released 2 heavenly fist puppets. His target this time was still a person who had 90% sealed physique. This person's golden armored general had been taken away by the black-robed woman, so his defense was too weak. Yi Xian directly rushed in like a sharp knife. Leave the item and scram. Facing the murderous god Yi Xian, this person did not have the ability to change hands. He had his arm chopped off and the prince's token shattered. He turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. However, his mission had been completed. Even if he was chased out, the Wolf Fang cavalry would take the initiative to attack the surrounding enemies. Chapter 793. Yi Xian quickly took the interspatial ring. Unfortunately, the items in the interspatial ring could not help him break through. If that's the case, that's all I can do. In this situation, Yi Xian had only one option, and that was to break through. Only by breaking through would he be able to face 4 body seal experts by himself. Right now, other than the extra dragon pattern golden armor, his most precious things were the 2 heavenly fist puppets. Although the dragon pattern golden armor was precious, he had no other choice. He immediately devoured the dragon pattern golden armor. Not enough. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly rushed over and devoured the 2 sky fist puppets as well. Ding! The host has broken through, currently at 85% body seal. His realm had increased again. Yi Xian was able to fight the black-robed woman to a draw. Now that he had broken through, it should be no problem for him to defeat the black-robed woman. Haha, don't even think about attacking the city. Yi Xian roared, and the Wolfang cavalry that were pouncing on him were sent flying. Complete annihilation. Yi Xian was no longer afraid of anyone. He charged directly at the black-robed woman. What? The black-robed woman, who was controlling the 3 golden-armored generals to charge forward, suddenly felt something. She turned her head to look and discovered that Yi Xian was charging straight towards her. The Wolfang cavalry and the deputy general that were blocking the way were all easily dealt with by Yi Xian. However, the black-robed woman had already broken through the encirclement and reached the city gates. Her mission this time was to break through the checkpoint. As long as she could break through this checkpoint, it would be fine even if all the Wolfang cavalry were killed. However, now that Yi Xian had broken through, it would not be so easy to break through the checkpoint. Draconic Fortune. Firmament Fissure. Yi Xian launched an attack at the black-robed woman. Nether Spike. The black-robed woman turned around and stabbed with her sword. Bang! The 2 chi collided, and the shockwave disintegrated the Wolfang cavalry around them. My Eye of Illusion was useless against you back then. Now that I've broken through, have a taste of it. Yi Xian glared at him. The Eye of Illusion could be activated as long as one could see the other party's eyes. In the next moment, the black-robed woman's body trembled slightly. Although she had been on guard previously, she did not know how Yi Xian had attacked her, so she was hit again. All right, Wolfang charge. Yi Xian thrust out his sword, and a giant wolf head pounced over, biting the black-robed woman. The interspatial ring is mine. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over. Facing such a vicious woman, he would not show mercy. He immediately slashed out with his sword and chopped off the black-robed woman's wrist. At the same time, the 3 golden-armored generals surrounded him and began to attack him. The golden-armored generals were comparable to physique-sealing realm masters, but Yi Xian also had the dragon-patterned golden armor, so the 3 golden-armored generals were no threat to him. 4 directions extermination. Get lost. Yi Xian suddenly unleashed a blast of energy around him, forcing the 3 golden-armored generals to take 2 steps back. Then, he thrust his sword at the black-robed woman. The Eye of Revelation could not only see the environment in the black-robed woman's body, but also detect objects with spiritual energy, such as the prince's token. At the same time, when Yi Xian thrust his sword, the black-robed woman came to her senses. She looked at the sword and immediately used her trump card. Nether Walk. The black-robed woman dodged the attack and immediately ran away while sticking close to the wall. This move again. Yi Xian's eyes widened. This martial art was too strange. The black-robed woman used this move to escape the last time. However, he had learned his lesson this time. He directly used the Eye of Revelation and the devouring system to copy the information into the devouring system. Ding! Copy of Nether Walk successfully. Learn? Yes, Yi Xian replied. Now that he had this martial art, it would not be a problem for him to catch up with the black-robed woman. However, just as he was about to give chase, he thought of a problem. If he left, the 3 golden-armored generals would definitely break into the city. When that happened, the 3 golden-armored generals would charge into the main hall of the checkpoint and destroy the dragon pillar. Then, the gate of the checkpoint would not be able to be closed. At the same time, the 7th prince would be able to leave the main city and move freely. The 1st prince, the 6th prince, the 7th prince, and even the 4th prince who did not make into the top 3 had already achieved 100% physique sealing. They were very powerful, and it would be troublesome if they were released so easily. After all, the sixth prince was the one who broke into the checkpoint, not the seventh prince. I'll let you go this time. Yi Xian finally decided to guard the checkpoint and not chase after the black-robed woman. He quickly took off the black-robed woman's interspatial ring and checked it. The saintess of the Nether sect? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. No wonder the seventh prince had so many elites supporting him. It turned out that he had a saintess with him. However, if the saintess was already at 100% physique ceiling, then the sect leader should be at least at 100% physique ceiling as well. He just did not know where the sect leader of the ghost cult was. Yi Xian did not care too much. He looked at the two armies fighting outside and quickly rushed out. The golden armored generals may be powerful, but they are not indestructible. Yi Xian thought to himself, if the golden armored generals were indestructible, then why would they need the Wolf Fang cavalry to attack the city? They could just use their draconic luck to exchange for the golden armored generals. Why would they need so many soldiers? Firmament Fissure, Skyquake Fist, Nether Spike. Yi Xian grabbed a golden armored general and pressed it against the city wall, attacking it madly. The other two golden armored generals were also attacking him, but he took their attacks head-on. In 3 seconds, the golden armored general endured countless attacks. After 3 seconds, it finally collapsed. Then, Yi Xian spent some time dismantling the other two golden armored generals. Then, he charged into the enemy army. Yi Xian, how is the checkpoint on the right? The sixth prince's voice sounded. It's defended. The seventh prince lost 3 golden armored generals. Yi Xian replied. At this point, he had already dismantled 3 golden armored generals. The 4th golden armored general was still in the forest tens of thousands of meters away. Because there were no enemies, they just stood there. What? The sixth prince was shocked again. Yi Xian actually dismantled 3 golden armored generals. This was too amazing. The sixth prince had used his draconic luck to exchange for the golden armored generals. The amount of draconic luck he used to exchange for the golden armored generals had made his heart ache for a long time. He did not expect that the golden armored generals could only be dismantled in front of Yi Xian. Your Highness, I suggest that we immediately attack the seventh prince. Yi Xian hurriedly said. All right, you will still be in command of the checkpoint on the right. The sixth prince immediately agreed. Understood, Yi Xian replied, and continued to attack the Wolf Fang cavalry. At this moment, his eye of revelation suddenly swept across a person. It was the last person on the seventh prince's side. Chapter 794. You want to run? Stay. Yi Xian controlled his only golden armored general and charged forward. Not long after, his opponent turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. The seventh prince's side had lost 1 person in the first round. When they entered the third round, there were only 9 people left. Then, when Yi Xian took over the resource point, there were only 8 people left. Now, other than the black-robed woman, the other 3 were all cleared out of the secret realm. Therefore, the seventh prince's side only had 4 people left. This was a good opportunity for a counterattack. Without a leader, the Wolf Fang cavalry was like a sheet of loose sand. In less than a minute, they were completely annihilated by Yi Xian. Speaking of which, it was strange that the black-robed woman did not take the golden-armored general with her. She was probably scared out of her wits and ran with all her might. In this way, Yi Xian benefited from it. After Yi Xian destroyed the 4th golden-armored general, all of the troops were annihilated. As for the army that Gu Jian was hiding in the forest, they also suffered heavy losses. There were less than 200 of them left. His Highness the Sixth Prince has already gone all out to reinforce the left side. Manager Zhua, Gu Jian, you two defend the city. I will lead 1,000 soldiers to attack the seventh prince. Yi Xian said to Manager Zhua and Gu Jian. Okay. Gu Jian and Manager Zhua nodded. By now, they had witnessed Yi Xian's strength. Even if Yi Xian was alone, he could take down one of the checkpoints. After Yi Xian destroyed the 4th golden-armored general, all of the troops were annihilated. As for the army that Gu Jian was hiding in the forest, they also suffered heavy losses. There were less than 200 of them left. His Highness the Sixth Prince has already gone all out to reinforce the left side. Manager Zhua, Gu Jian, you two defend the city. I will attack the city alone. Yi Xian said to Manager Zhua and Gu Jian. Okay. Gu Jian and Manager Zhua nodded. By now, they had witnessed Yi Xian's strength. Even if Yi Xian was alone, he could take down one of the checkpoints. Yi Xian immediately left. This time, the Seventh Prince had lost 4,000 soldiers and 3 members. It was a great loss. This was a good opportunity to beat the dog while it was down. With Yi Xian's current realm, he would probably be able to break through the city gate in 10 seconds. Then, he would charge into the main palace and destroy the dragon pillar. After leaving the right checkpoint, he used the netherworld escape that he had just learned and rushed toward the Seventh Prince's main city. The nether escape was a quasi-supreme martial art that focused one's true chi on the feet. Although it was impossible to attack while running, it was very good for running. Yi Xian single-handedly led the entire battle. Not only did he annihilate 4,000 soldiers, but he also destroyed the golden armored generals. He was a monster. A monster, a monster. Although the golden armored generals are not controlled by anyone, it is not so easy to destroy them. He actually destroyed 4 golden armored generals. I'm afraid that only the 3 princes can fight against him now. Looking at his route, it seems like he's going to the 7th Prince's territory. Is he planning to attack the 7th Prince? He's really powerful. He single-handedly stopped 4,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. Now that he's going to attack the city alone, I feel like the other 2 gatekeepers are useless. The 7th Prince and the eldest prince teamed up to eliminate the 6th Prince, but they didn't expect Yi Xian to hold on to one of the checkpoints. I'm afraid the 6th Prince won't win. The ministers continued to discuss. However, even the emperor didn't know when the 7th Prince and the eldest prince had teamed up. Could it be that they had discussed this before entering the secret territory? 6th Prince, how's the checkpoint on the left? On the way to the 7th Prince's territory, Yi Xian took out the prince medallion and asked. It's not good, the 6th Prince said, but in the next moment, he exclaimed, Not good. The gate on the left has been breached. What? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If the left gate was breached, then things would be troublesome. The eldest prince's army could directly charge into the main hall of the checkpoint and absorb the dragon luck on the soaring dragon pillar. That way, the gate wouldn't be able to be closed and the eldest prince would be able to move freely. After receiving the news from the poison matriarch, the 6th Prince immediately ordered the poison matriarch to absorb the dragon luck on the soaring dragon pillar and bring everyone back to the main city. The left checkpoint couldn't be taken anymore. With one of his front teeth broken, the eldest prince's army could directly charge into the main city. Not only that, but the eldest prince also ordered Yang Qi to head to the main city to guard it, because the eldest prince was going to personally lead the battle. 6th Prince, should I return? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. No need. Once the poison matriarch destroys the soaring dragon pillar, I will be able to leave the main city. At that time, I will teach these people a lesson. The 6th Prince said angrily. The one that had been broken through was the 1st Prince, and the one who had broken through this barrier was the 1st Prince. Thus, both he and the 1st Prince could move freely. However, the eldest prince was still far away in his main city, so the 6th Prince was waiting for the poison matriarch. As long as the soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, he would immediately head to the left checkpoint and join the battle. 6th Prince, if I break through one of the 7th Prince's checkpoints, the 7th Prince will be able to move freely. At that time, he will join forces with the eldest prince. Won't our main city be in danger? Yi Xian asked. No, they don't have many experts left. Given your strength, if you can breach the checkpoint, then you have the ability to breach the main city. Once the checkpoint is breached, he will be able to move freely, but he won't dare to leave the main city. The 6th Prince replied, Since that's the case, I will attack the city at full speed. Yi Xian couldn't care less and headed straight for the 7th Prince's territory. With his strength, only the 3 princes would be able to stop him in the entire area of the siege battle. However, the seventh prince's attack on the right checkpoint failed, so he couldn't move freely. Hence, Yi Xian could at least take down one checkpoint. At the same time, at the left checkpoint, boom! With a loud sound, the soaring dragon pillar on the left checkpoint of the sixth prince's camp was destroyed by the poison matriarch. Then, the poison matriarch led her men and the golden-armored general to escape, leaving the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalrymen behind to block the enemy's advance. Sixth prince, you can move freely now. The moment the soaring dragon pillar collapsed, the sixth prince heard a voice. It was Eunuch Wu's voice. At that moment, he directly charged out of the main city and charged towards the left checkpoint. His speed was much faster than Yi Xian's, who was currently using the Netherworld escape. This was an existence that was almost invincible amongst half-step sovereigns. Chapter 795. After the left checkpoint was breached, the first prince's army chased after the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry. When the 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry were wiped out, the first prince's army retreated, leaving the sixth prince with nothing to show for it. They retreated as expected. They're saving up their strength. Next time, we'll launch an all-out attack. The sixth prince gritted his teeth in anger. With one of his two front teeth missing, the enemy would be able to pass through this checkpoint and come and go as they pleased. The other front tooth would probably be pulled out soon as well. This was bad news. Right now, the sixth prince could only pray that Yi Xian's attack would succeed. At that time, the seventh prince would be pinned down by Yi Xian, while the sixth prince could focus on dealing with the first prince. An hour later, Yi Xian, who was using the nether escape to travel, finally arrived in front of the seventh prince's checkpoint. He scanned the area with his eye of revelation and found that there were only 2 people on this checkpoint. That black-robed woman didn't come back. Is she afraid that I'll kill her halfway and then go to the other checkpoint? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, but it didn't matter. The arrow towers are powerful, but they haven't discovered me yet. I can charge straight to the city gates. With that thought, Yi Xian charged out. Firmament Splitter, Netherworld Spike, Skyquake Fist. Yi Xian also used all of his killing moves. When the formation on the city gate was attacked, a loud rumbling sound immediately rang out. Someone's attacking the city. The 2 people on the city walls cried out in alarm. But when they poked their heads out, they found that there was only one person attacking the city. It's him. Quick, informed the seventh prince. The 2 of them recognized Yi Xian. After all, they had just received news from the seventh prince that their side had suffered a crushing defeat. But it was useless to inform the seventh prince, because the dragon pillar was not destroyed. The seventh prince could only watch over the main city and not come out. First, destroy the first checkpoint, then go around to the second checkpoint and destroy the dragon pillar. This was Yi Xian's plan. As long as they went around it, they would be able to reach the main hall where the dragon soaring pillar was located. The reason why the first prince's army didn't go was probably because they wanted to leave this checkpoint to the seventh prince. It could also be because the sixth prince had already killed his way out. The first prince was afraid that the sixth prince would kill all of his soldiers, so he retreated. Boom! Amidst a loud sound, Yi Xian spent 6 seconds to break through a city gate. The formation on the city gate was stronger than he had imagined, but it didn't matter. He only needed to spend another 6 seconds to break through the second city gate. Not good, he broke through the city gate. Let's go. The 2 warriors on the city wall immediately left. This checkpoint did not even have a single golden armor general, only 2 long saber deputy generals. Even the Wolf Fang cavalry only had 500 men. How could they defend it? Boom! 6 seconds later, the second gate collapsed as well. Yi Xian charged into the main hall of the checkpoint and destroyed the dragon pillar. Sixth Highness, we've broken through a checkpoint. Yi Xian hurriedly reported to the sixth prince. Good. I'll leave the other checkpoint to you. The sixth prince replied. Without further ado, Yi Xian quickly rushed to the seventh prince's other checkpoint. As long as 2 of the seventh prince's front teeth were destroyed, the seventh prince would not dare to leave even if he could. Dare to leave? Be careful of the main city being ambushed. Yi Xian believed that he was fast enough, but before that, he had to send the seventh prince's 2 subordinates out of the secret realm first. With the eye of revelation, He found a secret passage in the checkpoint and dealt with the two experts who had reached 85% body seal realm. Meanwhile, in the Seventh Prince's main city, Seventh Highness, you can now move freely. Eunuch Wu's voice fell into the Seventh Prince's ears. How could this be? That damned Yi Xian defeated my 4,000-strong army all by himself, and even broke through my checkpoint. Just who is he? The Seventh Prince muttered to himself. Although he really wanted to rush out, find Yi Xian, and beat him up, he did not dare. What if Yi Xian was different for what he thought? What if Yi Xian didn't go to the other checkpoint, and instead hid around the main city and suddenly attacked the city when he was out? Once the main city's soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, he would be eliminated. Damn it, I only have 3 people I can use now. The Seventh Prince cursed. He had lost 1 person in the first checkpoint, so he only had 9 people left in the third checkpoint. One of the resource points had been ambushed by Yi Xian, and 3 of the 4,000-strong army had been lost in the siege. Now that the 2 guarding the city had been eliminated, including the black-robed woman, he only had 3 people he could use. 3 people, at most, could control 3,000 wolf fawn cavalry. Including the Seventh Prince himself, it would only be 5,000. At this time, after sending the Seventh Prince's 2 people out of the secret territory, Yi Xian quickly rushed to the Seventh Prince's other front tooth. As a precaution, the Seventh Prince had ordered the 2 people above to retreat to the main city. Now, the checkpoint was an empty city. Therefore, Yi Xian easily destroyed the soaring dragon pillar. Now that the Seventh Prince's 2 front teeth had been removed, he could only stay in the main city and defend it. Sixth Prince, both checkpoints have been destroyed. Yi Xian reported again. Good. We have now withdrawn our troops to the main city. You can stay in the wilderness and wait for orders, the Sixth Prince replied. Yi Xian nodded silently. Now, he analyzed the situation. On the eldest prince's side, they had only lost 1 person. Both checkpoints were still there, but because they had destroyed one of the Sixth Prince's checkpoints, he could move freely. On the Seventh Prince's side, both checkpoints had been destroyed, so he could only defend the main city. Although the Sixth Prince had only lost 1 checkpoint, he had gathered his troops and retreated to the main city. All in all, the eldest prince had the greatest advantage. Now, they could only wait and see. They could only wait for the resource site to spawn at midnight. The eldest prince has too much of an advantage. I'll go to his side and scout. If I see anyone traveling alone, I'll send them out. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then rushed to the 6th resource point that the first prince occupied before the resource point was refreshed. Yi Xian, you have to be careful. You're the only one outside. Since the eldest prince has broken through our checkpoints, he can personally take action. The 6th prince reminded him. Now, he could only rely on Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian could reduce the eldest prince's troops, they would have a fighting chance. It was close to midnight, but there was no one at the 6th resource site. This made Yi Xian feel strange. Could it be that the eldest prince has sent people to the 7th prince and 6th prince's resource sites? Yi Xian guessed, but at this moment, a figure entered his line of sight. Someone had finally arrived. He doesn't look strong. Kill him first. Chapter 796. The other party had not noticed Yi Xian yet. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound in the air. Whoosh! The person was shocked. He turned around and saw a giant wolf head pouncing at him with its mouth wide open. However, just as he was about to retaliate, I have illusion. Yi Xian glared at the other party. The other party fell into an illusion and was bitten by the giant wolf head made of true qi. The excruciating pain pulled him back to reality. Firmament Splitter. Nether Spike. Yi Xian immediately attacked. One attack was responsible for cutting off the other party's hand, while the other was responsible for shattering the prince's token. Rip. Crack. The man in black was pierced through together with the prince's token. He turned into a streak of white light and flew out of the secret realm, leaving behind half of his arm. Yi Xian quickly rushed over and collected the interspatial ring. However, he found something interesting in the interspatial ring. What's going on? He's from a nether cult too? Yi Xian was shocked. The person he attacked earlier was on the first prince's side, but he also had the token from the nether cult. What was going on? Could it be that the Nether cult was not only supporting the seventh prince, but also the first prince? No wonder the first prince and the seventh prince are working together. Yi Xian's eyes gleamed. Now, there were only 8 people on the first prince's side. He immediately occupied this resource point and rushed to the next one to see if he could find a second person. Unfortunately, the second resource point had already been occupied. Yi Xian did not see anyone. Forget it. I'll give up on this resource point. With my level, it doesn't matter how many Wolf Fang cavalrymen there are. Yi Xian decided to give up and went straight to the first prince's checkpoint. What he needed to do now was to scout the situation and see how many people were guarding the checkpoint. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the first prince's checkpoint. He scanned it with his eye of revelation. There were 3 people guarding this checkpoint. At the same time, Yi Xian also noticed that there were 3,000 Wolf Fang cavalry and 2 golden armored generals at this checkpoint. They aren't very strong, but I wonder if the first prince is among the 3. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His eye of revelation could see through a person's body, but he could only tell if the person was a man or a woman. However, in the next moment, he reacted, "The first prince isn't among the 3. That's because the Sunflame Imperial family cultivates the Heavenly Imperial technique and can seal the draconic fate in their bodies. Since my insightful I can see the circulating true chi, I can definitely see the draconic fate as well." Yi Xian suddenly recalled the enormous amount of draconic luck in the 6th prince's body, so he deduced that the first prince was not among the 3. Since that was the case, he would try to attack the city. "Sixth Highness, I'm currently at one of the Crown Prince's checkpoints. I feel like I can give it a try. Should I attack?" Yi Xian asked. The first prince can move freely now, and his strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid he's even stronger than me. Be careful. The 6th prince reminded. "All right." Yi Xian nodded and immediately charged out. Under the night sky, and with his extreme speed, he was already in front of the city gates before the other party noticed him. Firmament Splitter, Nether Spike, Skyquake Fist. Yi Xian began to attack the city gates. Not good. Someone is attacking the city. The people on the city walls reacted, but it was useless. Yi Xian only needed 6 seconds to break through a city gate. Boom! One of the city gates collapsed. Although the people on the city walls wanted to control the arrow towers, they couldn't shoot at the city gates, so they could only watch. Go, let's retreat quickly. When the 3 people on the city walls saw Yi Xian destroy a city gate in 6 seconds, they were scared witless. If the 2 generals worked together to attack the city gates, they would need at least 10 seconds. However, Yi Xian only needed 6 seconds. Boom! The second city gate collapsed. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and killed his way into the secret passage, kicking the 3 first prince's subordinates out of the secret realm. After that, he went to destroy the soaring dragon pillar. If the soaring dragon pillar at the checkpoint was not destroyed, the city gate could be repaired. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wouldn't give it a chance to repair. Crack! Yi Xian slashed the soaring dragon pillar with his sword, causing it to crack and shatter into pieces. Now, the first prince had one of his front teeth pulled out. Although he could move freely, he was probably on his way to the main city. "Sixth prince, we've broken through the checkpoint," Yi Xian reported. "That's great." The 6th prince was surprised and delighted. Yi Xian had brought him too many surprises. If not for Yi Xian, he would have been eliminated from this siege. "Sixth prince, I'll go to the first prince's main city to take a look," Yi Xian said. He had the eye of revelation, which was very useful for spying. If the first prince wasn't in the main city, he wouldn't mind attacking alone. As long as the soaring dragon pillar was destroyed, the first prince would be eliminated, and the rest would be simple. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace outside the secret realm, this kid is really daring. How does he know that the first prince isn't in the checkpoint? Maybe he's just trying his luck. After all, the 6th prince has retreated to the main city. If the first prince's checkpoint isn't broken, the first prince can wander around and put a lot of pressure on the 6th prince. Oh, he's going to the main city. Is he going to defeat the first prince in one fell swoop? I don't think so. Although the first prince isn't here, there are still experts and 5 golden armored generals in the main city. This kid probably won't be able to break through. Not necessarily. The first prince is in danger this time. If the checkpoint is broken through, the first prince will be eliminated. The ministers were still discussing. Now, the siege battle had reached its climax. The 3 princes could move freely, but they didn't dare to go out recklessly. The only first prince who was wandering outside was the first prince. Yixian had broken through the checkpoint and rushed straight to the main city, so he was also rushing back at full speed. In fact, when he found out that the expert with a 95% physique seal level had been eliminated, he realized that something was wrong. Therefore, when Yixian broke through the checkpoint, he was also about to reach the next checkpoint. However, Yixian still rushed ahead of the first prince and arrived in front of the first prince's main city. He scanned with the eye of revelation and found that there were only 3 people inside. He had killed 2 of the first prince's subordinates in the wilderness and 3 more at the checkpoint. Logically speaking, there should be 5 people left. However, there were only 3 people in the main city, which meant that there were 2 people outside, probably at the other checkpoint. Fortunately, Yixian's eye of revelation didn't look at people with draconic luck. In other words, the first prince wasn't here. Since he wasn't in the main city, things would be easier. Chapter 797. If the eldest prince isn't here, then this is a good opportunity. Among the 3 factions, the eldest prince is the strongest. If we can eliminate him, then the 6th prince will definitely win. Yixian's eyes lit up, but he still asked for the 6th prince's opinion. Although the 6th prince did not understand how Yixian was so sure that the eldest prince was not in the main city, he chose to believe him. After receiving the 6th prince's approval, Yixian's morale soared. This time, he was going to attack the main city. Come on! Yixian shouted in his mind as he charged toward the main city's gates. The main city's gates were much stronger than the gates of the checkpoints, but Yixian knew that he would be able to break in if given enough time. Firmament Fissure, Skyquake Fist, Nether Spike. Before Yixian even got close, he had already launched a frenzied attack. When the loud noise echoed, the gatekeepers on the main city's walls noticed Yixian. Someone's attacking the city. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly notified the eldest prince with their prince tokens. However, the eldest prince was still on his way, so they had to defend the main city. The main city could not be breached, or the eldest prince would be eliminated. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black on the main city's walls had a dark expression. He thought to himself, "Is this the brat that our leader warned us to be careful of? Why does this brat know the nether spike of our nether spike?" He could not figure it out, but he did not care. He turned around and said, "The 2 of you stay here. I'll bring the 5 golden armored generals to deal with this brat." With that, he turned around and left. There were still 5 golden armored generals in the main city. This time, he brought all of them with him. Yixian was still attacking the city gate, but at this moment, 6 figures suddenly appeared from the side. Have they come out of the main city's secret passage? Yixian narrowed his eyes. He was shocked to find that 5 of the 6 figures were golden armored generals. The last human was also at 100% physique ceiling. Now it was 1 against 6. Good timing. Yixian shouted. These 6 physique ceiling experts were the main city's last fighting force. As long as they were taken care of, the eldest prince would lose. "Brat, stop it!" The middle-aged man in black shouted as he stabbed his sword at Yixian. Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and Yixian easily dodged it. However, he recognized this move. Nether Spike. As I thought so, the eldest prince is related to the Nether Spike. Yixian's eyes suddenly opened wide as he retaliated. Whoosh! It's Nether Spike. Estes Nether Spike Zestes. Although the black-clothed, middle-aged man didn't understand how Yixian learned the Netherworld Thorn, it wasn't the time to care about this right now. He struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print smashed towards Yixian. It seemed that the power of the palm print was even stronger than the Heavenly Fist sex inheritance, the Heaven-Shaking Fist. Ding! Copy of the Netherworld palm, successfully. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Yixian replied in his mind. Ding! Host has learned the Nether Spike. Yi Xian immediately followed up with a palm strike. Nether spike. Boom! The two huge palm prints collided and then dissipated one after another. What? You even know the nether spike? The middle-aged man in black was shocked again. Meanwhile, the 5 golden armored generals surrounded Yi Xian and slashed their swords at Yi Xian. Oomph. Soulless puppets, get lost. 4 directions, annihilation. With a series of crisp sounds, the 5 golden armored generals were all forced back several steps by the powerful impact. In this situation, Yi Xian actually had 3 choices. First, he could capture the leader and clear the middle-aged man in black out of the secret realm. Second, he could kill the 5 golden armored generals. Third, he could destroy the array on the city gate while fighting. Yi Xian thought for a while and made his decision. The middle-aged man in black was only slightly stronger than the woman in black, and the 5 golden armored generals were no threat to him. After all, he was wearing the dragon-patterned golden armor. So he decided to break the city gate first. Dragon Fortune, Firmament Fissure. Yi Xian attacked the city gate while dodging the middle-aged man's attacks. As long as the city gate was broken, he would not need to fight the 5 body seal masters. He could just rush in and destroy the soaring dragon pillars. Damn brat, go and guard the gate. The middle-aged man in black cursed in his mind and immediately sent 2 golden armored generals to guard the city gate. However, this was of no use. Although the city gate was important, the golden armored generals would still be destroyed in this siege. So Yi Xian could only carry out the second and third plan at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 golden armored generals stood guard outside the city gates. Facing Yi Xian's attacks, they found it difficult to defend. However, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. Attacks would still land on the city gates and destroy the city protection array. Bastard, the eldest prince will be back soon. If you have the guts, continue. The middle-aged man in black shouted. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he heard that. He did not know if the middle-aged man was telling the truth. Now that the main city was under attack, the eldest prince was definitely on his way back. He just did not know when he would arrive. The middle-aged man might be bluffing when he said that. But if the eldest prince really did come back, he would be like a cornered beast. Although the eldest prince was also a body seal master, the imperial family members all cultivated the heavenly imperial technique. The heavenly imperial technique was a paragon martial technique, and its combat power was outstanding. Coupled with the dragon fortune, he was no match for it. If he was forced out of the secret realm, the 6th prince would definitely lose. If I don't believe it. With victory in sight, Yi Xian decided to take a gamble. If he could get rid of the eldest prince, the victory would belong to the 6th prince. Damn it, this kid is not doing anything. The middle-aged man in black cursed in his heart. He did not know where the eldest prince was and how long it would take for him to arrive. He was also afraid that he would not be able to defend the main city. At that moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. The Eye of Illusion. The middle-aged man in black was thinking about something else and was instantly immersed in the illusion. But his mental state was extremely high, and he immediately reacted. This middle-aged man is stronger than the saintess of the Nether cult. Could he be the leader of the Nether cult? Yi Xian could not help but mutter to himself when he saw the Eye of Illusion disappear in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to end the battle with the Eye of Illusion, but he did not expect it to be dispelled in an instant. It seemed that he could only continue to attack. Rumble. Loud sounds echoed as Yi Xian dodged and attacked at the same time. A few seconds later, Kacha, one of the golden armored generals guarding the city gate, suddenly disintegrated. Chapter 798. Now, only 4 of the 5 golden armored generals were left. In order to defend, the middle-aged man in black had no choice but to deploy another golden armored general. TSK. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Xian sneered. He was faster than the middle-aged man in black. At the same time, he had the dragon-patterned golden armor, so the middle-aged man in black could only attack him with palm techniques. Palm techniques were generally slower than sword techniques, so Yi Xian had not been hit by a single attack yet. He felt that if he was given another 10 seconds, he would be able to destroy the main city gate. A few seconds later, Kacha. The second golden-armored general disintegrated. There were only 3 golden-armored generals left. The middle-aged man in black had a gloomy expression. He watched as Yi Xian's attacks landed on the main city gate, but he could not do anything. Not only that, but his danger level had also increased. Now that I have a golden-armored general to help you, let's see how you can stop me. Yi Xian shouted and suddenly turned to attack the middle-aged man in black. Firmament Fissure, Wolf Fang Charge, Nether Palm. The middle-aged man in black realized that he was in trouble. If he was knocked out, the city gate would fall. Nether Escape. The middle-aged man in black quickly used his trump card to escape. However, Yi Xian did not chase after him. Instead, he quickly swept toward the 2 golden-armored generals guarding the city gate and gave them a good beating. Kacha. The third golden-armored general disintegrated. Then, Yi Xian hurriedly attacked the city gate again. Bastard, if the leader doesn't come back soon, the main city will be breached. The middle-aged man in black had no choice but to go back and try to stop Yi Xian. At this moment, boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The formation on the main city gate was broken, and the city gate was directly destroyed by Yi Xian's palm. The middle-aged man in black became nervous. There were 2 main city gates in total. There was another one at the end of the city wall passage, but one had already been destroyed by Yi Xian. There was nothing he could do. If the crown prince did not return during this time, they would lose. Ha! Yi Xian laughed 3 times when he saw the main city gate collapse. He sent a nearby golden-armored general flying with a swing of his sword and then rushed in. As long as they could break through this door, victory would be the 6th prince's. Once the 6th prince became the crown prince, the benefits would definitely be great. Breaking through to the supremacy realm would be just around the corner. However, right at this moment, I'll be right there. How's the situation? Suddenly, a strange voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the prince's writ in the arms of the black-clothed, middle-aged man was glowing. This voice belonged to the first prince. Damn it, the first prince is about to arrive. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Could it be that he had to give up on this door and leave? Your Highness, he has already broken through one of the city gates. The black-clothed, middle-aged man hurriedly replied. I'll be there in 5 seconds. The eldest prince's words made Yi Xian completely give up. He wouldn't be able to break through this main city gate in 5 seconds. If the first prince were to return, he might be stuck in the passageway leading to the city wall. Let's go. Yi Xian didn't dare to dawdle. He immediately used the netherworld escape and rushed out of the passageway leading to the city wall. While using the netherworld escape, he could only gather his true energy under his feet and couldn't attack. Thus, he brushed past the black-clothed middle-aged man. What? Netherworld escape? The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked once more. He was beginning to suspect that Yi Xian had infiltrated the ghost cult. Otherwise, how could he know the ghost cult's secret techniques? Damn it, I must stop him. The black-clothed middle-aged man also used the netherworld escape and followed closely behind Yi Xian. In truth, Yi Xian was still a little unwilling to give up. He couldn't be scared off by the first prince's words. Thus, he wanted to wander around the forest and see if the first prince would appear in 5 seconds. If he didn't, he would quickly return to attack the city. If the first prince really did appear, he would quickly leave, hide, and wait for the next attack. However, he was right to give up on attacking the city. In less than 5 seconds, the first prince appeared in front of the city gate. However, Yi Xian was using the Eye of Revelation. Thus, the first prince didn't discover him. He only saw the remains of the 3 golden-armored generals. In the secret realm, one's perception would be greatly reduced. 5 seconds was definitely enough for Yi Xian to get away from the first prince. Fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, I would have to face the first prince. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In fact, he really wanted to fight the first prince. Although the first prince practiced the Paragon martial technique, Yi Xian had the Eye of Revelation. However, so what if Yi Xian learned the Paragon martial technique? He didn't dare to use it in the secret realm. After all, there were many officials watching outside. Even the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor was present. If he dared to use it, he would definitely be hung up and interrogated. He might even harm the sixth prince. Moreover, the first prince knew the Paragon martial technique. His strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he restrict the movements of the three princes? Thus, Yi Xian couldn't take the risk. This guy keeps chasing me. The first prince might follow. No, I have to stop him. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, his true energy started to burn rapidly. Dragon Fortune, Firmament Fissure, Wolf Fang Rush, Nether Palm. Yi Xian attacked crazily. The black-clothed middle-aged man who used the nether escape was extremely fast. However, he was still hit by the nether palm. If it was any other time, Yi Xian would definitely follow up with another attack. However, this was a critical moment. The first prince had already noticed the commotion caused by the palm strike. He had to leave. Nether escape. Yi Xian quickly fled. The black-clothed middle-aged man was hit by the nether palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured by the palm strike. At the same time, he lost sight of Yi Xian. Not long after, a figure flew over. It was the first prince. "Are you all right?" The first prince asked with a frown. "I'm fine. I just lost him." The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. "Forget it." The first prince looked ahead. Fortunately, he had made it back in time. If he'd been half a minute later, he would have been eliminated. Although the three princes could move freely now, they were all pinned down. The three princes were basically guarding the main cities. However, the sixth prince had Yi Xian as his trump card. In this secret realm, Yi Xian had no opponents other than the three princes. Outside the secret realm, the entire palace was in an uproar. This is too exciting. If the first prince had been a little slower, that kid would have broken through. Yeah. That kid is too monstrous. Even without the dragon-patterned golden armor, he could have taken down the city alone. The first prince can't move around freely now. If that kid finds an opportunity to break through the city and destroy the soaring dragon pillar, the first prince will lose. Chapter 799. Now, all the officials' attention was on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had led the entire siege. The princes who had lent their dragons luck to the sixth prince were livid when they saw the first prince and the seventh prince jointly attacking the sixth prince. Now, they were relaxed because the sixth prince was the one who had the highest chance of winning. If the sixth prince became the crown prince, they, as the sponsors, would be able to gain many benefits. At the same time, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty Emperor was also smiling as he thought. Now, the seventh prince doesn't have enough troops, and the first prince is pinned down. How is the sixth prince going to deal with this? He didn't expect this siege to be so exciting. It was even more intense than the battle decades ago. Thinking back, he had also stood out from the other princes and become the crown prince. After evading the first prince, Yi Xian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he quickly ran toward the first prince's other checkpoint. The first prince had 5 people on his side and 3 in the main city. Then, there might be 2 more at the other checkpoint. As long as those 2 were dealt with, the first prince's 2 front teeth would all fall out, just like the 7th prince. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the unbroken checkpoint. At this time, this checkpoint was already empty. The first prince had already ordered his troops to leave. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and quickly destroyed the soaring dragon pillar. Now, other than the 6th prince, who still had a barrier, the 7th prince and the eldest prince were both gone. 6th prince, what should I do now? After breaking through the 2nd checkpoint, Yi Xian quickly returned to the first prince's main city and then to the 6th prince. Yi Xian, you hold the first prince back. Tomorrow, I will send troops to the 7th prince and eliminate him. The 6th prince replied. Okay. Yi Xian replied. In terms of military strength, the 6th prince didn't have many Wolf Fang cavalry left. However, he still had 9 people who had been eliminated from the start. Thus, he could directly control 9,000 soldiers. 3 of the first prince's subordinates were in the main city, while the other 2 were in the wilderness. No one knew where they were stationed. At the same time, 4 golden armored generals were also damaged. There were only 4 people left on the 7th prince's side. Adding them all together, they had at most 4,000 soldiers. There was nothing to fear. Today, Yi Xian had only occupied one resource point. The other 9 were divided between the first prince and the 7th prince. But now that Yi Xian was guarding the first prince's main city, the first prince couldn't send anyone out. So if they wanted to occupy the resource points, they could only rely on the 2 people stationed outside. Soon, it was almost midnight. Let's go out for a walk to prove that I'm still here. Yi Xian, who was hiding in a forest outside the main city, suddenly dashed out and attacked the city gate from afar. Again, the first prince's expression darkened. He immediately charged out of the city, but in the next moment, Yi Xian had already disappeared. In these few hours, Yi Xian had harassed him countless times, making the eldest prince very angry. Now, he simply didn't return to the main city and stood guard outside the city gate. Damn, it seems that I've angered him. Yi Xian scanned with the eye of revelation and smiled helplessly. After a while, the resource points finally refreshed. Before this, the 6th prince had been guarding the 7th prince's checkpoint, and there were people guarding the other checkpoint as well. If the 7th prince dared to go out, the 6th prince would directly attack the main city. In this way, the 6th prince occupied almost all of the resource points. Yi Xian, we've occupied 9 resource points. The 6th prince's voice came from the prince command medallion. After all, the entire neutral zone was the 6th prince's army. If anyone dared to come out, they would immediately trigger the alarms, and then the golden armored generals would immediately rush over. As for the last resource point, it should have been occupied by the 2 members of the first prince's camp. But it didn't matter. 9 resource points had increased the 6th prince's army by 4,500 soldiers. Yi Xian continued to guard. I'll eliminate the 7th prince tonight, the 6th prince suddenly said. Okay, Yi Xian replied. It seemed that this battle was coming to an end. The 7th prince was forced to defend the main city, and many of his men had been crippled by Yi Xian. He had also lost 4 golden armored generals. Even if he exchanged his dragon luck for an army, his own dragon luck would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be able to defeat the 6th prince. The 6th prince was preparing to attack the city, but he didn't need to bring too many wolf fawn cavalry. Instead, he summoned 10 golden armored generals. Originally, they only had 5 golden armored generals, but to be safe, the 6th prince deliberately exchanged his dragon luck for 5 more. 10 golden armored generals and the powerful 6th prince were enough to take down the 7th prince's main city. Tonight was destined to be an eventful night. At dawn, the 6th prince had already led the 10 golden armored generals to the 7th prince's main city. 6th brother, you still came. The 7th prince stood on the city wall and said to the 6th prince, 7th brother, it's time to end this. Come down and fight. The 6th prince said calmly. Okay. The 7th prince replied and led the last of his men out of the main city. After the previous battle, he was only left with 4,000 men and 2 golden armored generals. Although he still had 4 men under him, the only one who could fight was the black-robed woman. Behind the 6th prince, there were 10 golden armored generals with 100% of their body seals. The disparity in strength was huge. 6th brother, let's fight. If you win, I'll back out. The 7th prince said. Okay. The 6th prince agreed. Although he had exchanged a large amount of dragon luck, he had plenty of dragon luck. It wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the 7th prince. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence, each holding a long sword. 6th brother, I'm sorry. The 7th prince shouted and activated the imperial heavenly technique of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Almost at the same time, the 6th prince also activated the imperial heavenly technique. A great battle was about to begin. The 7th prince knew that he couldn't defeat the 6th prince. After all, the 6th prince still had the dragon-patterned golden armor. His chances of winning were less than 10%. However, even if he lost, he had to lose honorably. The 2 princes were already at 100% of their body seals. However, they were much stronger than the black-robed woman. Together with the imperial heavenly technique, they were almost invincible in the half-step to Supreme Realm. It was a pity that the 6th prince was much stronger than the 7th prince in terms of cultivation level and dragon luck. Hence, the 7th prince was quickly defeated. Boom! A loud sound reverberated. The seventh prince was sent flying by the sixth prince's sword. I lost. The seventh prince's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, as a superior, he understood that the winner was always right. A loss was a loss. Immediately, he turned his head and ordered one of his men to destroy the dragon pillar in the main palace. The seventh prince's main city dragon pillar is destroyed. The seventh prince is eliminated. Chapter 800. The seventh prince's soaring dragon pillar has been shattered. The seventh prince has been eliminated. Eunuch Wu's voice rang out in the sky. Following that, the seventh prince and his men transformed into streaks of light and left the secret realm, including the seventh prince. As for the remaining troops, they stood quietly in their original positions, not moving at all. Now, the tripartite balance of power had turned into a two-sided balance of power. Yi Xian, the seventh prince, has been eliminated. The sixth prince had obtained it through the prince seal and Yi Xian. There's nothing unusual about the eldest prince's side. No one has come out. Yi Xian replied, "All right, since that's the case, we'll wait for one more day. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll attack the eldest prince's main city." The sixth prince was in a very good mood. Now that he had eliminated the seventh prince, his only opponent was the eldest prince. Furthermore, the eldest prince was restrained by Yi Xian, so he could move freely in the secret realm. He immediately sent out experts to search for the two people outside the secret realm. He spent an entire day and finally found the two people, then sent them out of the secret realm. In a few hours, the resource points would be refreshed again. At that time, the sixth prince would occupy 10 resource points and gain an additional 5,000 soldiers. By then, he would have a total of 10,000 soldiers. The ministers outside the secret realm began to discuss again. However, the outcome was very clear. The eldest prince could at most hold on for half a day. As long as the sixth prince's army pressed in, the eldest prince would definitely be unable to stop them. Then, the position of crown prince would belong to the sixth prince. It would be noon soon. When the sixth prince occupied 10 resource points, he would immediately send out his troops. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, who was squatting in the forest and occasionally using his eye of revelation, suddenly felt that something was amiss. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was rapidly gathering in the eldest prince's main city. "What's going on?" Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly took out the prince seal and asked, "Your Highness, the yuan qi of heaven and earth is beginning to gather in the eldest prince's main city." The sixth prince immediately reacted and exclaimed, "Yi Xian, quick, attack the city. The eldest prince is undergoing the supremacy tribulation." What? Yi Xian was shocked. Transcending the supremacy tribulation in the midst of a siege? However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The first prince was at the end of his power. If this continued, he would definitely lose. However, Yi Xian would never have thought that the first prince would choose to undergo the supreme tribulation at such a crucial time. One had to know that the supreme tribulation was extremely dangerous. So many people deliberately suppressed it. Out of 10 half-supremes with 100% body seal, it would be considered pretty good if one of them could break through to the supremacy level. At this moment, the crown prince was actually going to undergo the tribulation. This was simply courting death. After all, once the supreme being tribulation was disturbed, it was very likely that one's soul would be scattered. "Sixth Highness, am I really going to attack the city?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. Now that the first prince was in the middle of transcending the supreme being tribulation, if he were to be disturbed, the first prince's experts would definitely kill him. "Attack. No one is stopping you. This means that they have agreed. Attack," the sixth prince said without hesitation. With this reminder, Yi Xian immediately came to his senses. If the imperial family did not want him to disturb the first prince's supreme being tribulation, Eunuch Wu would definitely appear. Now that he had not appeared, it meant that the imperial family had tacitly agreed to attack the city. "Kill!" Yi Xian widened his eyes and rushed out. Although the first prince was very likely to fail the tribulation, if he succeeded, the sixth prince would not be able to break into the main city no matter how many troops he had. Rumble! The sound of the siege was deafening, alarming the experts in the main city. His Highness is undergoing the tribulation. Quick, everyone, kill your way out. Don't let him disturb His Highness. The black-robed, middle-aged man shouted. The next moment, they rushed out of the main city through the secret passage. Previously, the first prince's camp had 4 golden-armored generals destroyed by Yi Xian. Now, only 2 body seal experts were left with 100% combat strength. However, they still had many saber generals. This was a critical moment. They had to stop Yi Xian from entering the main city. They had to succeed. After all, the first prince was undergoing the tribulation next to the dragon pillar. At this moment, there was an uproar outside the secret realm. No one had expected the first prince to choose this time to break through. The entire palace was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor. He chose this time to undergo the tribulation. What is he thinking? The Sunflame Dynasty Emperor narrowed his eyes. He had more than 20 sons. However, a few of them were still underage. Hence, they were still living in the palace. Many of the princes who had competed with him for the position of crown prince had also undergone the tribulation. However, most of them had died. It was normal for some of the imperial family to die. However, the first prince was his first son. He was still concerned about him. Hence, he gave the first prince the set of precious dragon-patterned golden armor. He has accumulated a lot of dragon luck, and his strength is not weak. With the dragon-patterned golden armor, he should be able to break through, the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor thought. However, he was now considering whether to ask Eunuch Wu to stop the tribulation. If he did, it would be unfair to the sixth prince. If he didn't stop the tribulation, it would be a tragedy if the first prince was disturbed and struck to death by the sovereign lightning tribulation. Your Majesty, what's your decision? All the ministers and princes were thinking. In the secret realm, Yi Xian attacked the city alone again. However, the guards this time were much weaker than before. Underworld Palm. The black-clothed, middle-aged man attacked Yi Xian crazily. However, Yi Xian dodged all of his attacks. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else and continued to attack the city. The sovereign tribulation was to condense the yuan qi of heaven and earth above one's head. After the condensation, a tribulation lightning would strike. As long as one could withstand the tribulation, they would be able to condense the sovereign golden body. If they couldn't, their soul would scatter. Yi Xian was also very nervous. He cursed the first prince for being so shameless to break through at this critical moment. Wasn't he obviously trying to get the imperial family to stop the tribulation? Fortunately, the Sunflame imperial family didn't seem to be involved. Hence, he continued to attack. Soon, the first city gate collapsed. Yi Xian quickly rushed in and attacked the second city gate. He was also very helpless. He had already destroyed a city gate before, but it was repaired. Otherwise, he would have already rushed into the main city. Rumble. Yi Xian's attacks all landed on the city gate. Quick, stop him! The black-clothed, middle-aged man shouted. At the same time, he led a golden-armored general and charged in. Not only that, but more than 10 deputy generals with long sabers also rushed in. However, 5 black-clothed, middle-aged men and 5 golden-armored generals couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Now, there was only one. How could it be enough? Irritating guy, get lost. Here's an event. The Super Devouring System's current rating is 530, based on 500 points. By 12 o'clock p.m. on the 31st of December, for every 100 points of 5 stars, 1 chapter will be added on New Year's Day. For every 200 points, 2 chapters will be added, and so on. Chapter 801. Get lost, you annoying bastards. Yi Xian suddenly turned around to attack. These people were too annoying. The passageway to the city wall was not spacious, and these people would affect him greatly if they rushed in. For directions, annihilation. A surge of energy surged out, and the saber-wielding deputies around Yi Xian were sent flying. At the same time, the middle-aged man in black rushed to Yi Xian's side and struck out with his palm. Smack! The palm landed on Yi Xian's dragon-patterned golden armor. The palm energy passed through the armor and penetrated Yi Xian's body, severely injuring Yi Xian's internal organs. Uft! Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood on his armor, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Oh no, I fell into his trap. The middle-aged man in black immediately reacted. He thought that Yi Xian's prince token would be in front of his chest, but it was not there. This was indeed Yi Xian's intention. Otherwise, the middle-aged man in black would not have been able to get close to him. I'll deal with you first. I have illusion. Yi Xian widened his eyes. An invisible energy entered the middle-aged man in black's eyes, stunning him for a moment. Although this happened in less than a blink of an eye, it was enough for Yi Xian. Swish! With a sweep of the wolf fang sword in Yi Xian's hand, the black-clothed middle-aged man's arm was thrown into the air. At the same time, Yi Xian had already punched out, accurately smashing onto the prince's token on the black-clothed middle-aged man's waist. Gotcha! With a crisp sound, the middle-aged man in black's prince token shattered, and he turned into a ray of light and flew out of the secret realm. Before he disappeared, Yi Xian saw the middle-aged man's terrified expression. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the items in the middle-aged man's interspatial ring were beyond his imagination. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The great emperors will seal the body at 85%. He suddenly made a breakthrough. What? He's only the vice leader of another sect? That means Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the first prince was the leader of the Nether Spirit sect? However, now is not the time to think so much. Breaching the city was more important. After breaking through, Yi Xian's attack power had at least doubled. In less than 3 seconds, the city gate collapsed with a loud rumble. Ha! Yi Xian quickly rushed in and laughed loudly. It seemed that victory belonged to him. However, just as the city gates were about to collapse, there was a flash in the sky. The supreme tribulation lightning struck down. Yi Xian was stunned. He watched as the supreme tribulation lightning struck the main hall, creating a huge hole in it. Now, the tribulation lightning had already struck down. As long as the crown prince could successfully withstand the tribulation lightning, he would be able to condense the sovereign golden body and become a sovereign. If he couldn't, then his soul would be destroyed. Yi Xian immediately rushed over. He couldn't care less. Since the imperial family wasn't interfering, it meant that the crown prince trial was still ongoing. He had to destroy the dragon pillar as soon as possible. However, when he arrived at the main hall, he saw that the crown prince had already stood up. At this moment, the crown prince's entire body was glowing with a golden light. Even his eyes were golden. Yi Xian didn't know that the crown prince had the golden dragon plate armor, because the crown prince had already kept it. However, Yi Xian could tell that the crown prince had withstood the tribulation lightning to become a sovereign and condense the sovereign golden body. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed as he hurriedly slashed with his sword. The target of his attack wasn't the crown prince who was experiencing his new strength. Instead, it was the dragon pillar beside the crown prince. As long as the dragon pillar was destroyed, the sixth prince would be the victor. Even if the crown prince became a sovereign, it would be useless. Whoosh! The firmament splitter tore through the air. However, the crown prince's eyes suddenly returned to normal. He took a step forward and blocked the dragon pillar. Boom! The firmament splitter landed on the crown prince's body. After a muffled sound, the crown prince was unharmed. Sovereign golden body. Yi Xian widened his eyes and scanned with his eye of revelation. He realized that his eye of revelation couldn't see through the crown prince. There was a layer of golden membrane around the crown prince's body that blocked the eye of revelation. This was the sovereign golden body. He had already lost the best opportunity to attack. Now that the crown prince had successfully passed the tribulation lightning, he couldn't destroy the dragon pillar in front of sovereign. The crown prince trial was over. Brat, are you the one who almost defeated me? Today, even if father comes, he won't be able to save you. Die. When the crown prince saw Yi Xian, his anger surged. He took a step forward with his left foot and immediately punched out. This punch was aimed directly at Yi Xian's head. Although Yi Xian had the golden dragon plate armor, this punch was enough to blow his head apart. The crown prince wanted to kill him. Could it be that I'm going to die just like this? Yi Xian's eyes widened as the flow of time around him suddenly slowed down. His thoughts were in a mess. Although he could dodge this punch, what if he could dodge the pursuit of the first prince, a supreme expert? No, there was still a way. Let's fight to the death. Yi Xian silently chanted the special devouring skill. Ding! The special devouring skill of sword intent is successful. The current level is incomplete sword intent. A system notification sounded. Just now, Yi Xian had blasted the middle-aged man in black out of the secret realm and obtained his yin and yang ring. Because of that, he had broken through. However, Yi Xian had rushed in at that time and had not tried the special devouring skill of sword intent. Now that he had tried it, he realized that the devouring crystal was enough. Sword intent. He had finally comprehended sword intent. He could block this punch. Not only that, but he could also destroy the dragon pillar. Firmament splitter. Yi Xian slashed out with his sword. This attack contained sword intent. Sword intent was something that even supreme being experts might not be able to comprehend, but Yi Xian had. Because it was his first time, Yi Xian did not know the power of this sword intent. This circular slash easily broke through the Crown Prince's fist shadows. Under the Crown Prince's shocked gaze, the slash sank into his chest and sliced the dragon pillar in half. Rip! A crisp sound rang out, and the first prince's eyes widened. Lowering his head, he discovered that his left arm had fallen to the ground, and a bloody line had opened up in front of his chest. Blood spurted out, and his entire body fell backward in two halves. The sovereign golden body had been destroyed. Not only that, but the Crown Prince's heart had also been sliced in half by Yi Xian's slash. What? Looking at the Crown Prince's body that had been sliced in half, Yi Xian was shocked. He had expected this attack to severely injure the Crown Prince. Then, he would use the Crown Prince's body to break the dragon pillar. He did not expect that the Crown Prince would be sliced to death with a single slash. Who was the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince was the eldest son of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor. He was the Crown Prince of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, he had died here. This was serious. It's over. This was Yi Xian's first thought. Chapter 802. It was Yi Xian's first time using sword intent, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful that it could kill a supreme being expert. Perhaps it was because the first prince had just made a breakthrough and hadn't fully condensed the sovereign golden body yet. Now, he was in for a tragedy because the Sunflame Imperial family wouldn't let him go. Plop! The soaring dragon pillar fell. When a loud sound reached Yi Xian's ears, the entrance of a secret realm suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately, several figures rushed out. One of the figures was the Sunflame Emperor. He looked at the first prince's corpse and said in shock, "How could the sovereign golden body be broken?" After saying that, he suddenly turned to Yi Xian and asked, "You comprehended sword intent?" The first prince had already made a breakthrough. Although he hadn't fully condensed the sovereign golden body, it wasn't something a half-step supreme being could hurt. If one wanted to hurt the sovereign golden body, only sword intent could do so. This, Yi Xian's heart trembled when he saw the Sunflame Emperor's murderous gaze. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he could only nod and say, "This is the incomplete sword intent that I suddenly comprehended when I was facing death." After hearing Yi Xian admit it, the Sunflame Emperor and the surrounding people were shocked. Sword intent. It was actually sword intent. One had to know that even the Sunflame Emperor, a supreme being expert, had yet to comprehend sword intent. Emperor, the first prince's corpse has mutated. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly pointed at the first prince's corpse and said, After being reminded, the emperor shifted his gaze from Yi Xian to the first prince's corpse. He discovered that the lower half of the first prince's corpse had a patterned tail. Not only that, but even his face had undergone a huge change. Alien race. The First Highness is actually an alien race. That's the Snake Demon Clan. The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. When the emperor heard that, he was slightly shocked. He carefully sized up the first prince. Indeed, the first prince wasn't human. There were other patterns on his face. That was his original form. The demonic snake clan of the first race had the ability to disguise themselves. He had directly transformed into the first prince's appearance and infiltrated the imperial family. Even Supreme Being experts didn't notice him. My son is already dead? The Rimflame Emperor immediately realized that the dead crown prince was not a human. He was a snake demon disguised as his eldest son. He hurried over and put away the first prince's interspatial ring. After checking it, his expression suddenly changed. I'm afraid this alien race has been here for more than 10 years. The Sunflame Emperor gritted his teeth. He found some clues among the experts of the demonic snake clan who had disguised themselves as the first prince. The entire imperial court had probably been infiltrated by the demonic snake clan who knew how to disguise themselves. However, there was no list of names in the interspatial ring. Yixian was also trembling with fear. He had heard of the mutated tribes before, but this was the first time he had seen one. In this world, other than humans, there were many other races, such as the demon race, the sea race, the beast race, and so on. To humans, these demon races, the sea race, and the beast race were all alien races. The beast race was a race between the human race and the demon race. Their ancestors were actually humans, but some humans chose to mate with beasts, giving birth to the beast race. The demonic snake clan was the beast race, which was the mutated tribe that the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor was talking about. It was a race that was born from the crossbreeding of humans and snake saint beasts. Yixian was also helpless. A human and a snake could actually mate. This was heaven-defying. For a moment, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor didn't know what to say. Originally, Yixian had killed the first prince with his sore intent, so he definitely wanted to kill Yixian. However, the first prince wasn't the eldest son of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty, but a member of the demonic snake clan who had infiltrated the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. In that case, Yixian was considered innocent. Your Majesty now, Eunuch Wu, who was beside him, asked. I didn't expect the mutated tribes to infiltrate the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty so much. The first prince is already dead, and he was disguised by the demonic snake clan. Even I didn't notice. The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor was shocked. He continued, stop the crown prince test for now. Capture all the members under the first prince. No, capture everyone who participated in the crown prince test. Don't let anyone escape. Yes, Eunuch Wu answered. Then, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor looked at Yixian and said, You, what's your background? Hearing this question, Yixian couldn't help but stiffen. He said, I exchanged for the title of Marquis in the Sixth Heaven prison, and then the Six Princes people took a fancy to me. Yixian made a long story short, but the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor didn't believe anyone. He said, Although it's because of you that we saw through the mutated tribes, it doesn't prove anything. At this time, Yixian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Your Majesty, the first prince, there's a middle-aged man in black next to him. He's the person I eliminated when I attacked the city. He's the vice leader of the ghost sect. Not only that, but the woman in black next to the seventh prince is the saintess of the ghost sect. Yixian quickly took out a few interspatial rings, poured the evidence into them, and handed them over. I know about the ghost sect, and I also know that the first prince is the leader of the ghost sect, but I didn't expect the mutated tribes to be behind this, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor said with narrowed eyes. The first prince was the leader of the ghost sect, and it wasn't a big deal for such a person to become the emperor. After all, every emperor had to fight openly and secretly with their brothers before ascending to the throne, and many had died. When the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor ascended to the throne, he had also done some shady things. However, the demonic snake tribe was a mutated tribe, and the first prince had died long ago. Even if the throne fell into the hands of an outsider, it couldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. Hearing this, Yixian's heart trembled again. As expected, the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor knew about the ghost sect, and it seemed like he had silently agreed with the first prince and the seventh prince's actions. The ghost sect had a secret technique that allowed one to use a large number of ghost lanterns to forcibly raise one's cultivation. This required killing a large number of peak kings and half-supremes. However, The Sun Flame's Sacred Dynasty's emperor had also silently agreed to this. If one wanted to ascend to the throne, how could one do it without some tricks? Gather everyone in the Sun Flame Palace. With that, the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor left the secret realm. In the next moment, the scene in front of Yi Xian changed. He left the secret realm, and the sixth prince was standing beside him. Yi Xian, what's going on? Did we win? Asked the sixth prince, who still didn't understand what had happened. Yi Xian shook his head and said, I killed the first prince by mistake. However, the first prince isn't a human. He's from the demonic snakes tribe. I'm afraid the real first prince is already dead. What? The sixth prince trembled when he heard this. When he heard that Yi Xian had killed the first prince by mistake, he was scared half to death. However, when he heard the rest of the story, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. The demonic snakes tribe? The first prince is a mutated tribe? Yang Qi asked in astonishment. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. That was why they had been teleported to the Sun Flame Palace. What they were going to do next was probably to be interrogated. Soon, the 16 princes were gathered together. Not only that, but all the members who had participated in the Crown Prince trial were also called over. Chapter 803. Consecratal Yang, I'll leave this to you. The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor suddenly appeared. Behind him was a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's eyes were extremely sharp. After a quick glance, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. The black-robed old man had been watching the Crown Prince trial from another location. Naturally, he recognized Yi Xian, who had led the attack. So strong, another supreme being expert. Yi Xian's body trembled. Just a glance from the black-robed old man was enough to make his heart palpitate. The black-robed old man was definitely a supreme being expert. Are all the members of the First Prince's faction here? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor sat on the dragon throne and looked around. They're all here, just enough for 10 people. Eunuch Wu whispered. The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor followed Eunuch Wu's gaze, and it landed on the black-robed middle-aged man. You're the vice-sect leader of the Nether Spirit cult, right? The black-robed middle-aged man's heart trembled. He was also shocked when he saw the first prince's corpse turn into a serpent man's body. Thus, he did not dare to hide anything and nodded. Yes, your majesty. Who's the sect leader of the Nether Spirit cult? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor asked again. It's the first prince. The black-robed middle-aged man answered without hesitation. Are you a human? The Sunflame Dynasty's emperor asked again. Yes. The black-robed middle-aged man answered without hesitation. At this time, the imperial family's consecrator walked over and said coldly, Look into my eyes. The black-robed middle-aged man looked into the consecrator's eyes. Then, the consecrator asked again, Are you related to the other races? No. The black-robed middle-aged man answered immediately. However, the moment the words left his mouth, a crisp sound rang out. The black-robed middle-aged man's arm was thrown into the air once again. Previously, he had been cut by Yi Xian. When he came out, he immediately treated himself and grew a new arm. But now he was cut off again. If one wanted to determine whether he was a member of the other races, one could tell from the severed arm. If he was a member of the other races, the severed arm would mutate. This black-clothed, middle-aged man's severed arm did not mutate and was still a human arm. So, it could prove that he was a human, but it could not prove that he was not related to the other races. The eagle-eyed old man judged whether the other party was telling the truth by looking at their eyes. Although he didn't see any fluctuations in the eyes of the black-clothed middle-aged man, there were still times when he was unsure. Stand aside, the eagle-eyed old man said. Then he shouted, Where's the saintess of the Nether Soul sect? The voice echoed in the hall. Someone in the hall trembled. When the black-robed woman saw that it was her turn, she immediately turned around and rushed out of the Sunfire Hall. You want to leave? An expert guarding outside the Sunfire Hall suddenly leaped up and kicked out. Bang! The black-robed woman was sent flying and landed beside the eagle-eyed old man. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. This black-robed woman was at least 100% body seal, but she had been kicked to the point of vomiting blood. Her opponent was very strong. He immediately used his eye of revelation to scan the surroundings, but he discovered that he couldn't see through the armored man. The other party was also a supreme being. This person should be the emperor's personal bodyguard. Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Rip! At this moment, the black-robed woman's arm suddenly flew up. The eagle-eyed old man had made his move. If there was no ghost, why did the black-robed woman run away? As expected, the black-robed woman's broken arm changed after a while. Strange green patterns suddenly appeared on it. The demonic snake clan? What? This woman is also from the demonic tribe? Yi Xian was shocked. When he used his eye of revelation to scan the black-robed woman, he didn't discover any difference in the environment of her body. Since she was from a demonic tribe, the eye of revelation should at least be able to scan her tail. However, Yi Xian didn't see anything. This meant that the demonic snake clan's disguise ability was very strong. It was no wonder that the first prince wasn't discovered by the supreme being experts of the Sun-Fire Sacred Dynasty and had been hiding for more than 10 years. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. Previously, he had cut off the black-robed woman's wrist. However, after he took off the interspatial ring, he threw away the severed arm. He didn't notice it. If he had paid more attention, he would have discovered that it was the arm of the demonic snake clan. Umph! You really are from the demonic tribe. The eagle-eyed old man instantly flew over and directly captured the black-robed woman. Impossible! Suddenly, a shout attracted everyone's attention. The seventh prince rushed out from the crowd and looked at the mutated, severed arm on the ground. He said in shock, "Impossible! How can you be from the demonic tribe?" The seventh prince didn't continue speaking because he had slept with the black-robed woman for at least hundreds of days and nights. Now that he knew that she was from the demonic snake clan, he almost vomited. He was actually a demonic snake clan. The human race had done an experiment before. As long as a human and a beast were married, the bloodline would be mutated and the child would still be a beast. If the black-robed woman gave birth to a child, this matter would be serious. The seventh prince had the bloodline of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's imperial family. If he gave birth to a demonic tribe child, this would be a shocking scandal. However, the black-robed woman and the first prince were from the demonic snake clan. They wouldn't choose to give birth to a child. After all, this would expose their identities. Humph! The Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's emperor's face changed, and he glanced at the eagle-eyed old man. The latter immediately understood and said, "Seventh prince, please excuse me." Rip! Before the seventh prince could react, his wrist was cut off. He knew that he couldn't escape the fate of being interrogated. Immediately, he quickly took out a spiritual elixir from his interspatial ring and swallowed it. Before long, the severed arm grew back. After all, a half-step to supreme being was still in the empty god realm. Therefore, it was easier to heal an injury. If one became a supreme being and condensed the golden body of a supreme being, it would be more difficult to injure them. However, once a supreme being was injured, such as having an arm cut off, it would be miserable because the golden body of a supreme being was extremely difficult to repair. When the seventh prince's severed arm grew back, his severed arm still didn't mutate. This proved that he wasn't a demonic tribe member. However, the black-robed woman was inextricably linked to him. Therefore, he couldn't escape being implicated. "Seventh prince, please stand to the side," the eagle-eyed old man said. Then, the eagle-eyed old man took out 2 bone spurs from his interspatial ring and pierced the black-robed woman's shoulder. This could suppress the circulation of the black-robed woman's true energy. The black-robed woman cried out in pain. When she realized that she couldn't circulate her true energy, her face turned gloomy and she was dragged to the side by a guard. "Next, please come up one by one. You should know what to do." The eagle-eyed old man looked around and said, "What to do?" Of course, it was to cut off one of their own arms. Everyone present knew that they couldn't escape. One by one, they went up to cut off one of their own arms and received a precious elixir to recover. One by one, the severed arms and legs fell on the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 804. None of the people before him reacted strangely. Then, it was the sixth prince's turn. The sixth prince knew that he was also under suspicion. so he cut off one of his arms to prove his innocence. "All right, Sixth Prince, please stand aside." The eagle-eyed elder narrowed his eyes. Then his gaze fell on Yi Xian, who was standing behind the Sixth Prince. Although Yi Xian killed the first prince and forced him to reveal his true form, he was still a suspect. Yi Xian took out his wolf fang sword, ready to cut off his own hand. But at that moment, the Sun Flame Emperor spoke up. "Wait, forget about it." The Sun Flame Emperor looked at Yi Xian and said, "What?" Yi Xian was shocked. The Sun Flame Emperor chose to trust him. This shocked him greatly. After all, many people had already cut off their hands before him, including the Sixth Prince, who was about to become the Crown Prince. And his position in the Sun Flame Emperor's heart surpassed that of the Sixth Prince. However, Yi Xian also understood the Sun Flame Emperor's intention. Imperial power, because he had comprehended the sword intent that even Supreme Being experts might not understand. The Sun Flame Emperor valued him greatly. The latter wanted to rope him in, so he trusted him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the Emperor. In fact, he was also afraid of being cut off. After all, he had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. If his arm was cut off, it would wither instantly. At that time, he would be mistaken for a beast. He walked to the side and stood beside the Sixth Prince. "Yi Xian, you have comprehended the sword intent." The Sixth Prince asked in shock. "Yes. Previously, when I attacked the city, I angered the first prince. After the first prince passed the Supreme Being tribulation, he wanted to kill me. At that time, I happened to comprehend the sword intent and almost caused a disaster." Yi Xian nodded. The Sixth Prince was in disbelief. A half-supreme being who had comprehended the sword intent was a super genius. The number of Supreme Being experts who had comprehended the sword intent in the Imperial family could be counted on one hand. There was not a single half-supreme being who had comprehended the sword intent. Even if one turned the entire Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty upside down, one would not be able to find one. At this moment, the Sixth Prince could only describe Yi Xian as a monster in his heart. At this moment, 16th Prince, what are you waiting for? The eagle-eyed old man narrowed his eyes. 16th Prince was actually only 19 years old. Perhaps it was because he had never suffered any injuries before, unlike Yi Xian, who had fought his way up to this level, so he was a little hesitant. When the next moment, the eagle-eyed old man took his place. "This!" A wrist fell to the ground. Then, 16th Prince suddenly leaped up and stabbed his sword at Emperor Rion. "It is indeed the outsiders." The eagle-eyed old man caught the sword in an instant. Then he took out 2 bone spurs and stabbed them into the 16th Prince's shoulder. The true chi in the 16th Prince's body was instantly sealed. "Sigh, I didn't expect 16 to die as well." The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire sat on the dragon throne and sighed. Another member of the demonic snake clan had appeared. Everyone present could not help but gulp. They did not know if their family and friends had already died and were replaced by members of the demonic snake clan. After the 16th Prince, a few more outsiders appeared and were all captured. Those who broke their wrists to prove their innocence were not released. Instead, they were all captured by the eagle-eyed old man and interrogated in a room. The eagle-eyed old man's eyes were very sharp. In addition to his strength, he managed to capture a few more outsiders. When the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire reported this to the Sun Flame Imperial family, the Sun Flame Imperial family was also shocked. Then, they launched a large-scale operation. As long as they were outsiders, they would chop off their wrists. This time, the purge of the outsiders took a total of 7 days and 7 nights. It had to be said that the outsiders had infiltrated very deeply. They had captured more than 1,000 eunuchs, palace maids, and concubines. There were only 10,000 people in the imperial palace, but 1/10 of them were from the demonic snake clan. Moreover, this was only in the imperial palace. The 17 princes' mansions had not been thoroughly searched yet. While the 17 mansions were being thoroughly searched, Yi Xian was summoned by the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire. At this time, in a small hall in the imperial palace, "Yi Xian, just the fact that you helped the Sun Flame Imperial family discover the demonic snake clan is enough to prove your innocence. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire said with his hands behind his back, facing Yi Xian. Many thanks for the Emperor's trust. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. Previously, I saw you take out the Wolf Fang sword. You should have obtained the inheritance of the ancient Saint Dynasty's Wolf Fang general, right? The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire asked again. Yi Xian paused for a moment and nodded. Yes. Although the Wolf Fang general's inheritance was in the secret realm of the War of Dragon Luck, it did not contain the Wolf Fang sword. The Wolf Fang general contributed a lot to the ancient Saint Dynasty, but in the end, he died under the lightning tribulation. Actually, I know where his tomb is. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire said. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, but immediately calmed down. The things in the tomb were all in the Sun Flame Imperial family, which was why the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire did not send people to excavate it. Let's not talk about this. What do you think of the outsiders? The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire asked again. The outsider's view. Yi Xian paused for a moment and subconsciously answered, those who are not of the same race are bound to have ulterior motives. What a good ulterior motives. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire suddenly turned around and said, the Snake Demon tribe actually infiltrated our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty without us noticing. They must have disguised themselves as humans to infiltrate our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. Their goal should be to control our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. Yi Xian did not speak, and he listened quietly. Our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty has been infiltrated to such an extent, so it must be the same for the surrounding holy dynasties. Our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty and the Snake Demon tribe are separated by several holy dynasties. Only the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. Therefore, the Snake Demon tribe should have infiltrated from the Mad Leopard Holy Dynasty. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire continued, but Yi Xian did not understand why the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire was telling him this. While he was puzzled, the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire finally said, you comprehended sword intent as a mere half-step venerable. You are the most outstanding genius in the history of our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty. Now, let me ask you, are you willing to join our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty and serve us? As expected, after hearing the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire's words, Yi Xian's heart trembled. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire really wanted to recruit him. Seeing Yi Xian's hesitation, the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire's eyes flickered and he asked, are you not willing? Yi Xian jumped in fright and said solemnly, my ambition is not in the Sun Flame Empire. He had mustered up a lot of courage to say this, because there was a chance that he would be killed by the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire with a single slap. When the Emperor of the Sun Flame Empire heard this, his body trembled. After 3 seconds, he said, with your talent, our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty cannot keep you. However, you can use our Sun Flame Holy Dynasty as a springboard. Yi Xian thought that he had heard wrong. The Emperor of the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty actually said such a thing, using the Sun Flame Holy Dynasty as a springboard. To put it nicely, it was a springboard. To put it bluntly, it was a stepping stone. Everyone, please give this book a 5-star review. Search for the Super Devouring System in the bookstore and do not enter the circle of readers. There is a comment section under the introduction and you will get a rating there. Until the end of the year, every 100 new fans will get an additional chapter on New Year's Day, and so on. Chapter 805. Yi Xian didn't expect that someone like him, who had only comprehended incomplete sword intent, would be so highly regarded. The Sun Flame Emperor wanted Yi Xian to join the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty first. When he became an expert in the future, he would help the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty. Since that's the case, I agree. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Now that this matter had happened, even though the Sixth Prince had won, he would still be investigated. Therefore, he wouldn't be made the Crown Prince for the time being. He would only be made the Crown Prince after he was proven innocent. All right, then you'll be a first-grade consecrator of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty from now on. This interspatial ring is for you. In addition, all the martial arts of the imperial family will be open to you, including our imperial heavenly art. The Sun Flame Emperor said as he handed Yi Xian an interspatial ring. These things are enough for you even if you are a supreme being. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and almost went berserk when he saw it. As expected of the Emperor, he was so generous. The things in the interspatial ring could definitely help him break through to the body-sealing realm. Thank you, Emperor. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I will arrange a place for you to stay in the palace for the next few days. Try not to go out. Now that the demonic snake clan has been exposed, I think the demonic snake clan and the ferocious leopard sacred dynasty will make a move. Be careful, said the Sun Flame Emperor. After that, an imperial guard took Yi Xian away. The demonic snake clan and the ferocious leopard sacred dynasty were alien races. The demonic snake clan wanted to use a disguise to seize power. Now, Yi Xian, who had comprehended sword intent at the half-supreme being level, would become a hidden target. After Yi Xian left, a person suddenly walked out from behind the screen. It was the eagle-eyed old man who had appeared in the Sun Flame Palace that day. Consecrator Yang, what do you think of this kid? Asked the Sun Flame Emperor. Nothing strange. At least I didn't see anything strange. The eagle-eyed old man shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. How are the alien races? Asked the Sun Flame Emperor. The eagle-eyed old man shook his head once more. They're all very tight-lipped. However, I have a friend who knows how to speak, so I can invite him over. All right, no matter how much we have to spend, we have to find every single one of them. Also, send some more messengers to inform the emperors of the nearby dynasties to head over from the heavenly prison. The Rim Flame Emperor nodded. Yes, the eagle-eyed old man acknowledged and left. In fact, the Rion Emperor was afraid that the demonic snake clan had infiltrated the imperial palace. They were supreme being experts. At this time, Yi Xian was led to his new residence by an imperial guard. Now, he was a high-ranking member of the Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty. First-grade Reverend was the highest rank, followed by second-grade Reverend and third-grade Reverend. Lord Yi, this lowly one will take his leave. The imperial guard said and left. Yi Xian looked at a small lakeside building and walked in. Then, he scanned it with his eye of revelation. There was no one inside. Originally, there were eunuchs and maids in the small building, but after the appearance of the demonic snake clan, they were all arrested for investigation. Forget it, I'll break through first. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and swallowed the items in the interspatial ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 90% physique sealing realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 95% physique sealing realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently, he is at 100% physique sealing realm. The Rimflame Emperor was generous. The items he gave helped him break through to 100% physique sealing realm. However, he was unable to break through to the Supreme Being level. If a 100% physique sealing realm wanted to become a Supreme Being and condense the Supreme Being golden body, he would have to undergo the Supreme Being tribulation. Yi Xian was no exception. Ding! Host has a 30% success rate of passing the Supreme Being tribulation. The system notification. Sure enough, there's a success rate of passing the tribulation. However, isn't 30% a little too low? Yi Xian was exasperated. Moreover, the dragon pattern golden armor should be included. Without the dragon pattern golden armor, the success rate would definitely be lower than 30%. It could be 20% or even 10%. The dragon pattern golden armor could weaken the power of the Supreme Being tribulation by 20%, but only gave Yi Xian a 30% chance of breaking through. It seemed that he had to use other methods to increase the success rate. If I combine with my avatar to pass the tribulation, the success rate will probably increase. Moreover, I can also cultivate the Supreme Being martial arts. The Imperial Heavenly Technique of the Imperial family can use the Dragon Luck to resist the power of the tribulation. I wonder what my success rate will be if all these factors are added together. Yi Xian thought about it and casually found a room to rest. He had just broken through, so it was better for him to stay here and wait for some time before he went to cultivate the Supreme Being martial arts. He stayed here for 7 days. At this time, Half a month had passed since the death of the first prince. In this half a month, the Rimflame Sacred Dynasty was still capturing the demonic snake clan. There were already thousands of them. Yixian didn't care too much. He left the small building by the lake and headed for the Imperial family's martial arts pavilion. The Imperial family's martial arts pavilion was the biggest pavilion in the Rimflame Sacred Dynasty. There were countless martial arts gathered here. You must be the kid who comprehended the sword intent. Not bad, not bad. Our Imperial family's martial arts are on the 3rd level. You can go and take a look. If you want to learn the Imperial Heavenly Technique, come to me. An old man sat behind the counter and said to Yixian with a smile. Yixian scanned with his eye of revelation. As expected, it was blocked by the old man's Supreme Being golden body. The old man was also a Supreme Being. Thank you, Senior. Yixian thanked him and walked in. These martial arts were only names and introductions, so Yixian gave up the idea of copying them into the devouring system. He went straight to the 3rd floor. The martial arts on the 3rd floor were all Supreme Being martial arts. The Supreme Being martial arts were extremely powerful. Any one of them wasn't something a half-step Supreme Being could withstand. This was also the reason why Yixian didn't dare to fight with the 3 princes. However, Supreme Beings had the Supreme Being golden body. If one didn't have a sword intent, it would be difficult to kill a Supreme Being with just the Supreme Being martial arts, unless the Supreme Being martial arts were of a very high level. Yixian went upstairs and chose a few Supreme Being martial arts. Then, he came back down. Senior, I've already chosen. Yixian said the names of the Supreme Being martial arts. Then, the old man passed the secret manual to him. Kid, remember not to pass these Supreme Being martial arts to outsiders. As for the Imperial Heavenly Technique, follow me. After the old man finished speaking, he led Yixian to the basement of the martial arts pavilion. The Imperial Heavenly Technique was recorded on a stone tablet. The Imperial Heavenly Technique was created by the founding emperor of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. However, the Crown Prince also cultivated it. Since the Crown Prince's original body was of the demonic snake clan, the Imperial Heavenly Technique must have been leaked. Therefore, the old man didn't take any measures. Ding! The Imperial Heavenly Technique has been copied successfully. Does the host want to learn it? Chapter 806. Ding! The Imperial Heavenly Technique has been copied successfully. Will the host learn it? Yes. Yixian replied in his mind. Ding! The host has learned the Imperial Heavenly Technique. Yixian glanced at it and realized that the Imperial Heavenly Technique was divided into 3 parts. The first part was the Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique, the second part was the Imperial Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps, and the third part was the Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body. As the name suggested, the Imperial Heavenly Sword Technique was an offensive martial art. The Imperial Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps was a movement martial art, and the Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body was a martial art that could enhance one's physique using the dragon luck. Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body? Yixian took out the Prince token and used the Imperial Heavenly Technique to channel all the dragon luck into his body. He glanced at the panel and realized that the success rate of the tribulation had increased from 30% to 35%. The Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body can seal the dragon luck into one's body and refine it to strengthen one's physique. No wonder all the princes want to obtain the dragon luck. Yixian squinted his eyes and continued to learn the other martial arts. Although there were offensive martial arts in the Imperial Heaven Arts, the martial arts that Yixian learned this time included palm techniques, fist techniques, and so on, in case of emergencies. My success rate of the tribulation is only 35% now. If I use all the dragon luck to strengthen my physique, it might increase to 50%. Yixian left the martial arts pavilion as he thought about it. He returned to his small house by the lake and began to refine the dragon luck in his body. It's a pity that I can't absorb the dragon luck directly. I have to use the Imperial Heavenly Tyrant Body to absorb it, which is a little slow. Yixian felt helpless and began to cultivate on his own. This time, it took him another half a month to absorb all the dragon luck he had obtained. His success rate of the tribulation had reached 53%. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more worries one had and the more one feared death. Yixian was no exception. He wouldn't joke about his life, so he couldn't directly undergo the tribulation. All right, the sixth prince said that there are only 2 or 3 items in the national treasury that I need. I used the cave spirit fruit and the illusory spirit fruit to activate the eye of insight and the eye of illusion. I wonder if there are any other treasures. At this time, Yixian's eyes suddenly lit up. Thus, he wanted to ask the emperor. If there was, then he could open another heavenly eye. Yixian, who had become a first-class consecrator of the imperial family, wandered around the imperial palace until he arrived at the palace where the emperor resided. Lord Yi, please wait a moment. A guard went in to report. At the same time, Yixian subconsciously scanned his surroundings. He discovered that there were actually 4 sovereigns guarding the surroundings of the flaming emperor's residence. It was truly a dragon's lair and tiger's den. Yixian thought to himself as he waited quietly. Soon, the guard returned and let him in. When Yixian saw the Emperor of the Sun, he was accompanied by several armored generals. Yixian, why are you looking for us? The Emperor of the Sun asked. Yixian glanced over and noticed that the flaming emperor's expression wasn't too good. It seemed that something had happened, but he didn't pay attention to it and directly asked, Your Majesty, I've already broken through to 100% of the seal. In a while, I might be going through tribulation. What? The flaming emperor and the surrounding generals were all shocked. 20 days ago, Yixian had only sealed his body to 85%, but now he had actually reached 100%. In a while, he would be going through his tribulation. Wasn't this cultivation a little too fast? The Emperor of the Sun gave Yixian a lot of cultivation resources back then. If it was someone else, it would take several months to break through to the physique sealing realm. However, Yixian did it in less than a month. The Emperor of the Sun sensed that Yixian was indeed at the physique sealing realm, and he seemed to have mastered the imperial heavenly tyrant body. Good. The Emperor of the Sun Flame was excited. He said, Then, what do you need this time? Yixian did not waste time and handed over a list. The Emperor of the Sun Flame glanced at it and said, In the treasury, there is only the Void Observation Vine. Void Observation Vine? Yixian narrowed his eyes. The Void Observation Vine was a necessity for the Eye of Perception. The Eye of Perception had a powerful perception ability that could enhance the host's senses and aura. Although it was not as useful as the Eye of Revelation or the Eye of Illusion, it was still very useful. I have already given you the salary of a first-grade consecrator. If you want the Void Observation Vine, you will have to exchange for it with contribution points. The Emperor of the Sun Flame suddenly said, Good. Yixian nodded. Ever since the demonic snake clan was exposed, the news spread. The 4 sacred dynasties around our Sun Flame sacred dynasty are restless. Among them, the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty has sent troops to our Sun Flame sacred dynasty. Now, I will appoint you as the great general of suppression. You will resist the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty's attack. The Emperor of the Sun Flame said, Yes, Your Majesty. Yixian answered. The Wild Leopard sacred dynasty was one of the sacred dynasties that bordered the Sun Flame sacred dynasty. The demonic snake clan should have come from the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty. Both the demonic snake clan and the Wild Leopard sacred dynasty belonged to the beast race sacred dynasty, so they did not see each other as enemies. Now, Yixian had become the great general of suppression of the Sun Flame sacred dynasty. He had to go to war to earn contribution points. In the past, the sixth prince had fought many battles and earned a lot of contribution points. He then used them to exchange for dragon luck. I can give you the Void Observation Vine first, but you have to win the battle. The Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's Emperor said softly. Good. Yixian nodded. The wars between us lower-grade sacred dynasties are not allowed to send Supreme Being experts. With your strength, you are invincible among the half-step Supreme Being experts. You have the ability to kill Supreme Being experts. However, you have to be careful. Our Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty might have Supreme Being experts from other tribes. They might try to assassinate you. The Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's Emperor reminded him softly. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. It was not a joke for a supreme being expert to assassinate him. Although he had comprehended the sword essence and could kill a supreme being expert, he could still die if he was ambushed. I will be careful. Yi Xian nodded. Good. Then you should get ready. 7 days later, you will follow General Yuan to battle. The Sun Flame Sacred Dynasty's emperor said. Yi Xian immediately turned around and left. This time, he planned to return to the general's tomb and merge with his doppelganger. He wanted to raise the level of his doppelganger. After all, his doppelganger was his second life. However, just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly stopped him. It was an imperial guard. Lord Yi, the emperor ordered me to give this to you. The imperial guard gave Yi Xian an interspatial ring and left in a hurry. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and saw that it contained the void observation vine. Ding! The host has activated the Eye of Perception. Chapter 807. Ding! The host has activated the Eye of Perception. Now, Yi Xian had activated 3 heavenly eyes. They were the Eye of Revelation, the Eye of Illusion, and the Eye of Perception. When he activated the Eye of Perception, his body trembled violently. This was because there were many powerful auras in the palace he was in. Only a supreme being could emit such an aura that made his heart palpitate. Even if the other party concealed their aura, he could still sense it. His sensing ability was probably more than 10 times stronger. Not bad. When I close my eyes, I still have the effect of the supersonic bat bloodline. I can sense even the slightest movement within tens of thousands of meters. I can fight even with my eyes closed. Yi Xian opened his eyes. The Heavenly Eye bloodline was not bad. He was looking forward to it because there were still a few Heavenly Eyes that had not been activated. The Burning Eye, the Eye of the Void, the Eye of Eternity, the Eye of Nirvana, the Eye of Glory, and so on. These Heavenly Eyes all had unique effects. If all of them were activated, Yi Xian's strength would be very strong. After activating the Eye of Perception, Yi Xian hurriedly left the Imperial City. However, before he left the Imperial City, he discovered several people following him. There are 6 in total. I wonder if they were all sent by the Emperor of Sun Yin. With the Eye of Perception, Yi Xian could pinpoint the location of these 6 people. At the same time, he could sense that their realms were around 90% of the physique ceiling realm. As long as no supreme being came, they would not be a threat to him. Forget it. I'll return to the Desert of Death first. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian immediately left the Imperial City and ran all the way. When the 6 people saw him leave the Imperial City, they immediately returned to report. With Yi Xian's current realm, it only took him a day to reach the Desert of Death and merge with his doppelganger. Before merging, his success rate was 53%. After merging, his overall strength increased by 10%. However, his success rate increased by 15 points, reaching 68%. After returning from this expedition, I'll probably be able to break through to the Supreme Being level. Maybe I won't even need to come back. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At this time, he still had 1 advancement point that he could add to his Gemini bloodline and increase his strength by 10% after fusion. At that time, the success rate of transcending the tribulation would probably reach 80%. However, what he wanted was not 80%, but 100%. After all, he would only be left with 1 life after fusing. If his luck was bad and he encountered that 20%, then it would be 1 corpse and 2 lives. To be safe, he could only go out and earn battle merits to exchange for dragon luck. After the secret meeting, Yi Xian secretly left and returned to the Imperial City. When the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor heard that Yi Xian had left the Imperial capital, his heart skipped a beat. Now that Yi Xian had returned, he was relieved. Yi Xian had the potential to become the strongest expert in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. If he was secretly killed by the alien race experts, it would be disastrous. Soon, the day of Yi Xian's expedition arrived. At this moment, at the entrance of the Imperial City, Yi Xian, this time, the 3 of us will be mixed in with the troops. We will be responsible for escorting you to the border, but we will not interfere in the battle. After the eagle-eyed old man finished speaking, He led the two Supreme Being experts of the imperial family and mixed in with Yi Xian's troops. Yi Xian was a little shocked because these were three Supreme Being experts. It was enough to prove that the Sunflame Dynasty Emperor valued him highly. This time, other than Yi Xian, there were a few other generals. Although their strength was not strong, they were much better than Yi Xian when it came to arranging troops. At the same time, the Sixth Prince also came to send Yi Xian off. When Yi Xian joined the Sixth Prince's residence, he was only 65% physique ceiling. Now, his strength was invincible among the half-step Supreme Being experts. He had the strength to kill a half-step Supreme Being. Very soon, the expedition team left the imperial capital and headed towards the border at high speed. On the way, they met up with the Sunflame army, so their speed was a little slow. At this speed, it would take them about a month to reach the border. However, there was no other way. After all, he had to bring the others with him. Previously, they did not encounter any problems. After all, the Sunflame army was so large that the bandits did not dare to approach them. However, on the 15th night, after Yi Xian left the imperial capital, the Sunflame army was resting in the camp. Yi Xian was grilling meat. There were a few generals around him. As for the three of them, they were hiding. At this moment, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "General Yi, what's wrong?" a general asked in surprise. At this moment, within Yi Xian's range of perception, three figures had already sneakily stepped in. Their auras are so strong. They are three Supreme Being experts. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and immediately shouted, "Senior Eagle Eye, three Supreme Being experts are approaching. They are in the forest behind me." What? When Consecrated Liang and the other two people who were in the same tent heard this, they were also surprised for a moment, because the three of them did not sense the enemy's aura. However, Yi Xian was not an ordinary person, so they chose to believe him. "Who are you? Show yourself." Minister Liang, who had a pair of fierce eyes, roared to the sky. The three people in the forest looked at each other. The leader in the black robe shouted, "Don't care about those small fries. Kill that guy first. Go." The next moment, the three figures rushed out of the forest. At the same time, they exposed their auras and were targeted by Eagle Eye and the other two generals. 3 against 3, just right. The 6 Supreme Being experts started a fight. At the same time, Yi Xian took out his Wolf Fang sword and followed them. With his current strength, he should be able to fight against the Supreme Being experts. However, he did not rush out rashly. He wanted to see the strength of his opponents first. At this moment, Minister Liang suddenly shouted, "Minister He, it's you." He knew the leader of the Supreme Being experts who came to assassinate Yi Xian. "So what if it's me, Eagle Eye?" The leading man sneered and revealed his true form. He was from the demonic snake clan, disguised as a human. Although it was difficult to repair the sovereign golden body of a Supreme Being expert, there were many good medicines in the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty's treasury. It was relatively easy to repair a broken pinky bone. However, it was unknown who leaked the news. After that day, some Supreme Being experts in the palace fled because they were afraid of exposing their identities and being besieged by the experts of the Sunflame Sacred Dynasty. Minister, he was one of the Supreme Being experts who fled the imperial city. However, the two people behind him were not the Supreme Being experts of the demonic snake clan. They were 2 burly leopards. The 6 of them started a fight fiercely. Chapter 808. In a 3-on-3 situation, the difference in strength between the two parties was not very obvious, so they usually did not suffer any casualties. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian had comprehended sword intent. Although it was only half of it, it was enough to cause a lot of damage to the sovereign golden body. The Mad Leopard clan is extremely fast, but the leader of the demonic snake clan is obviously not an ordinary sovereign. Let's find a mad leopard to kill first. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and quickly rushed out. Although the beast clan was descended from humans, they were more beastly. Therefore, Yi Xian estimated that his beast god bloodline should have an amplification effect. In addition to his sword intent and imperial heavenly sword art, it should not be a problem to kill one person. However, just as he was about to help, Another aura quickly approached. What? There's another one? Yi Xian was shocked for a moment. Then he fiercely slashed his sword in the direction he sensed. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Slash. An attack infused with half of his sword intent instantly slashed into the forest, but it did not hit the other party. The other party nimbly dodged it. Good boy, you found me again. You're courting death. A 2-meter-tall mad leopard waved its claws and rushed toward Yi Xian. Let's see who's going to die. Yi Xian coldly snorted and faced it head-on. He, who was only at 80% of his Emperor Will Seal, already had 100% of his Emperor Will Seal. Now that he had 100% of his Emperor Will Seal, and with his bloodline, it was not a problem to fight a sovereign. Imperial Slash. Mad Claw. Boom. Yi Xian's slash collided with the other party's claw attack. Shockwaves surged, but the one who had the upper hand was indeed Yi Xian. Although breaking through to the sovereign level would allow one's true energy to leap by leaps and bounds, Yi Xian was using a sovereign-level martial art. In addition to the Sword Emperor's bloodline and sword intent, his attacks were enough to severely injure an ordinary sovereign expert. However, the Mad Leopard clan was known for their speed, so the other party dodged the Imperial Slash. Brat, I know you've comprehended sword intent. It's hard for me to imagine that a human could comprehend sword intent at half-step Supreme Being. This is a huge threat to my clan. The Mad Leopard sneered and flew towards Yi Xian. His attacks couldn't compare to Yi Xian's, so naturally, he couldn't exchange blows with him. Therefore, he wanted to get close to Yi Xian and then tear Yi Xian, who didn't have a sovereign golden body, into pieces. You want close combat? As you wish. Yi Xian harumphed coldly in his heart and rushed over. Although he didn't have the sovereign golden body and would be torn apart by the other party's claws if he wasn't careful, his speed was still not something an ordinary person could compare to. Imperial Heavenly Roaming Dragon Steps. Yi Xian moved quickly like a slippery loach. Ding! The proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Roaming Dragon Steps has increased. It is currently at 50%. Ding! The proficiency of the Heavenly Imperial Sword Art has increased. It is currently at 70%. Since the quasi-sovereign martial art was a transition, there was no proficiency to speak of. However, the sovereign martial art appeared again. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fong sword and exchanged blows with the Mad Leopard clan expert. In terms of speed, he wasn't inferior to the other party at all. How is this possible? A mere half-step sovereign martial artist can actually keep up with the speed of my Mad Leopard clan? This is impossible. The Mad Leopard clan expert roared in his heart. The Mad Leopard clan was known for their speed. Moreover, he was a sovereign martial artist. It was the first time he saw a half-step sovereign martial artist catching up to him. Brat, no matter what, I will kill you today. The Mad Leopard clan expert shouted, and his attacks became more and more violent. Yi Xian felt a little regretful because the Mad Leopard clan expert was also using a sovereign martial art. It was a claw technique that looked very powerful. Unfortunately, his eye of revelation couldn't see through the sovereign golden body, so he couldn't steal it. He just had to wait until he broke through to the sovereign realm. At that time, he should be able to do it again. The Heavenly Eye clan bloodline, other than using advancement points to upgrade, would also upgrade according to the realm. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds kept coming out from the area. After all, there were 7 Supreme Being experts fighting here. In a battle of this level, the 50,000 Blazing Sun army couldn't interfere at all. That brat is indeed powerful. He can actually fight the Mad Leopard clan expert to a draw. The eagle-eyed old man glanced at Yi Xian. It was the first time he had seen a half-step sovereign martial artist challenge a real sovereign martial artist. However, at this moment, ding, the proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Sword Art has increased. It is currently at 90%. Ding, the proficiency of the Imperial Heavenly Dragon Roaming Steps has increased. It is currently at 70%. 2 notifications sounded at the same time. Yi Xian suddenly increased his speed and slashed out with his sword. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Imperial Slash. Boom! The Mad Leopard clan expert couldn't react in time. He opened his eyes wide and watched as the slash landed on his shoulder. Rip! A crisp sound was heard, and the Mad Leopard Clan expert retreated a few steps. He and Yi Xian had fought more than 100 rounds, but he was the first one to be injured. How was this possible? He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Yi Xian was the same. The sovereign golden body of this Mad Leopard Clan expert is at least twice as powerful as the first prince. Yi Xian thought to himself. The first prince had just passed the sovereign tribulation and hadn't finished condensing his sovereign golden body. His sovereign golden body wasn't even 10% complete, so he was killed by Yi Xian. The Mad Leopard Clan expert in front of him had broken through many years ago, so his sovereign golden body was naturally powerful. Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that the Mad Leopard Clan expert was at a disadvantage. Imperial Heavenly Sword Art, Rising Dragon Sword. Yi Xian held the Wolf Fang sword and slashed viciously from the bottom to the top. Rip! The Mad Leopard Clan expert's shin was cut open. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Otherwise, his head would have been cut in half. We can't fight him head-on. Retreat! The Mad Leopard Clan expert finally realized the danger and hurriedly shouted. The 6 people fighting on the other side didn't have such injuries. This was enough to prove the strength of the sword intent. If they continued to fight, they would be the ones to die. Retreat! The Demonic Snake Clan expert in the lead also shouted. In an instant, the 4 of them quickly fled into the forest. After them, the eagle-eyed elder shouted. What a joke. They had the advantage now, so how could they not chase after them? Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let this Mad Leopard Clan expert go. After all, this was a sovereign golden body expert. If they killed him and devoured the treasures inside, they might be able to break through. However, the Mad Leopard Clan had another racial characteristic. They were extremely fast when running in a straight line. They were 30% faster than when they were fighting. In the blink of an eye, they pulled away from Yi Xian. Damn it! Stop chasing. The eagle-eyed elder suddenly called out to everyone. What if they were ambushed if they continued to chase? Yi Xian also chose to give up. It was indeed not so easy to deal with a sovereign golden body expert. It seemed that his timing wasn't right. Yi Xian immediately met up with the eagle-eyed elder and the other 2. Chapter 809. Fortunately, they don't have enough manpower this time. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. The eagle-eyed old man heaved a sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nodded silently. If another Supreme Being expert came, then he would have to face 2 of them alone. If you want to go to the border, I'm afraid you will have to abandon the army. The 3 of us will escort you. As long as we reach the border, the Holy Verdict Alliance will deter them from making a move. The eagle-eyed old man said. Holy Verdict Alliance? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had heard of the Holy Verdict Alliance before. It was a force used to guard the lower-grade Holy Dynasty. In the war between the lower-grade Holy Dynasty, Supreme Being experts were not allowed to intervene. Those alien races were able to make a move because they were in the territory of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty. The Holy Verdict Alliance was very strong and well-informed. Previously, a Supreme Being expert of the Holy Dynasty took advantage of the situation and made a move in the war, but unexpectedly, he was killed by the experts of the Holy Verdict Alliance. As long as they reached the border, those Supreme Beings who had infiltrated the Sunflame Holy Dynasty would not be able to make a move. Then, I will have to trouble the 3 seniors. Yi Xian thanked them. Splitting up was the only thing he could do. Who asked him to have such a high hatred? As for the 50,000 soldiers of the Sunflame Holy Dynasty, they were not worried. After all, they were not interested in them. Immediately, Yi Xian followed the 3 of them and left the army secretly. Yi Xian had a perceptive eye and left under the cover of the night. Therefore, the enemy should not be able to find him. Originally, it would take about 15 days to reach the border, but Yi Xian and the other 3 only spent a little more than a day to reach the border. Originally, there was a Supreme Being expert guarding the border to prevent the enemy's Supreme Being experts from making a move. Now, with the addition of the 3 of them, there were 4. Yi Xian, the 3 of us will stay here. After the war is settled, we will send you back. The 3 of them were stationed at the border, but they were Supreme Being experts, so they could not intervene. This border was connected to the wild leopard sacred dynasty. There was a total of 50,000 soldiers of the Blazing Sun Army. They were all elite soldiers, and the weakest among them was a half-step supreme being. The core strength of the Sunflame sacred dynasty was the half-step supreme beings. This was actually not a big deal, because one supreme elixir could allow a ninth-stage great sovereign to break through to the half-step supreme being realm. Yi Xian was a marquis, and he could receive 10,000 supreme elixirs a month. A duke could receive 100,000 supreme elixirs. Therefore, half-step supreme beings were not a big deal. General Yi, this is the military intelligence that our spies have found out. In a valley 10,000 li away from the border, there are 20,000 Mad Leopard army troops stationed there. A general in black armor handed a military report to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced over and said casually, "Only 3 half-step supreme martial artists with 100% physique seal cultivation? I'll deal with them myself." "What? General Yi, this?" The black-armored general was startled. Yi Xian was actually going to face the 30,000-strong wild leopard army alone. What kind of joke was this? The black-armored general didn't know about Yi Xian's past, so he couldn't help but look at Yi Xian strangely. "General Yi, the Mad Leopard clan is extremely fast. They are very difficult to deal with." The black-armored general reminded him. "I know, but I'm only at 80% physique seal cultivation. Now that I've reached 100% physique seal cultivation, as long as no supreme being comes, they won't be a threat to me." Yi Xian knew that the general didn't know him, so he said this. Invincible under the supreme being realm? The black-armored general immediately reacted. He didn't understand why the royal family only sent a brat, but now it seemed that Yi Xian was indeed capable. Invincible under the supreme being realm, he could totally lead a war. Immediately, Yi Xian left the border and followed the military intelligence. It was still night, and it was very suitable for a massacre. The night was dark and the wind was strong. It was a night for killing. Tonight, there would be rivers of blood and thousands of corpses lying on the ground. After running for a while, Yi Xian felt a huge aura. It was the aura of 30,000 Mad Leopard soldiers. The 30,000 Mad Leopard soldiers were led by 3 half-step supreme beings with 100% physique seal cultivation. Yi Xian didn't know how many merits he would get if he killed all of them. Anyway, he just had to kill them all. Yi Xian quietly sneaked over and hid behind a tree. He squinted his eyes and saw that there were many Mad Leopard soldiers among the tens of thousands. If the real supreme beings can't participate in the battle, then I'm invincible. Yi Xian directly took out his dragon-patterned golden armor and charged over. Although he was very confident, it was better to be safe. After all, he didn't have the supreme being golden body, only the dragon-patterned golden armor. When he was only 1,000 meters away, Yi Xian raised his hand and used the Sword Emperor's slash on the Mad Leopard soldiers in front of him. The Sword Emperor's slash, which contained sword intent, was extremely powerful. It broke through the air like a meteor flashing past. Swish, swish, swish. The Sword Emperor's slash moved in a straight line, taking away the lives of thousands of Mad Leopard soldiers. This Sword Emperor's slash was only the appetizer. After it, countless more Sword Emperor's slashes attacked the Mad Leopard soldiers. Yi Xian stood 1,000 meters away and attacked crazily. In just a second, more than 10,000 Mad Leopard soldiers fell. What? The 3 physique seal experts leading the Mad Leopard soldiers were already shocked when they saw the corpses. Just a moment ago, they were still eating and eating, but now they were suddenly cut in half. Blood spurted out crazily. This scene frightened them. But in the next moment, a white slash came and cut them in half at the waist. Yi Xian's attack could even injure a supreme being. These half-step supreme beings, without the supreme being golden body, couldn't withstand his attack. Then, Yi Xian flew into the air and killed those who were cut in half, but didn't die. In less than 10 seconds, all 30,000 Mad Leopard soldiers were killed by Yi Xian. He was invincible below the supreme being level. Battle merits were calculated by the number of people killed. Therefore, Yi Xian directly collected the corpses of the Mad Leopard soldiers. There were more than 31,000 corpses in total. This meant that there were more than 30,000 interspatial rings. When marching to war, we don't bring many things. All of them are healing medicines and the like. Yi Xian was a little helpless. Although there weren't many things in each interspatial ring, the quantity was huge. Moreover, the 30,000 corpses could bring him a lot of battle merits because there were 3 physique seal experts among them. Then, Yi Xian quickly left. When he returned to the border, everyone was shocked because Yi Xian seemed to have left less than 5 minutes ago. Could it be that Yi Xian had suddenly changed his mind? But when Yi Xian took out the high-grade interspatial ring that contained the 30,000 corpses, everyone was shocked. In 5 minutes, he had taken care of 30,000 Berserk Leopard Tribe experts, including 3 Body Seal experts. These 5 minutes included the time taken to go back and forth. In other words, it took him at most 1 minute to kill the 30,000 mad leopard soldiers. Invincible below the Supreme Being level. Amazing.